Dao Heaven had a sudden, intense premonition that if he didn't do something to stop Meng Hao's aura from rising up explosively, then he could very well end up in the middle of a deadly catastrophe. Damn it! How could this Meng Hao be so strong? It was extremely rare for Dao Heaven to encounter anyone who caused him to think in this way. Screw off! Dao Heaven managed to shove Yuan Jian back, and then stepped forward amidst rumbling booms. Yuan Jian was no match for him. Even with the battle axe, he was still forced into constant retreat. However, he didn't shirk from fighting. Roaring, he unleashed the full might of his body cultivation power, fighting fiercely with Dao Heaven to buy time for Meng Hao. Meng Hao shook as he reached a height of 72 meters. All of his immortal meridians were now fused into one, and he was surrounded by brilliant azure light. Unfortunately, he was now distinctly aware of the fact that he couldn't actually fight while powering up. He wanted to, but was incapable. This was his first time absorbing the Nirvana fruit and reaching the all-heaven immortal stage during a battle. The previous 2 times had been mere tests while in secluded meditation. Damn it! He thought, growing anxious. However, no hesitation could be seen in his facial expression. His power continued to surge, and to anyone watching, it would seem obvious that there was more to come. His aura rose past the immortal emperor realm and he entered half a step into the all-heaven immortal realm. Terrifying ripples exploded off of him. Colors flashed and the winds screamed, as if some huge eye had appeared up in the heavens and was staring at Meng Hao. Thunder crashed, and the sky above the windswept realm twisted and distorted. The lands quaked, and the mountains trembled. The whole world seemed to be changing. Dao Heaven's eyes went wide when he saw Meng Hao's power rising up without stop. Even he had to admit that what he was seeing was terrifying to the extreme. He threw his head back and roared, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused his cultivation base to erupt with power. A black fog appeared in front of him, which churned as it transformed into a giant, one-horned beast that charged roaring toward Yuan Jian. Yuan Jian's face fell, and his anxiety grew. He wasn't sure what was going on with Meng Hao. Although they hadn't laid out specific plans, according to how the situation had developed, this moment was about the time when Meng Hao should make his move. Damn it! What's taking him so long? Yuan Jian roared inwardly. He had half a mind to flee, but instead, gritted his teeth and faced the charging beast. A huge boom echoed out, and blood sprayed out of Yuan Jian's mouth. The cracking sounds of breaking bones could be heard. Blood spurted out and he coughed up chunks of crushed internal organs, and he was sent flying backward. His aura was weakening, and yet, he clenched his teeth, roared, and then decided to go all out. He hefted the battle axe and slashed it viciously toward Dao Heaven, who was trying to rush past him. With a cold harumph, Dao Heaven took a step forward without attempting to dodge the blow at all, lifting his right hand up as he used the immortal flail to block the descending axe. A boom rang out, and then Dao Heaven turned, as if to shoot toward Meng Hao. Yuan Jian let out a roar and pounced, attempting to grapple Dao Heaven and hold him in place. Dao Heaven's face turned grim. "Are you looking to die?" His right hand clenched into a fist and he punched Yuan Jian in the stomach. Yuan Jian's eyes went wide as he tumbled backward amidst a haze of blood and gore. "Meng Hao," Yuan Jian shouted with a bitter laugh, "you owe me a life." Even as the words came out of his mouth, his eyes gleamed with determination, and he charged again, preparing to expend one of his lives, in an attempt to block Dao Heaven for a bit longer. "Die!" Dao Heaven roared, waving his hand. The giant fog beast howled and lunged toward Yuan Jian. Just when it seemed to be on the verge of hitting him, all of a sudden, the air in front of Yuan Jian distorted, and a towering figure appeared. It was none other than Meng Hao, standing there at more than 70 meters tall. He immediately extended his hand and pushed it out toward the pouncing beast. That motion caused the previously shocking beast to let out a shriek like a sick cat. It suddenly stopped in midair, incapable of moving a muscle, its expression one of fear and disbelief as Meng Hao reached out and crushed its head. A boom could be heard as the beast exploded, sending bits of black fog roiling out in all directions. "Meng Hao," Yuan Jian panted, shocked at the sight of the figure in front of him. Meng Hao glowed with azure light, and an archaic aura roiled off of him. It was almost as if, in this moment, Meng Hao was not a cultivator of the mountain and sea realm, but instead, someone who had traveled through time from the primordial paragon immortal realm. He stood tall, radiating azure light. Faint, flickering magical symbols could be seen on him as he stood there like a mountain. The air vibrated and the lands trembled. The clouds up above seemed to lower themselves, as if in obeisance. In the entire world, and in all the lands, it was as if Meng Hao were the only existence. That was a domineering aura that said, "Revere me." Meng Hao looked up at Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven's face flickered with a serious expression as he stared back. Inside, he was starting to get nervous. "Yuan Jian, get out of here," Meng Hao said slowly. Yuan Jian would not be of any use in the battle to come, and if he stayed, it could be possible that Dao Heaven might unleash something akin to the Blood Demon Grand Magic, or something even more sinister like the Heavenly Demon Devouring. That could put Meng Hao in a bad position. Therefore, the best thing for Meng Hao was for him to leave. Yuan Jian stared deeply at Meng Hao for a moment, as if to affix him to memory. Yuan Jian didn't have many friends, and even Hong Bin only counted as half a friend. However, in the brief bit of time he had spent with Meng Hao, he had already come to consider him a friend. "I'm not going to give this battle axe back to you if you die," he said. "So, don't get yourself killed." Then he took a deep breath and sped off into the distance with all the speed he could muster. Dao Heaven didn't even spare him a glance as he left. The threat posed by Meng Hao was far too great. "Meng Hao!" he roared, and his body emanated cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, he began to grow. His expression distorted, and when he reached a height of 60 meters, he threw his head back and roared. The sound of his heartbeat echoed out, and on the 9th beat, his energy peaked, and he strode toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He could sense the power of his soul immortal meridian, as well as the terrifying strength of his fleshly body. He began to walk forward, then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out toward Dao Heaven. That fist caused the sky to flash and the wind to scream. Dao Heaven's face flickered, and yet he laughed viciously. As Meng Hao's fist strike neared, he suddenly vanished, then reappeared behind Meng Hao. At the same time, two black, leathery wings spread out from his back. Next, his hand formed a claw shape, which he slashed toward Meng Hao's back. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, and he didn't even turn around. Instead, he pushed off with his feet, flying back first toward Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven's hand struck Meng Hao's back, causing a huge boom to echo out. Meng Hao didn't react, but Dao Heaven's hand twisted in place, completely incapable of doing anything to Meng Hao. Then, Meng Hao slammed into Dao Heaven. An ear-splitting boom echoed out, and blood sprayed out of Dao Heaven's mouth. He flew back like a kite with its string cut, his expression one of shock as more than half the bones in his body broke. Impossible! How could he be so strong? In his astonishment, sonic booms echoed out from him from the incredible speed with which he was thrown through the air as a result of Meng Hao's vicious attack. In the blink of an eye, he had passed across much of the Fifth Nation, and was actually nearing the border of the Fourth Nation. Subsequently, Meng Hao vanished, then suddenly reappeared directly in Dao Heaven's path. He extended his right hand, and boundless azure light rose up from him as he used the power of an all-heaven immortal to wave his finger. "I'm the number one in the echelon," Dao Heaven roared. "You can't beat me. This state of yours will only last for so long." Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he wrapped his wings around his body protectively. At the same time, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a shield to appear, as well as a vast number of magical items. A boom could be heard as Meng Hao's all-heaven finger pressed down onto the shield. Cracking sounds rang out in all directions, and layer by layer, the shield collapsed. Numerous magical items shattered, and then, Meng Hao's finger landed on Dao Heaven's wings. A boom rattled out as the wings were shredded to pieces, transforming into nothing but ash. Dao Heaven screamed miserably as Meng Hao's finger continued on. Then he raised his right arm, apparently intending to use the ancient treasure, the immortal flail, to block. Popping sounds filled the air, which came from the immortal flail shattering. When it came into contact with Meng Hao's all-heaven finger, the ancient treasure was incapable of doing anything against it. Dao Heaven's eyes went wide with disbelief. All of a sudden, his right arm exploded into a haze of blood by the lightning-like strike of Meng Hao's finger. Undying God magic! Dao Heaven cried in terror. Blood-red light rose up from his body, transforming into a magical symbol which slammed into Meng Hao's finger. The magical symbol trembled, but didn't break, and the mighty force of Meng Hao's finger attack sent Dao Heaven tumbling backward. In the blink of an eye, he had flown over the border between the fifth nation and the fourth nation. Once in the fourth nation, Dao Heaven's magical symbol finally shattered. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his expression turned haggard. However, his desire to fight was not lessened at all. He threw his head back and howled as Meng Hao charged through the national barrier and flew toward him. Meng Hao, you can't kill me. How much longer can you hold out? Once you leave that state, you're dead. Dao Heaven coughed up Chunk's blood, and as Meng Hao closed in on him, performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his hand in front of him. Immediately, the air in front of him rumbled and shattered as a black streak of light flew out. It was none other than a scroll painting, Dao Heaven's Paragon Magic. Paragon painting, open. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the scroll painting began to open up in front of Meng Hao. This time, it didn't open 30%, but instead, 70%. As soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on the unfurling scroll painting, it revealed a land filled with killing intent. In the middle of the land was a statue of a young man in a black robe, sitting there cross-legged. He had long hair that draped down onto the land upon which he sat. Rising up from was an indescribably cold, murderous aura. As soon as the intense murderous aura appeared, it roiled out in all directions, kicking up clouds of dust. Lightning crashed repeatedly, and the entire world was stained by the aura of killing until it was black. It was as if the statue in that scroll was no longer a painting. Furthermore, the windswept realm no longer seemed to be the windswept realm, but instead the world inside the scroll painting. Everything was pitch black, both the land and the sky. And yet somehow, Meng Hao could see everything clearly. The statue was sitting there cross-legged, wearing black robes. All of a sudden, it twitched and then slowly began to look up. It was a simple motion, but it caused rumbling sounds to fill the entire world. The flow of time seemed to cease, and the natural laws seemed to be thrown into massive chaos. Before this person, essences seemed to prostrate and kowtow in worship. An intense killing aura stabbed into Meng Hao's eyes like a sharp arrow, piercing into his mind, causing his entire body to shake. His face fell as he was suddenly filled with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. This sensation of danger did not come from Dao Heaven, but rather from the black-robed figure in the painting. Who is he? Meng Hao thought, his heart pounding. Just what kind of paragon magic is this? Every echelon cultivator had different paragon magics, and of the various types that he had encountered, only Dao Heaven's left him so astonished. Meng Hao's expression was very serious. He was in the all-heaven immortal realm, and knew that he was bursting with power. In fact, without this paragon magic, Dao Heaven would not be a match for him. It didn't matter that Dao Heaven had entered the ancient realm 9 times before. Each of those times he had been treading the incorrect path. Meng Hao's path was that of the all-heaven immortal, an ancient path, and the most powerful in the immortal realm. Dao Heaven looked at Meng Hao, his eyes blazing with killing intent. You said before that my path was wrong. My path was most certainly incorrect. Of that I am well aware. What you don't know is that there is a reason why I continue to tread the same incorrect path, and then return back to the immortal realm. That is because the path I want is the path cultivated by the man in my magical paragon painting. I don't know his name, nor do I know what this painting truly depicts. But what I do know is that the painting is ordinary, the paper is ordinary, and even the wooden rollers are ordinary. The only thing beyond ordinary about it is the black-robed figure inside. Because of him, the ordinary paper and the commonplace wooden rollers transformed into something miraculous and extraordinary. He represents slaughter, and is filled with a murderous aura the likes of which I have never encountered anywhere else in my life. Because of that, I call him Slaughter, and in my heart, I view him as my master. As Tao Heaven's words rang out, he knelt in front of the scroll painting, his eyes burning with passion as he kowtowed deeply. After he kowtowed, the statue finished looking up, and its face was finally revealed. It was a pale face, expressionless, and seemingly ordinary. However, within those ordinary facial features could be seen an indescribable iciness as he stared coldly at Meng Hao. A mere look caused Meng Hao's body to shake. He felt an unspeakable pressure crushing down onto him, something superior even to the pressure of the ninth sea. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and despite being in the all-heaven immortal realm, he began to stagger backward. He had no desire to fall back, but the gaze of the black-robed man in the scroll painting gave him no choice. As he fell back, the pressure from the man in the painting pushed down on him to the point where it seemed he couldn't take it anymore, and would be forced to his knees, forced to capitulate, forced to offer worship. With every step that he took back, Meng Hao roared. Finally, after 7 steps had been taken, and his eyes were completely bloodshot, he forced himself to come to a stop. The price he had to pay was that a cloud of blood sprayed out of his mouth. His knees shook so violently they felt like they might break. I can't believe I'm being forced into retreat by nothing more than a painting, he thought. Even if the person in that painting was once an almighty figure, perhaps even a paragon, right now he's just a painting. Why the hell? Can he force me to fall back? Meng Hao struggled to hold his head up, and a vicious expression appeared on his face. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. However, at the same time, his aura surged mightily. My Tao is that of freedom and independence, he growled. Other than my father and mother, there's nobody in the world who can make Meng Hao kowtow. Who the hell do you think you are? He finished with a roar, and his all-heaven immortal cultivation base spun rapidly. His only immortal meridian rapidly expanded, forming the framework of a bridge inside of him. He waved his right hand ferociously, and that bridge-like immortal meridian suddenly erupted with power. Endless rumbling echoed out as it materialized. A real bridge, right in front of him, the Paragon Bridge. Meng Hao's Paragon magic was a powerful Tao to begin with. Although its power had seemed rather ordinary early on, that was not because of the magic itself, but rather because Meng Hao's cultivation base had not been powerful enough to manifest much of it. Now, though in the all-heaven immortal realm, the unleashing of the Paragon Bridge was completely unlike before. Rumbling filled the air as the majestic bridge descended right in front of Meng Hao, causing the sky to vibrate, shattering the land. It didn't appear to be illusory, but rather a true and actual bridge. It was shocking, indescribably large, as if the entire world was but a mere corner of it. The bridge filled the sky, sweeping across everything, and it emanated the supreme aura of a paragon. The world trembled, and the lands were terrified. By using the all-heaven immortal realm, Meng Hao had finally revealed some of its true splendor and power. And yet there was more. Illusory figures appeared atop the bridge. Although it was impossible to see them clearly, they existed on various locations on the bridge. These figures radiated terrifying might, and apparently were people from the past who had qualified to stride upon the Paragon Bridge. Although they did not end up walking across the entire bridge, as former almighty figures in heaven and earth, they were able to leave behind some divine will. In the same moment that the Paragon Bridge appeared, the black-robed statue in the painting looked at it, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. He suddenly murmured, "Heaven trampling, bridge." His voice was filled with the sensation of memories, and yet the same coldness as before. This turn of events caused even Tao Heaven's face to fill with utter shock. His head jerked up in the middle of his kowtow. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. The scroll painting was his, and the paragon magic was his. And yet, even he had never before heard the black-robed figure within speak a single word. It was as if the appearance of the Paragon Bridge had provoked some unpredictable transformation. Even as Dao Heaven's heart trembled, Meng Hao's mind began to spin. Heaven-trampling bridge? He thought, staring at his own Paragon Bridge. Shockingly, the black-robed statue in the painting suddenly rose to his feet and took a step forward, his long hair trailing behind him. When he took that step, Dao Heaven's heart trembled. Meng Hao was standing directly in his path, and could see things even more clearly. It was as if the step he took contained some type of Dao, something that could bend space and shrink a huge span to the distance of an inch, something that could create something from nothing. With that step, he emerged from the painting, entered reality, and appeared on top of Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge. Meng Hao's mind spun as he looked at the black-robed figure standing atop the Paragon Bridge. The young man's expression was cold, but it was also tinged with reminiscence. He began to walk across the heaven-trampling bridge, step after step, passing numerous other figures, as if he wished to walk the bridge to its very end. But then he stopped walking. He looked down at the bridge beneath his feet, and seemed to grow melancholy. This heaven-trampling bridge is incomplete, he murmured. I am also incomplete. That year, I stood in front of him and my mission accomplished. Then I turned, heart filled with a strange pain, with sorrow, and I vanished. So why am I still here? Then he began to laugh, a laughter filled with icy coldness and a murderous aura. I loved her more than you did. Laughing maniacally, the black-robed figure swished his sleeve. Rumbling could be heard as the Paragon Bridge collapsed. As it did, the black-robed figure trembled and faded away along with the heaven-trampling bridge, his expression one of reminiscence and pain. When he reappeared, he was back inside the scroll painting, a statue once again, his head bowed. When that happened, Dao Heaven made a gurgling sound and vomited a mouthful of blood. A mist of blood exploded around him. Apparently, the scroll painting possessed a gravitational force that absorbed nearly half of his life force. Dao Heaven trembled, and his face went pale white. He had used this paragon magic on many occasions, but never had it resulted in a backlash like just now. Meng Hao also coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell back. He could sense that his time as an all-heaven immortal was reaching its conclusion. Eyes glittering, he reached up and patted the top of his head, voluntarily leaving the all-heaven immortal realm. The nirvana fruit emerged from his forehead and dropped down into the palm of his hand. His aura dropped, and his face turned ashen. He stood there, unmoving, staring coldly at Dao Heaven. "Still want to keep fighting?" he said calmly. Dao Heaven panted as the scroll painting faded away. Then he looked over at Meng Hao, smiled coldly and said, "What are you scared? You're beyond weak now. I could kill you as easily as turning over my hand." Inwardly, though, he was hesitant. He still wasn't completely sure whether or not Meng Hao could continue fighting in that incredibly powerful state. Hundreds of thoughts ran through Meng Hao's head. Originally, his plan was to try to intimidate Dao Heaven through his calmness. But then he realized something and came up with a new plan. Frowning, he looked over at Dao Heaven and then held his nirvana fruit out in the palm of his hand, where it glittered with brilliant light. "To kill you would cost me quite a bit," he said. "I would end up heavily injuring myself, which would make it a lot harder to get anything more out of the windswept realm. However, if you're intent on dying, then I can help you reach your goal." Dao Heaven's eyes went wide as he looked at Meng Hao. Had Meng Hao remained calm, he would immediately have assumed he was trying to pull a fast one. However, to see Meng Hao frown the way he did made it seem like he was making this decision because he had no other choice. Suddenly, Dao Heaven wasn't quite sure what was the truth. "I'll know for sure if I just attack him," he thought. Eyes flickering, he shot toward Meng Hao. Almost in the exact moment that the murderous thoughts rose up in Dao Heaven's mind, he shot forward. Meng Hao snorted coldly and suddenly backed up. At the same time, he decisively pushed the nirvana fruit down into his forehead. Simultaneously, intense killing intent flickered up in his eyes. His cold gaze locked onto Dao Heaven in the same way it might look at a corpse. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the nirvana fruit merged into his forehead. His energy immediately shot up. This time, the effect was different than before. He wasn't immobilized as his body grew larger. Azure light flickered into being around him, and he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Then he waved his hand at Dao Heaven, causing the essence of divine flame to erupt out, which filled the sky. Dao Heaven's heart trembled, and he suddenly lurched to a stop before shooting backward. As it turned out, he didn't actually want to keep fighting Meng Hao to the death. He didn't even want to fight at all. The backlash from his Paragon painting had left him extremely weak. Most importantly, he wasn't confident in being able to take Meng Hao out right now. Seeing Meng Hao once again enter that terrifying state confirmed that Meng Hao was capable of killing him. This magic of his has a set time limit, or maybe it's limited in the number of times he can use it. Well, whatever the limitations are, he'll still have to pay a price to use it. That was something he wasn't lying about. Even if he did kill me, he couldn't kill my soul. I still have lives left. And actually, the windswept realm trial by fire isn't over yet. If we both get severely injured, not only would other echelon cultivators try to take advantage of the situation, we might lose our chance at getting more good fortune from the windswept realm. Besides, there's no saying whether or not he could actually kill me in the final battle. Conversely, even if I can kill him, then I would likewise be devastated, and wouldn't be able to recover quickly or easily. Dao Heaven had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. If Meng Hao hadn't struck fear into his heart, he wouldn't be vacillating in such a way. But now, the facts were out in the open, and he had no choice but to consider the consequences of them inflicting serious injuries on each other. As he retreated, Meng Hao stood in place. Instead of giving chase, he looked over coldly. Unless you want to fight to the death, don't come looking for me. My patience has its limits. Then he took a step forward, stamping his foot onto the ground. The ground quaked and the air vibrated as an incredible power surged up from him. A shockwave blasted out in all directions. Dao Heaven continued to flee. He was still suspicious, but he had no way to tell whether or not Meng Hao was simply putting on a show. It was hard to tell, and he was forced to simply guess. His facial expression constantly flickered as he ran through the possibilities in his mind, and his eyes glittered. Finally, he laughed loudly. Are you so anxious to finish our little fight, Meng Hao? There are many paths to follow. If you want to pick this one, who am I to stop you? Meng Hao shook his head. Energy surging, he shot forward, leaving afterimages behind him. He waved his hand, causing divine flame to spread out above Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven's face fell, and he instantly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger toward the ground. Black fog roiled up, transforming into a rumbling vortex. A huge hand then stretched up out of the vortex, which pushed out toward the divine flame. At the moment, raging flames covered Meng Hao's face, making it so that Dao Heaven couldn't see his face clearly. All he could see were his cold eyes, flickering with killing intent. Meng Hao didn't pause for even a second. As the essence of divine flame and Dao Heaven's magical technique slammed into each other, he strode forward and said, God slaying. His right hand clenched into a fist, seemingly embodying the will and might of heaven. The chi flow of the windswept realm converged, and his all-heaven immortal cultivation base caused colors to flash and the wind to scream. Dao Heaven's face fell as he continued to retreat, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. A portal suddenly appeared, which slammed open to reveal 9 bone dragons. Roaring, they flew out of the portal toward Meng Hao, surging with energy. Roar! Meng Hao's fist caused the world to shatter. The 9 bone dragons let out plaintive shrieks as they were shattered into tiny pieces. Dao Heaven took a deep breath, and then flashed through the air, instantly falling back by 3,000 meters. Then he laughed. Meng Hao, fighting like this is meaningless. Since you don't really feel like continuing, then Chun, will just take my leave. Obviously, Dao Heaven was his Taoist name, whereas his true surname was Chun. With that, Dao Heaven fled, his expression normal, but his heart filled with vigilance. Based on his personality, he thought, if he actually stops fighting because of what I said, then I'll know he's trying to trick me. As Dao Heaven fled, his expression and demeanor made it seem as if he truly wished to get away. Meng Hao's face was covered by the divine flame, and as such, Dao Heaven couldn't see anything more than Meng Hao's eyes. Those eyes didn't change at all, and in fact, grew colder than ever. Even as Dao Heaven attempted to flee, Meng Hao caused the starstone in his eyes to melt, covering his body so that he transformed into a planet. It was a planet wreathed in divine flame, making it look like a shooting star as it sped after Dao Heaven. Based on its speed and trajectory, it really seemed as if he wanted to catch up. Dao Heaven realized this, and his expression turned dark. So he really does still have enough power to stay in that realm. Even as Meng Hao closed in, Dao Heaven suddenly increased his speed. In a flash, he was a great distance away. Meng Hao, he called behind him, have you met a girl named Shuer yet? If not, I should really leave you alive so that you have a chance to meet her. Next time we run into each other, though, that will be the day you die. Laughing, he shot off with incredible speed. Pipe down, Meng Hao said from within the planet, his voice echoing out with incredible pressure. He continued to give chase for another several thousand meters. However, considering Dao Heaven's incredible speed, soon there was no trace of him. Meng Hao slowly came to a stop. The planet disappeared, and his human form reappeared. He looked no different than he usually did. The nirvana fruit emerged from his forehead and dropped into his hand. He hovered there in midair, expression cold, looking in the direction Dao Heaven had fled. Finally, he gave a cold harumph, turned, and headed off in a different direction. He took his time leaving, and as for the direction he chose, it was none other than the third nation. Not long after he disappeared over the horizon, a strand of black smoke appeared on the battlefield. It swirled together in midair to reveal an illusory image of Dao Heaven. Frowning. As Meng Hao disappeared in the distance, he let out a sigh. So he wasn't trying to trick me. After fighting me, he actually chose to go to the third nation. This Meng Hao is a formidable opponent. The illusory figure shook his head, then vanished. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was calmly making his way across the border of the fourth nation and into the third nation. As soon as he entered the third nation, he staggered to a stop and coughed up 8 successive mouthfuls of blood. With each mouthful of blood, his body wasted away by 10%. After only a few breaths of time had passed, he was so skinny that he looked like nothing more than a bag of bones. His hair had even turned completely gray. His expression lackluster, he very nearly fell down to the ground. As he stood there, he smiled bitterly. He actually had tricked Dao Heaven. His final decision to enter the all-heaven immortal realm came at the price of burning his life force almost to the very limit. In fact, he couldn't have proceeded much further even if he wanted to. It was only when he reached this point, and was behind the barrier between nations, a place where Dao Heaven wouldn't be able to observe him, that he allowed himself to weaken rapidly. As the blood sprayed out of his mouth, he grew weaker and weaker. This Dao Heaven is incredibly powerful, he murmured. The reason he had covered his face with the essence of divine flame earlier was because he didn't want Dao Heaven to realize that he was burning his life force. It was for the same reason that he chose to use the one-thought stellar transformation to become a planet in the final chase. Furthermore, the reason he chose to come to the third nation was that, according to his analysis of the situation, the fact that Dao Heaven had avoided the third nation on multiple occasions made it obvious that something was fishy. Picking the third nation made it seem like he was far more stronger than he actually was. Fooling Dao Heaven was not an easy thing. He was incredibly devious and suspicious, and made numerous probing attempts to find out if Meng Hao was trying to trick him. To Meng Hao, it was like walking along the edge of a cliff. Even the slightest misstep could have left him in grave danger. What a pity! If I could fully absorb the second nirvana fruit, and truly step into the all-heaven immortal realm, then I could definitely kill Dao Heaven. Right now, though, I'm not a match for him. Meng Hao frowned. He had to admit that in all the years he had practiced cultivation, and among all the countless chosen he had encountered, because of all the good fortune he had encountered, there was no one in his generation who was a match for him. He was even capable of sweeping over the echelon, except for the echelon cultivator from the first mountain, Dao Heaven. He was a truly formidable opponent. After all, although Meng Hao had practiced cultivation for a much shorter time than Dao Heaven, who had deep and profound resources at his disposal, Meng Hao also had significant good fortune, and was far beyond ordinary. Anyone who got into the echelon was by default an extraordinary person. Also, anyone who had a chance of being acknowledged by Shuer, the successor of Immortal Ancient, could by no means be a weakling. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he produced some medicinal pills to consume. After a moment, his eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. How come I didn't feel any pressure after entering the third nation? Before, every time he passed through border barrier from one nation to another, there would always be pressure weighing down. The only time it hadn't happened was here in the third nation. Dao Heaven always seemed to avoid the third nation. There must be some mysterious secret about this place. However, that's a good thing for me, since I'll be able to focus fully on healing myself. Although I don't want to stay here for too long. Once I've recovered a bit, I'll head back to the ninth nation. He flew onward, and before long reached a mountain range, where he found a remote cave. After settling down to meditate, he sealed the cave mouth. However, in almost the same moment that he began to meditate, his eyes snapped open. A brilliant red light had just begun to shine up from the blood-colored mask inside his bag of holding. Even the bag of holding was incapable of covering it up. Simultaneously, Meng Hao could sense the aura of the blood mastiff. It had been years since the blood mastiff had dissipated in the midst of protecting him. Although he had sensed signs that it might awaken on numerous occasions, this was the strongest by far. Meng Hao was delighted, and immediately took the blood-colored mask out of his bag of holding and sent some divine sense into it. As soon as he felt the blood mastiff, he realized that a connection and resonance had sprung up between them. There was an aura of blood in the area, which was incredibly enticing to the blood mastiff. It filled it with desire and was the main reason why it was now waking up. That blood was coming from the earth, from deep within the earth. Around the same time that Meng Hao entered the third nation, the middle-aged man in the imperial robes who sat cross-legged on the third nation's national aura mountain was looking into a crystal ball that floated in front of him. Light swirled about inside the crystal ball, and apparently, an entire world existed isolated therein. If you looked closely, you would be able to tell that within that isolated world were three people. They were screaming and apparently wished to be able to break out of the world, but could not. If Meng Hao were there to see them, he would be incredibly shocked, perhaps even feel his scalp go numb. That was because he knew two of them. One was the dead boy Hong Bin and the other was the 10th echelon cultivator Hai Dongqing. As for the third person, it was easy to imagine who it might be. As expected, it was the echelon cultivator from the second nation, who had died by Dao Heaven's hands. Although those three people were already dead, their souls appeared to be sealed inside of that crystal ball. What a bizarre situation! Suddenly, the man in the imperial robes opened his eyes, and a mysterious light could be seen glowing within them. He slowly turned to look in the direction of the border between the third and fourth nations. In the same moment, Meng Hao entered the third nation. This man's cultivation base was not incredibly high, and he was not even in the immortal realm. However, he had a bizarre aura floating around him that made him seem completely mysterious and enigmatic. At the same time that he opened his eyes, numerous figures appeared around him, either standing on the mountain peak or floating above it. All of them wore black robes, with cowls that covered their heads, making it impossible to see their faces. However, all of those figures emanated the ripples of the ancient realm. Of course, cultivators of the windswept realm were incapable of breaking through to even the immortal realm, let alone the ancient realm. And yet here were multiple powerful experts of the ancient realm. Furthermore, among the black-robed experts were 2 or 3 whose cultivation base ripples were stronger than the others, indicating that they were comparable to elders from various sects and clans in the mountain and sea realm, with 10 or more extinguished soul lamps. All of them hovered there silently, awaiting the orders of the man in the imperial robes. As for that very man, his expression was the same as ever as he waved his right hand, causing numerous flickering images to appear in front of him. One of those images depicted Meng Hao entering the third nation. He watched thoughtfully as Meng Hao coughed up blood, his body withering. The man's eyes flickered. "Is the girl taken care of?" he asked suddenly. "We sent people to kill her," said one of the black-robed cultivators, his voice hoarse, like that of an old man. "Unfortunately, she's very crafty, and has managed to evade them thus far. She's still alive. She's a dangerous variable," the man in the imperial robes said. "Go take care of her yourself just to be safe. Time is wasting away, so make it happen quickly. For the true Tao," the black-robed man said earnestly, clasping hands and bowing. "For the true Tao," responded the man in the imperial robes. "For the true Tao." The rest of the black-robed men chanted fervently in unison, lowering their heads. Regarding Meng Hao, he counts for nothing, much the same as Tao Heaven. They are ants in a maze, nothing more. Ignore them. If he dares to come to the National Aura Mountain, then just as Tao Heaven, he will flee in fright and never dare to set foot back into the third nation again. We should tangle with the echelon only if necessary, so leave them alone. They will become useful to us later. Soon, when we leave this mountain, then we will achieve our grand design. The man smiled, gazed into the crystal ball for a long moment, and then closed his eyes. The black-robed men maintained silence. After clasping hands and bowing, they slowly dispersed, each one heading in a different direction. In his immortal's cave in the third nation, Meng Hao's heart trembled as he looked down at the blood-colored mask. Then he glanced at the ground. Eyes flickering, he sent out some divine sense into the earth. After a moment passed, he frowned. His divine sense wasn't able to locate anything unusual. However, from the way the mastiff was struggling to awaken, he could tell that its intense thirst was increasing. Meng Hao had never sensed anything like this from the mastiff before. It was as if, in order to sate that thirst, the mastiff would not only awaken, but do so in a transmogrified state. It would be different than before, having undergone a drastic transformation. What exactly is hidden down there? He thought. Instead of doing anything rash, he put the blood-colored mask away, closed his eyes, and continued meditating to heal his injuries. With medicinal pills and his eternal stratum, he recovered rapidly. After only 3 days, his eyes opened, and they shone with a brilliant light. "I'm 60% recovered," he murmured. "From here on out, my recovery will naturally slow down." During the 3 days he had spent recuperating, the mastiff's thirst had only gotten stronger. He slapped his bag of holding, and the parrot and meat jelly flew out. They looked around nervously for a moment, but, seeing no danger, heaved sighs of relief. "Don't worry, Tao Heaven isn't chasing us," Meng Hao said with a cold snort. Sometimes the parrot and meat jelly acted fearless in the face of death. At other times, they seemed like unbelievable cowards. The whole thing was a huge headache for Meng Hao. He just couldn't believe that they were unaware of the battle that had occurred with Tao Heaven. He had even considered directly summoning them. However, during the heat of the battle, both of them had been busy playing dead. "Hey, you can't blame Lord Fifth for this," said the parrot with a guilty chuckle. Considering Lord Fifth's level of skill, a single glance and a few breaths of time would be all it took to wipe Tao Heaven out thousands of times over. The problem was I really happened to be napping at the time. Ha ha ha. Lord Third disagrees, the meat jelly said solemnly. Lord Third thinks that you need practice. In order to become truly strong, you need more and more experience. Lord Third will never help you unless it's absolutely, positively necessary. To hear the meat jelly say something like this caused Meng Hao to stare in shock. Historically speaking, the meat jelly would always just copy the parrot. It wasn't just Meng Hao who was taken aback. The parrot was also stunned. "Did you two get into an argument?" Meng Hao asked curiously. The parrot cleared its throat, then glared threateningly at the meat jelly. "Old Third is actually right," it said, putting on an air of superiority. It seems there's no need for Lord Fifth to hide the truth from you. It's true. Unless there is an extremely deadly crisis, we won't do anything to help you. That's right, yelled the meat jelly. Lord Third and this evil bird did get into an argument. Damned pigeon. Henceforth, our differences are irreconcilable. What did you just say? I dare you to say it again, squawked the parrot, its feathers standing on end. I'll say it again, roared the meat jelly, glaring at the parrot. I'll even say it 3 times. Meng Hao instantly felt a headache coming on. Seeing that the two of them were about to start arguing, he snapped, Enough! If you want to argue, you can do it back inside the bag of holding. Parrot, look around and see if you can see anything strange about this place. Meat jelly, you check it out too. There's something off here. There's, some bullies. At first the meat jelly looked disdainful, but as soon as it heard bullies mentioned, its eyes shone brightly. It looked closely at the ground, and then suddenly gasped. There really are bullies. Lots of bullies. The parrot looked over, and its expression flickered with disbelief. Desolate blood-driven heavenly departure formation. That's an ancient evil spell formation, and yet people nowadays are still able to use it? It operates on sacrifices, but to offer sacrifices here, this is impossible. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he sent out his divine sense to merge with the parrot and meat jelly. In that instant, his mind trembled, and he suddenly saw numerous images. Deep down in the earth, far, far below, was a sprawling necropolis. The necropolis was huge and featured 99 gigantic pits of boiling blood. The boiling blood let off a blood-colored mist that swirled up into the air. Sitting cross-legged next to each of the 99 blood pits were countless cultivators. Their cultivation bases were not very advanced, and so skinny that they looked like bags of bones. They stood next to the pits, fanatical expressions on their faces, as they slashed their arms with knives and poured the blood out into the pits. Gradually, the sound of chanting could be heard, filling the necropolis. Deeper into the necropolis were dozens of black-robed figures, sitting cross-legged in meditation. They appeared to be standing guard. Because they were protected by what seemed to be a spell formation, Meng Hao couldn't make out the level of their cultivation bases. Most shocking of all was that at the bottom of each of the 99 blood pits was a cultivator, sitting there cross-legged. There were 99 of them, one for each pit, and considering that they were submerged in blood, if it weren't for the fact that Meng Hao was using a special vision technique, he wouldn't be able to see them. Meng Hao recognized one of those cultivators. It was none other than the old man from the 9th nation, Jian Daozi. Meng Hao began to pant. With the help of the parrot and meat jelly, his vision pierced down into the blood pits. What he saw was that the pits were actually shaped like funnels, and if you looked closely, there were eyelets at the bottom. Beneath those eyelets, and beneath the 99 blood pits, was a tunnel that led to another part of the necropolis. It was much smaller than the main necropolis, almost like a secret chamber connected to the larger structure up above. Both structures together almost looked like an inverted bottle gourd. Within that secret chamber were several statues that resembled spirit creatures, including a turtle, a crane, and even a bat. The statues were connected by a ray of light, then linked them together, forming a circle. In the middle of that large circle, in the very center of the secret chamber, was a blood-colored block of ice. That blood-colored block of ice contained something sealed inside of it, a blood-colored bat. That bat looked the same in every respect as the bat statue among the surrounding group of statues. Currently, the block of ice was melting, and as it did, a blood chi rose up into the tunnel above, to be absorbed by the 99 eyelets. What is all this? Thought Meng Hao, his face flickering. When he looked at the blood-colored block of ice, he immediately felt an aura of boundless evil buffet against him. Although he was only looking at it with divine sense, and was separated from it by the parrot and meat jelly, he could still sense it. It was an evil filled with madness and terrifying power. It was definitely something that cultivators couldn't control. It was like something that exceeded the natural laws of heaven and earth, and even that of essence. That's a renegade spirit, the parrot murmured. Renegade spirit. It was a term Meng Hao wasn't familiar with, but from the way the parrot said it, it sounded like something that had a long, complicated history. The meat jelly looked confused at first, but after a moment appeared to have recalled something, and it started to shake. At the same time, the blood mastiff, who was still in his bag of holding, inside the blood-colored mask, began to struggle with an even stronger thirst, as if it wanted to consume that blood-colored bat. Meng Hao's face flickered as he retracted his divine sense from the necropolis. He sat there in the Immortal's cave, lost in thought and hesitation. However, inside the blood-colored mask, the blood mastiff was emanating an intense thirst that seemed to be reaching a peak. "So you want to eat it, huh?" Meng Hao murmured. He suddenly clenched his teeth. If he wanted his cultivation base restored to its peak, it would take over a month, even with the combination of medicinal pills and his eternal stratum. However, too many things could happen in a month. There were strange goings-on in the Third Nation, and he had no desire to stay here any longer than necessary. "Well, I'm going to help you." The mastiff occupied a special place in his heart. He would never forget the first time he had laid eyes on it, how small it had been, and how attached it was to him. He had raised it from when it was tiny, and in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, it had protected him and had even died for him without the slightest hesitation. In its final moments, it had merely turned back for a moment in an attempt to lick his face, as doing so one more time would make it completely content. Images from the past rose up in his mind. How could Meng Hao ever forget his loyal mastiff? As soon as he made his decision, the parrot looked at him in shock. "Are you crazy?" the parrot squawked. "That's a renegade spirit, a mysterious entity of heaven and earth. It looks like this particular renegade spirit is dead, but it's definitely something that you and the mastiff are no match for. These people of the windswept realm can use this renegade spirit," Meng Hao replied. "Well, why can't I?" Without any further hesitation, he stamped his foot on the ground and began to sink down into the earth. The parrot let out another squawk and, seemingly throwing caution to the wind, followed Meng Hao. The meat jelly blinked and then also followed along. "Damn it, possess a renegade spirit?" the parrot muttered. "Consume it? Take its place? Crazy. Meng Hao, you're crazy. That mastiff is crazy too. Well, fudge. Lord Fifth is also crazy." As the meat jelly followed along, it also yelled, "Lord Third is crazy too." Meng Hao sank down into the ground, heading in the direction he had probed earlier with divine sense. Meanwhile, out in the Third Nation, the man in the imperial robes sat cross-legged on the national Aura Mountain. All of a sudden, his eyes snapped open. He shot to his feet, his expression one of shock, disbelief, and then rage. "Damn it! The renegade spirit's blood burial site has a spell formation that obscures divine sense. The secret entrance wouldn't even be visible to someone in the Tao realm. This Meng Hao, how did he discover it?" The man's face flickered, and without realizing it, he began to take a step forward. However, in almost the same moment he stopped in place, eyes fixed on the crystal ball. His expression darkened. "Kill him and bring me his head," he ordered coldly. Investigate how exactly he was able to see through to the blood burial site. In response to his orders, 17 or so black-robed men appeared nearby, all of whom clasped hands and said, "For the true Tao." With that, they turned and disappeared. Down below the lands of the Third Nation, Meng Hao sped along, his expression ruthless, his eyes swirling with killing intent. He wasn't fully recovered from his injuries, but he could unleash about 60 to 70% of his cultivation base. Bursting with explosive speed, he went deeper and deeper. Everything was pitch black, and there was no path that could be seen. Even sending out his divine sense, he saw nothing. Soon, he reached the location he had seen with the help of the parrot and meat jelly. He came to a stop. "It should be around here," he thought, eyes flickering. He looked over at the parrot, who muttered to itself for a moment before shining with radiant, multicolored light that spread out in all directions. There up ahead, Meng Hao could finally see the necropolis in his divine sense. He looked at it and gritted his teeth. He knew that there was something strange going on in the Third Nation, and he was well aware that his cultivation base had not yet been restored to its peak. Therefore, if he was going to fight, he needed to do it decisively. He shot forward, causing muffled rumbling sounds to echo out underneath the lands. He pierced through the soil like an arrow, and when he emerged, he found that he wasn't inside the necropolis, but rather had just slammed into a huge, invisible barrier. The moment his body slammed into it, a backlash attack hit him, and blood oozed out of his mouth. He backed up, and everything began to shake. Cracks spread out on the surface of the barrier. At the same time, the cultivators inside the necropolis all heard the rumbling sounds, and could sense the trembling. They clustered around the blood pits, and the ones slashing their arms to pour out blood all looked up with expressions of shock. Simultaneously, the dozens of black-robed cultivators with obscured faces, the ones standing guard, all rose to their feet and looked in the direction from which the sound echoed. Outside of the necropolis, Meng Hao bellowed, "Parrot!" The parrot seemed conflicted about what to do for a moment, but then it squawked and caused the light shining off of it to speed toward the barrier. "Listen to Lord Fifth and open up," it roared. The multicolored light slammed into the barrier, instantly opening up a hole. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hao shot through the hole, stepping right into the necropolis. Everything happened incredibly quickly, which was how Meng Hao preferred to do things, to fight with decisiveness. Almost as soon as he entered the necropolis, cold snorts echoed out, and dozens of black-robed men flew into the air. All of them emanated the fluctuations of ancient realm cultivation bases. Their energy surged, and they joined forces in a unified attack, which sped through the air toward Meng Hao. Almost as soon as Meng Hao began to charge forward, his face fell. "Damn it," he thought. "The windswept realm isn't limited to the immortal realm after all. Where did all these ancient realm cultivators come from?" He waved his right hand, sending the essence of divine flame roaring out toward the dozens of black-robed cultivators. A boom rang out, and blood oozed from Meng Hao's mouth as he backed up. The dozens of black-robed cultivators also backed up a bit, but it only took a moment for them to once again close in. Divine abilities and magical techniques blazed to life, joining together and then smashing toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as the lightning cauldron appeared. Thunder cracked, and electricity danced, but unfortunately, the transpositioning function didn't work. Meng Hao's heart sank. Putting the lightning cauldron away, he didn't hesitate any longer to stride forward and meet the incoming cultivators in battle. "Screw off!" he roared, relying on the strength of his fleshly body to fight back against the divine abilities and magical techniques. He was like an explosive dragon battering ahead, his right hand utilizing the life extermination fist, his left hand the bedevilment fist. Both fists struck out with mad, explosive power. 7 black-robed cultivators were blasted aside, blood spraying out of their mouths. Meng Hao shot like lightning toward the region with the blood pits. "Halt!" a cold voice cried. The dozens of the black-robed cultivators once again moved to block Meng Hao's path. 3 of them waved their hands and, shockingly, sea dragons appeared, which roared toward Meng Hao. Taoist magic of the 9 seas god world. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he looked over at the black-robed men. Then he snorted coldly, performed an incantation gesture, and pointed out with his finger. Numerous mountains descended, linking together into a mountain range that smashed down toward the men. At the same time, he shot onward, getting closer to the blood pits. By this point, he was about 300 meters away. The entire necropolis trembled, and quite a few of the black-robed men coughed up blood. However, they continued to seek to block Meng Hao, almost as if they were deranged. This time, they all performed the same incantation gesture, unleashing a bizarre magical technique. True Tao Advent. As soon as the words left their mouths, a bizarre power of natural law sprang up. It transformed into a huge net-like cage that enveloped the surrounding area. Even as it sought to blanket Meng Hao, his face flickered and he transformed into a golden rock. As the net of natural law neared, he suddenly shot forward and slammed into the chest one of the black-robed men. A boom could be heard as the man exploded into bits. After shooting onward by about 150 meters, he returned to human form, lifted his right hand, and jabbed a finger at them. 8th Demon Sealing Hex. This time, what he was hexing was not a single person, but rather a whole group of people plus the net of natural law which was descending down onto him. With the wave of a finger, all of the black-robed men felt themselves shudder to a stop. The huge net also stopped in place. However, Meng Hao had to pay a heavy price. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, he didn't stop for even a moment, closing the remaining 150 meters in a flash, appearing next to one of the blood pits. He waved his hand toward the air above the blood pit, and all of a sudden, all of the blood in the pit rose up and showered out in all directions. There at the bottom of the pit, an old man could now be seen. Moments ago, he had been submerged in the blood, absorbing it, but now that he had been interrupted, he opened his eyes. Previously, his cultivation base had been at the cauldron-seeking stage. However, as of this moment it was clear that it was climbing up. Now, he was in the immortal realm, despite the lack of any door of immortality appearing. The old man let out a shout, and was about to start fighting Meng Hao, when Meng Hao snorted coldly. His right hand shot out with lightning speed in a clawing gesture, latching onto the man's arm and squeezing down hard. Cracking sounds were joined by a blood-curdling scream as all the bones in the man's body were shattered. In the same moment, Meng Hao disappeared into the islet at the bottom of the pit. As soon as he disappeared, booms filled the air, and countless divine abilities and Taoist magics slammed into the spot he had just occupied. The black-robed men surged with energy and began to speed over from all directions. Meng Hao didn't wait for them to show up. He immediately transformed into a beam of light that shot through the islet, and then into the tunnel that led to the secret chamber below. In almost that same instant, brilliant light filled the necropolis. The dozens of black-robed men exchanged glances, then transformed into beams of light that followed Meng Hao down into the blood pit and beyond. At the same time, the other blood pits began to boil, as if they were being sealed. Clouds of bloody mist rose up into the air, which transformed into blood-colored swords that then hovered up above, radiating murderous auras. The only pit with no blood sword was the pit Meng Hao had just vanished into, the one all the black-robed men were speeding toward. Meng Hao moved with incredible speed. When he emerged from the blood pit, he found himself in a long, narrow tunnel that sloped downward into the secret chamber below. When he emerged into the chamber, blood-colored light stabbed dazzlingly into his eyes. Inwardly, he was shocked at the indescribably evil aura that blasted against his face. It was as if countless miserable screams were echoing in his ears. Somehow, the voices seemed familiar, as if each and every one belonged to people he knew. The effect wasn't limited to just voices. Myriad visual hallucinations appeared, and at the same time, his body felt like it was about to collapse, as if he were in the deepest depths of the Yellow Springs. His heart began to pound, and his blood flowed in reverse. His face fell, and his cultivation base was almost thrown into chaos, to the point where he almost lost control of it. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, using the surge of pain to gain clarity. Face pale, he immediately fell back toward the tunnel, and only when he reached it did he manage to stave off the sensations. Furthermore, he had the strong premonition that even remaining at the entrance of the tunnel for too long would allow the evil aura to infect him completely, and he might even lose his cultivation base. The feeling of intuition made his eyes widen. He quickly looked around and saw the statues surrounding him. A Xuanwu turtle, a crane, and even a deer. Are they all renegade spirits? He thought, eyes widening. Then his eyes came to rest on the blood-colored block of ice, and he saw what was sealed inside of it, the blood-colored bat. All of the evil aura was emanating from that blood-colored ice block, and from the blood-colored bat therein. Was the wellspring of evil in this place. The parrot and meat jelly looked around, their faces flickering. It was at this point that a howl echoed out from inside Meng Hao's bag of holding. The blood-colored mask flew out to hover in mid-air, rumbling and emanating blood-colored light. That blood-colored light indicated that the mastiff had finally awakened. It suddenly flew out into the open, turning to look at Meng Hao with a gaze of deep fondness. It was the same look it used to give him when it was small. In its world, Meng Hao was its master, its family, and the entire purpose of its life. After looking at him, its eyes filled with determination, and it howled. Then it turned, transforming into a blood-colored beam that shot into the block of ice, where it began to attempt to possess the renegade spirit, to take its place. If it failed, it would die. But if it succeeded, from then on it would be a renegade spirit. If not for the fact that this renegade spirit was extremely weak, and perhaps had already died long ago, it would normally be impossible for the mastiff to succeed. And even in this state, no one could tell whether it had a chance. Thankfully, it was a spirit born of blood, and therefore had the same origin as the bloodbat, which gave it a bit better of a chance. Rumbling echoed out, and the blood-colored ice block trembled. Strange howls could be heard echoing out, along with the sounds of a fierce battle that quickly filled the secret chamber. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and he backed up swiftly. He was incapable of helping the mastiff possess the renegade spirit, so the only thing he could do was protect it in this critical moment. Whether or not it would have the good fortune to succeed depended completely on the mastiff, not Meng Hao. Furthermore, he couldn't stay where he was. He had to leave. If he stayed any longer, he would be infected by the evil aura, and his cultivation base would begin to waste away. Besides, he could hear the sound of the black-robed cultivators whistling through the tunnel behind him. He took a deep breath and looked over at the parrot and meat jelly. The parrot instantly understood the look in his eyes. It hesitated for a moment, then let out a squawk. Time to go for broke. Fudge. Lord Fifth is gonna go for it. Meng Hao, you owe me a favor. Big time. Old Third. Get over here and help me. The parrot flapped its wings, causing numerous beams of multicolored light to fly out and cover over the blood-colored ice block. The meat jelly didn't look happy about the situation, but it flew over and let the parrot grab it. They merged together, and then unleashed a bizarre Taoist magic that enabled them to assist the mastiff and increase its chances of success. Even with the help of Lord Fifth, its final success will be determined by its own good fortune. The parrot roared. Many thanks, Meng Hao said. You've done all that you can. The rest will be up to it. As for me, I can't help much. But what I can do is stop the intruders and prevent them from interfering. He gave a final look at the block of ice into which the mastiff had disappeared, then turned and flew out of the secret chamber and into the tunnel. Although the evil aura still had a significant influence on him, he could still forcibly resist it for a time. Of course, if Meng Hao could do that, so could the black-robed cultivators. He wasn't willing to risk allowing them into the secret chamber itself. After all, he had no idea what actions they might take that could affect the mastiff and even lead it to fail. He cared too much about the mastiff, and therefore wouldn't make any decisions lightly. The only surefire option was holding the tunnel against the enemy. The overall structure of the blood burial site was composed of two parts, the larger necropolis above, and the smaller secret chamber below. They were connected by this tunnel, which was Meng Hao's current location. Already, he could see the black-robed cultivators closing in on him. Eyes flickering with killing intent, he didn't hesitate for a moment before going on the offensive. Mastiff, you've defended me over and over again. Now, it's my time to defend you, he murmured. He rotated his cultivation base, and killing intent roiled out of him. He wasn't sure if the mastiff would succeed in possessing the renegade spirit, nor how long it would take to do so. But he did know that, at the moment, there was nowhere to retreat to. Nor did he have any desire or need to retreat. He took a deep breath, causing his cultivation base and his immortal meridians to surge with power. He was like a razor-sharp blade that instantly slashed into the attacking black-robed cultivators. The tunnel wasn't very large, making it a challenge to unleash divine abilities and magical techniques. If Meng Hao were at his peak, then killing a few dozen people like this wouldn't be problematic at all. However, His cultivation base was only at about 60% of its normal level, making it difficult to fight. It was a tough task, but he was an echelon cultivator and was in the Immortal Emperor realm. He was someone that ordinary ancient realm experts couldn't easily tousle with. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he attacked. A blood demon head materialized. An essence of divine flame raged in all directions. "You're not cultivators of the windswept realm," he shouted, speeding like lightning into the midst of the black-robed cultivators. His right hand shot out and latched onto the head of one of them, and he unleashed the blood demon grand magic. However, the power of absorption did nothing to the man. The black robe was shredded to pieces, revealing a young man with the top of his head mangled and bloody. His face was pale as he cried out, "Our Daos are different. Your Dao is fabricated, and ours is real. You can't do anything to us. We live and die for the true Dao." Laughing, he faded away into death. Meng Hao's heart trembled. Then, another black-robed cultivator appeared in front of him, and he unleashed the life extermination fist. Rumbling could be heard as his opponent trembled and coughed up blood. His cowl was destroyed, revealing his face. He was a middle-aged man who, shockingly, had a scale on his forehead. He was a demonic cultivator. "For the true Dao," he cried, and then began to laugh maniacally before exploding into bits. There was no change in facial expression whatsoever on the part of the other black-robed cultivators, nor did they speak. However, they attacked with increased ferocity, unleashing a biting wind that swept across Meng Hao. Suddenly, 9 sea dragons roared toward him with gaping maws. The more Meng Hao fought, the more shocked he was. He was getting a very strange feeling from these black-robed enemies. Frowning, he summoned the Paragon Bridge, which instantly emanated crushing pressure, forcing the black-robed cultivators away. Meng Hao made a grasping motion, and the bone-tip spear appeared in his hand, which he stabbed toward the forehead of one of the black-robed cultivators. The cowl of the robe was thrown back, revealing a woman. Despite the fact that she was about to die, she showed no fear. "For the true Dao," she said coolly before exploding. Meng Hao's hair was beginning to stand on end. If by this point he didn't realize who these people were, then he didn't deserve to be the shrewd and cunning crown prince of the Fang clan. As soon as he saw their cultivation bases, he immediately thought back to the warning given by Jian Daozi when they had first arrived in the 9th Nation. Back by the waterfall, after seeing the demon mantra, mesmeric rebuke in use, he had employed his celestial vision technique to observe the figure hidden behind the water. He had begun to make speculations even at that time. Later, he saw all of the other cultivators sinking into their desires, and he suddenly became aware that it was possible to become lost within the windswept realm. Then he realized that it was probably possible to stay there, to choose to not leave, to remain behind in the windswept realm, eternally lost therein. Back then, he had considered that as a possibility. Now, facing these black-robed cultivators, Meng Hao received confirmation of his suspicions. "You people are cultivators from the mountain and sea realm," he roared. "You are from previous generations who came to the windswept realm and then lost yourself in your desires. In the end, you chose not to leave." The black-robed cultivators didn't answer his accusation. Instead, they simply looked at him and said, "For the true Dao." Their voices were calm, and even seemed to contain some strange power that left Meng Hao in shock. Next, the black-robed cultivators shot forward in attack. Booms rang out. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were spattered in the blood of his enemies. Meanwhile, up above in the necropolis, the air rippled as 17 figures suddenly appeared. These were the people who had been dispatched by the man in the imperial robes. Black cowls obscured their facial features, and from the ripples coming from the cultivation base of the man in the lead, he actually had 10 extinguished soul lamps. When the man spoke, his voice was incredibly ancient. "Hear the orders of the Emperor. Kill Meng Hao. Fiendish formation, return to your positions. Resume the blood refinement." All of a sudden, all of the blood pits began to boil madly. The blood swords hovering over them flew over to the black-robed man, swirled around him, and then lined up into formation, after which they shot down into the tunnel toward Meng Hao. In almost the same moment that the blood-colored swords began to speed through the air, the bubbling blood in the 98 pits suddenly shrank down, revealing 98 cultivators. Each and every one was an old man, and they were all radiating blood-colored light that seemed to burst with evil. Suddenly, their eyes opened, and what could be seen was not the clarity of normal eyes, but a murky, bloody glow. It was as if they weren't even conscious or aware of themselves, as if they had been transformed into puppets that merely followed orders or acted on instinct. One of those old men was Jian Daozi, who no longer looked shrewd and intelligent like before. However, he didn't seem ancient and decrepit like before either, but instead seemed to burst with the vigor of his prime. All of them began to breathe, and when they exhaled, the air of evil around them seemed to increase. "Kill the intruder Meng Hao," said the black-robed man, his voice hoarse and raspy. Instantly, the 98 blood-colored cultivators roared and flew into the air. Currently, their cultivation bases were no longer at the cauldron-seeking stage. They had broken through from the spirit realm and into the immortal realm. Although they had just broken through, the evil auras that surrounded them made them seem extremely eerie. 98 old men became beams of blood-colored light that sped through the air toward the pit where Meng Hao was located. "You people too. Get in there," the black-robed leader said to the other men who had come with him. One by one, they blurred away, vanishing. The black-robed leader was the last one to do anything. It was impossible to see his face or his expression, but he seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before waving his hand and causing a black light to spread out. It spread out to cover the entire area, apparently sealing it. Having accomplished this, the man began to slowly walk toward the pit where Meng Hao was located. "Meng Hao of the 9th nation, the 9th mountain, the 9th sea," he murmured. It was almost as if he were recalling something from the past. He sighed. In the tunnel below the necropolis, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared as he unleashed a fist strike with both hands, killing the final members of the first wave of black-robed cultivators. This battle was being fought with only 60% of his cultivation base. To defeat dozens of ancient realm opponents in such a way was difficult to say the least. Currently, he was coughing up blood, and his face was ashen. He suddenly looked up at the mouth of the tunnel, where a bright red glow could be seen. At that point, numerous red-colored flying swords could be seen screaming toward him, followed by the explosive evil auras of the 98 blood-colored cultivators. As soon as their crimson eyes locked onto him, they howled like beasts and charged toward him in attack. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he realized that the flying swords were actually sentient. Both the swords and the cultivators seemed to be operating on the same source of power as the blood-colored ice block, except on a much weaker level. Meng Hao frowned, and then let out a cold harumph. The starstone in his left eye melted and spread out to cover his entire body, transforming him into a planet. He then flew toward the incoming flying swords, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. He shot forth like a meteor, taking up nearly the entire diameter of the tunnel. When he slammed into the flying swords, a huge boom echoed out, and they were sent spinning back toward the blood-colored cultivators. The entire tunnel was thrown into chaos. Although there were quite a few of the blood-colored cultivators, because the tunnel was so narrow, they were unable to scatter or dodge, and were immediately bombarded by the full force of Meng Hao's one-thought stellar transformation. When it slammed into the men, blood erupted out, and all of them were ripped to shreds. However, it was at this point that the 17 black-robed men arrived, incantation gestures flashing in their hands. Waving their fingers toward Meng Hao, they roared, "Star-slaughtering Tao of lightning." As soon as the words left their mouths, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. 17 lightning bolts then shot out from the black-robed men, merging together in mid-air to form a single violet-colored lightning bolt. As soon as it appeared, it emanated a mighty power of expulsion. It seemed powerful enough to reject and expel heaven and earth, to reject natural laws, to reject essence. At the same time, the world seemed to be rejecting and expelling it. Meng Hao's mind trembled. When he looked at the violet lightning, he got the feeling that this was something which shouldn't even exist. It was not in accord with heaven and earth, did not conform to natural laws, and was not harmonious with essence. The instant it appeared, it seemed to be a Tao from another world. This was not something from the windswept realm, nor from the mountain and sea realm. It was a thing of pure destruction, and when it shot toward Meng Hao and slammed into his one-thought stellar transformation, the planet cracked and exploded. Meng Hao appeared, blood spraying from his mouth as he was sent tumbling backward. Simultaneously, time seemed to flow in reverse for all of the blood-colored cultivators who had just exploded. They rapidly reformed, as if they were eternally unkillable, after which they immediately shot forward in attack. Furthermore, each one grabbed a blood-colored sword, making them look exactly like sword cultivators. Meng Hao had an unsightly expression on his face. Behind the 98 blood-colored cultivators were 17 black-robed attackers. Meng Hao felt threatened to the extreme, and what was causing it wasn't the cultivation bases of these people, but the divine abilities and magical techniques they used. Almost in the same moment that the blood-colored cultivators closed on him, Meng Hao began to stride forward, unleashing the 7 God steps. His power rose explosively, and was even amplified because of the constraints of the tunnel. It was when he took his 6th step that he balled his right hand into a fist and unleashed the life extermination fist. Rumbling filled the air. This strike was filled with the power to exterminate all forms of life, and was backed by the full strength of his ancient realm fleshly body. A tempest sprang up, which ripped through the tunnel and slammed into the eternally unkillable blood-colored cultivators. They were instantly shredded into a bloody mist, and even as they began to reform, Meng Hao passed through them to close in on the 17 black-robed cultivators. The cultivators quickly began to perform incantation gestures. Any one of these people who faced Meng Hao alone on the battlefield would not be his match, not without some special Taoist magic. However, when they joined forces to attack, it was a different story. As they performed their incantation gestures, violet light swirled around them and formed into a long violet spear, which instantly stabbed toward Meng Hao. It moved with incredible speed, causing intense ripples to emanate out, the same type that both rejected the world around it, and was likewise rejected. However, this time, Meng Hao suddenly waved his right hand, causing dozens of black pods to fly out. Popping sounds could be heard as they transformed into black pod imps, which screeched as they shot toward the black-robed cultivators, intent on possessing them. The black-robed men possessed unique and bizarre Taoist magics, but they were still just ordinary living beings with souls, and were still in danger of being possessed. Furthermore, they were in the middle of casting magic, and as such, the black pod imps were easily able to enter their bodies. The chances for the black pod imps to successfully possess them were small, but actually, Meng Hao didn't need them to succeed. When they failed, they were ejected and made divine sense attacks. The black-robed cultivators instantly began to tremble. At the same time, the Taoist magic they had unleashed, the terrifying violet spear, began to twist in mid-flight and then simply dissipated. In that same moment, Meng Hao flew through the air, right hand clenching and then smashing toward them as the life extermination. Just when his blow was about to land, a cold snort echoed out from behind the black-robed men, filled with an archaic air. A shadowy figure walked out, another man in a black robe, but taller than the others. This was their leader, the last man to join the fight. He moved with incredible speed, and was soon directly in front of Meng Hao. The emperor on the national Aura Mountain sensed that someone had broken into this place. Meng Hao, you shouldn't have done this. And by the way, that is not the proper usage of the life extermination fist. As the man spoke, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and suddenly, a will of life extermination exploded out in the form of a single punch. Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He found the man's words to be extremely strange, but had no time to think about why. The two of them sailed through the tunnel toward each other until their fists slammed together. A deafening boom echoed out, causing everything to shake. The necropolis itself seemed like it might collapse. Cracking sounds rang out as the tunnel began to grow unstable. Blood oozed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he was sent tumbling backward by the force of the blow. The black-robed man was also shaken, and fell back several paces. When he looked up, his black cowl still covered his face, making it impossible to make out his features. However, his eyes shone brightly with bizarre light. He began to walk forward again, clenching his hand into a fist and unleashing another attack. "Bedevilment," he said coolly, his voice hoarse. He punched out, and a wildly domineering air rose up. It was as if this man were the only important thing in the world. He seemed to enter a state of bedevilment in which he would unleash a blow capable of sacrificing everything. Meng Hao's face fell. The injuries he had sustained earlier had not recovered, causing him to be at a severe disadvantage. However, when he saw the black-robed man unleashing the bedevilment fist, he stopped moving backward and instead unleashed his own bedevilment fist. A huge boom rang out when their fists met, and everything shook violently. The necropolis began showing even more obvious signs of collapsing than before. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and he was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. He was pushed back so far that soon he was near the entrance to the secret chamber. He was panting as he looked up at the black-robed old man. The man's cultivation base fluctuations put him at 10 extinguished soul lamps. Furthermore, the explosive level of his body cultivation gave Meng Hao the sensation that this man was even stronger than Dao Heaven. The old man strode forward, unleashing another punch. God slaying! In that exact same moment, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly flickered, and he roared, "You're Zhong Wuya!" In response to the words, the old man trembled. Meng Hao took advantage of that distraction to take a deep breath and unleash his own fist strike. God slaying! It was at that point that, in the secret chamber below, the mastiff let out a howl. It was a howl filled with determination, as if the mastiff had reached a critical juncture in the possession process, and was going all out. It would be reborn and replace the renegade spirit, or die in the process. Both Meng Hao and the black-robed man unleashed the god-slaying fist. It was the last of the 3 body cultivation fists, which combined the will of extermination, the voluntary self-immolation for the sake of bedevilment, and materialized the will of slaughtering gods. It was the god-slaying fist. Furthermore, because Meng Hao had the accumulation of the chi flow of the windswept realm, it also had some of the will of heaven in it, making it the absolute peak fist attack of the immortal emperor realm. As for the black-robed man, his god-slaying fist came from having experienced countless bloody battles. He had honed his killing will to the extent that apparently he had actually killed gods and fused that will into his fist strike. When he struck out, heaven and earth crumbled, and a massive wind kicked up. The two of them shot through the tunnel like lightning, their fists on a direct collision course. A massive, shocking rumbling sound shook everything, and that was before their fists even touched. The tunnel appeared to be on the verge of being ripped to shreds, as if it were being torn apart by 2 enormous hands. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, but his killing intent was already raging. Roaring, he pushed forward until he and the black-robed old man actually made contact. This was a god-slaying fist going directly up against another god-slaying fist. Boom! The area around them exploded. Massive vibrations ripped through Meng Hao, and blood sprayed out of his mouth yet again. An indescribable and yet familiar force surged back toward him from the black-robed old man. It flowed up his right arm and then filled his entire body, which seemed as if it were about to explode. The 2 ancient realm fleshly body-soul lamps in Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and then emanated brilliant light. His eternal stratum surged to life, and his cultivation base exploded with energy, all of it to counteract the god-slaying power. Amidst intense rumbling, blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The massive power shoved him backward relentlessly before he finally ground to a halt in front of the entrance to the secret chamber. However, the black-robed old man was shaken as well. Blood oozed out of his mouth as he staggered backward 7 or 8 paces. When he looked up, his eyes shone with a strange light, and he hunched over like a bow ready to unleash an arrow. Then he burst into movement, flying through the tunnel at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was closing in on the entrance to the secret chamber, where Meng Hao was. As he neared, he could see into the secret chamber. The parrot and meat jelly were in full view, as was the blood-colored ice block. "So you're here for that," he said slowly, flicking his sleeve. Almost instantly, light streamed out of his sleeve, forming into a magical symbol which sped past Meng Hao and headed toward the blood-colored ice block. Meng Hao began to pant, and his eyes glittered with a cold light. He waved his finger, unleashing the 8th demon sealing hex toward the incoming old man. The 8th demon sealing hex transformed into invisible threads which instantly bound the old man up. He lurched to a halt, but after a moment, his body began to expand, and he forced himself free of the hexing magic. In the instant that he did, Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture and unleashed a Taoist magic onto the flying blood-colored magical symbol. Before it could get close to the blood-colored ice block, it dissipated. The old man's eyes glittered, and he suddenly spoke in an archaic voice. "Daos can be classified as true and false. There are fabricated Daos and genuine Daos. My Dao is from outside the mountains and seas, a Dao above Daos." As he spoke, he traced a circle in the air in front of him with his right hand which, when completed, roiled with an air of chaos. An intense power of expulsion appeared yet again. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot out from inside the circle. It was a violet light, something that seemed capable of smashing all magics, and it sped directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's Taoist magic was instantly crushed and dissipated without a sound. Then the violet light began to fade. However, before it disappeared completely, it transformed into a violet hand that grabbed toward Meng Hao. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Meng Hao fought back with all the power he could muster. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and he fell back. Behind him, cracks were spreading out over the blood-colored ice block, as a faint roar could be heard from within. An urgent and raged roar. As he fell back, Meng Hao's expression turned vicious. Throughout his years of practicing cultivation, he had faced many deadly situations. Most of the time, he was able to sweep through them and come out on top. It wouldn't be proper to call him invincible, but you could say that very few opponents were a match for him. After arriving in the windswept realm, he had likewise swept forward, virtually unstoppable. He had fought Han Qinglei, Lin Song, and had even killed another echelon cultivator. But then he had met the intensely powerful Dao Heaven, and his previously unstoppable momentum faltered. Then he arrived in the third nation, and during the course of the battle had been forced into his current predicament. Because of his pride and self-confidence, he was feeling a bit overwhelmed, even stifled. It almost felt unfair. "I'm in the echelon. I'm Meng Hao, crown prince of the Fong clan. In my life of cultivation, I have experienced much enlightenment, and have benefited from a lot of good fortune. Even Dao Heaven will only maintain his edge on me for a short time. I will defeat everyone, even you, Zhong Wuya." Meng Hao's eyes were shot with blood as he ceased any thoughts of retreating, and instead began to charge the black-robed old man. As he did, his body flickered, and he transformed into a huge golden rock which flashed like a streak of gold toward the old man, and then slashed at him with vicious claws. The black-robed old man sighed, once again tracing a circle in the air and pushing it forward. Violet flames burned, transforming it into a ring of fire that soared toward Meng Hao. "Your Dao is a fabricated Dao," the old man said coolly. "There's no need to try to put on airs." In the mostly destroyed tunnel behind him, the blood-colored cultivators and the other black-robed old men were approaching. Meng Hao was now completely trapped, without any avenue of escape available. "Daos are inner paths of the heart, Zhong Wuya," Meng Hao said. "How could they possibly be categorized as fabricated or genuine? How close-minded." The golden rock sped toward the violet ring of fire. When they slammed into each other, the violet flames flickered brightly, and the Dao of Meng Hao's golden rock body seemed to be dispelled. The golden rock rapidly vanished, and Meng Hao returned to human form, his face ashen as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was shocked to find that he was incapable of overpowering this type of violet Taoist magic. "When a fabricated Dao encounters a true Dao," the old man said, "the fabricated Dao becomes more illusory, and the true Dao becomes more corporeal. He drew another circle, and it was once again violet. However, this time there were no violet flames. Instead, it was a violet ring of lightning. Rumbling could be heard as the two violet rings shot toward Meng Hao. "Do you understand?" the old man asked Meng Hao. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the red block of ice behind Meng Hao in the secret chamber. More cracks had spread out across its surface, and the aura of immortality was emanating out and growing stronger. The roaring coming from inside was becoming more distinct and more urgent. A critical juncture had arrived. Determination filled Meng Hao's eyes as he raised his right hand, unleashing another god-slaying fist. This time, he seemed to be holding absolutely nothing back. Despite being seriously injured, he let out 3 successive punches. The first 2 were sent against the 2 violet rings, and the third one was directed at the floor of the tunnel. Intense booms rang out. The god-slaying fist was the most explosive power he could unleash with his fleshly body, and although the violet rings could cause Daos to vanish, they could do nothing about fleshly body strength. The 2 violet rings were instantly shattered by Meng Hao's 2 fist strikes. As for his third fist strike, when it struck the tunnel, everything began to collapse. Massive amounts of dust billowed out, completely obscuring Meng Hao's vision. At the same time, Meng Hao dashed backward into the secret chamber. Flickering light filled the chamber as it was apparently affected by the collapse of the tunnel outside. However, nothing had been significantly damaged. The statues were still there, and the blood-colored ice block was now completely blurry. The blood-colored bat was no longer visible inside. The only thing that could be seen was a turbid red haze. Numerous cracks spread out across the surface of the ice block, and an intense immortal realm aura was emanating out. In fact, by this point, that aura was at the peak of the immortal realm. The howling grew more anxious, as if the mastiff were worried about Meng Hao's safety. The parrot and meat jelly were completely focused on assisting the mastiff in the possession process. They could spare no attention for Meng Hao, nor could they afford to let anything disturb their work. When Meng Hao entered the secret chamber, more cracking sounds could be heard from the block of ice, and the aura grew stronger. He began to pant. He had no time to examine the situation closely. Time was of the essence. Because of all the chaos caused by the collapse of the tunnel, he had managed to buy a little bit of time. His second nirvana fruit appeared in his palm. Due to his injured state, had been unwilling to absorb it again. However, he currently didn't seem to have any other options. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the nirvana fruit up and pushed it down onto his forehead. Immediately, rumbling sounds filled his body, and his energy spiked. He grew larger, and the azure light of the all-heaven immortal realm erupted around him. Soon, the entire secret chamber was filled with the azure light, and his energy was rocketing up. It was at this point that, back in the collapsed tunnel, the black-robed leader brushed the dust and rubble off of his clothing and began to stride forward in an attempt to reach the secret chamber. 10 breaths of time passed, and then a massive boom could be heard. Dust flew out in all directions as the black-robed old man burst into the secret chamber in a flash of light. In that exact moment, Meng Hao looked up. He was surrounded by azure light, and was now in the all-heaven immortal realm. His eyes were filled with the intense desire to fight. He took a step forward and once again unleashed the god-slaying fist. That fist was now vastly more powerful than the version he had used only moments ago. Originally, the black-robed old man hadn't paid much attention to it, but now his face fell and he stopped in place. Then, he also unleashed the god-slaying fist. A huge boom rang out as the two of them slammed into each other in midair. This time, Meng Hao didn't fall back. The one who fell back was the black-robed old man, his expression that of shock. At the same time, Meng Hao let out a roar like that of an explosive dragon as he charged into battle. Once again, he relied on that same fighting style that he usually used. He seized the initiative and began to domineer his opponent. The black-robed man's face flickered as he was once again sent falling back. The intense level of power Meng Hao now wielded had struck fear even in Dao Heaven's heart. The black-robed man might have a powerful fleshly body and bizarre Taoist magic, but fighting with Meng Hao in his current state caused him to feel immense pressure. Rumbling filled the air, and blood sprayed out of the man's mouth. Even as he fell back, Meng Hao closed in for another fist strike. The man's eyes went wide, and he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. "True Tao," he barked. A blinding sea of violet light erupted in front of him, which became a gigantic violet hand that flew toward Meng Hao. "Smash all magics? Dispel all Daos," Meng Hao said with a cold harumph. He performed an incantation gesture, and the essence of divine flame appeared. Backed by the power of the all-heaven immortal realm, the essence of divine flame spread out in all directions with terrifying power. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it slammed into the enormous violet hand. This time, no Tao dispelling effect occurred. The violet hand was incapable of banishing the divine flame and could only resist it. Rumbling could be heard as the divine flame began to fade. At the same time, the violet hand collapsed. The remaining divine flame continued on toward the black-robed old man, instantly engulfing him. The man's face fell, and he rapidly fell back in retreat. However, the blood-colored cultivators and other black-robed old men behind him were not so fast. In the blink of an eye, the divine flame swept over and enveloped them. Miserable shrieks rang out. Despite possessing undying bodies, the blood-colored cultivators were destroyed nonetheless. As for the black-robed men, they let out blood-curdling screams as they were transformed into ash. The leader of the black-robed men was completely shocked as he fell back. He performed another incantation gesture, causing boundless violet light to appear. It transformed into a series of Taoist magics and divine's abilities, which then strung together to form a huge net which shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao waved his hand, letting loose another divine ability which shattered the huge net. The black-robed man's face fell. Blood oozed out of his mouth and he fell back again. Meng Hao was just about to go on the offensive again, when all of a sudden, his entire body spasmed beyond his control. Intense pain radiated from his forehead as the nirvana fruit emerged and fell down. He caught it, but as he did, an intense wave of weakness swept through him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back a bit. He now had no offensive power left whatsoever. He felt empty, and he immediately began to simply float down toward the ground. Seeing this, the black-robed old man quickly shot toward Meng Hao. He was on him in the blink of an eye. Shockingly, the attack he used was yet again the god-slaying fist. Meng Hao smiled bitterly. He had no more energy left, and his vision dimmed. Exhaustion filled him, and despite the deadly situation, there was nothing he could do to stimulate himself. As the black-robed man closed in, a roar of rage suddenly echoed out from within the blood-colored ice block. The ice suddenly shattered, sending chunks flying in all directions. A blood-red streak shot through the air, instantly covering Meng Hao to protect him from the old man's fist strike. A boom rang out, and the old man was visibly rocked. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and the backlash sent him flying backward. At the same time, a muffled grunt could be heard from within the blood-red light. Next, the blood-colored light turned into a mist, within which could suddenly be seen the mastiff's enormous head. Scowling viciously, it lunged toward the black-robed man with gaping maw, as if to consume him. The man's face fell, and he retreated further, avoiding the attack. However, more blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. "Possession!" the old man cried. You were using this beast to possess the bloodbat?" Meng Hao panted as the awakened mastiff swirled around him, pouring life force energy into him, reviving him. When he saw the red mist around him, and the mastiff's head, a familiar sensation filled him, and he couldn't help but smile. "It interrupted the fusion process to save you," said the parrot. "It will take some luck to find another opportunity like it." The parrot and meat jelly looked exhausted. After glancing at Meng Hao for a moment, they streaked back into his bag of holding. The mastiff now emanated powerful fluctuations of the ancient realm. It was clearly on par with a human cultivator with 10 extinguished soul lamps. It could have been even more powerful. Opportunities to possess renegade spirits were extremely rare in the universe. However, Meng Hao was its master, its family. The only reason it wanted to get more powerful was to protect him. Therefore, if Meng Hao fell into a deadly crisis, then it would not choose to continue to power up. After all, if it lost its master, its life would have no meaning. It was a loyal dog, and it was entirely correct to say that it lived for Meng Hao. A gentle light could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes as he looked at the mastiff, which threw its head back and roared. Cracking sounds could be heard from inside the mist, which then coalesced to form the mastiff's body. Fierce bone spurs stuck out all over it, and its teeth were razor-sharp. It was blood-red, like a gigantic and terrifying wild beast. Furthermore, it now sported two enormous, blood-colored wings. The mastiff looked more fierce than ever, like some sort of fiendish blood god. Its eyes radiated a seemingly infinite coldness and ferocity toward the world. It was as if, to the mastiff, there was no such thing as good or evil, right or wrong. There was only its master. It looked fierce, brutal, and cold. Any person who lacked courage would instantly be terrified just by looking at it. Even many of the most ferocious creatures in existence would tremble in fear at a single glance. There was only one person who this terrifying mastiff would allow to sit on its back, who it would wag its tail for. That person was the person who had raised it from the time it was small. Meng Hao. He was the one and only person who could do such things. Meng Hao sat down on the mastiff's back, and it roared. It flapped its wings, then flew up toward the surface of the land above. Everything trembled around it, collapsing, leaving behind an enormous crater as it emerged into the sky. As it flew out, it apparently broke through some type of seal which had been in place over the area. At the same time, it grew even larger. Soon it was 300 meters long, and as it flew, it let out an astonishing roar that caused everything to shake, and caused a huge wind to spring up. It was at this point that an enraged cry could be heard rising up into the sky. The sound came from none other than the top of the Third Nation's National Aura Mountain. "Kill him!" roared the man in the imperial robes. "Get that blood crystal back!" In the moment that the mastiff flew up into the air, he was able to sense that the blood-colored ice block had shattered. He also sensed that the blood-colored bat had been consumed, and that, as a result, the mastiff had taken its place. As his roar echoed out, numerous incredibly powerful black-robed cultivators appeared around him. They almost instantly transformed into beams of light that shot toward Meng Hao. The strongest were the three black-robed men in the lead position, especially the centermost of that group. He wore the same black robe as the others, but his face was not covered. He was a middle-aged man with no hair, and a tranquil expression that seemed to embody wisdom. As soon as they took to flight, they emanated incredible pressure. When Meng Hao felt it, his face flickered. Patting the mastiff, he said, "Come on, let's go." Immediately, the mastiff threw its head back and roared again. Then it transformed into a beam of blood-colored light that shot off into the distance. As time passed, more black-robed cultivators converged on the area. At the same time, the black-robed man that Meng Hao had fought underground emerged from within the rubble of the crater. Instead of joining the groups of other black-robed men, he flew up toward the bald cultivator with the expression of wisdom. Shockingly, he merged into that man. In the blink of an eye, the two became one. The middle-aged man's appearance then changed. He looked older, and yet, a quasi-Dao aura suddenly erupted from him. Although he wasn't truly in that realm, he was close enough to be considered a quasi-Dao expert. "Meng Hao," the man murmured. "Ninth mountain, ninth sea." His eyes flickered with reminiscence, and he sighed lightly. Then he shot through the air in pursuit, followed by all the other black-robed men. The incredible speed with which he moved ensured that he quickly left the other black-robed cultivators behind. He was like an arrow that pierced through the sky with unbelievable speed. As for the mastiff, it was moving so fast that it left afterimages behind as it shot through the Third Nation toward the Central Temple region. Meng Hao sat on its back, consuming medicinal pills, focusing all his efforts on recovery. His eternal stratum was hard at work as he took advantage of every moment to try to reach the highest level of power possible. Without being at that peak of his power, there were simply too many dangers within the windswept realm. He could also sense the intense killing aura that was approaching him from behind. Thanks to the Mastiff's incredible speed, they quickly left the Third Nation and entered the region of the Central Temple. That was also the location of the Grand War of 9 Nations and the cultivators from the various 9 mountains and seas. Although there weren't many people left, everyone had chosen to remain in this area. They knew that this was the area that, although it seemed dangerous, was actually the safest place to be. Anyone who returned to the nation from whence they came could be dragged into the fierce fighting of the echelon cultivators, which was definitely the most dangerous possible situation to be in. Furthermore, all of the cultivators had come to the realization that the Central Temple region was the most suitable location in which to control their desires. As soon as Meng Hao entered the area, the cultivators and mortals engaged in deadly fighting all looked up at the enormous mastiff and gasped in shock. What is that? Heavens! How could a blood-colored beast like that show up in the windswept realm? Soon, the shocked mortals and cultivators realized that someone was sitting atop the mastiff. Look on its back. It's a person. It's Meng Hao. Fan Donger and Bei Yu were in the Central Temple region, and they almost immediately caught sight of the mastiff and Meng Hao on its back. It was at this point that the bald Quasi-Dao cultivator let out a slight sigh as he left the Third Nation and entered the Central Temple region. It's been a long time since I was here, he murmured softly. In the instant that the bald cultivator entered the Central Temple region, Meng Hao opened his eyes and looked over his shoulder at the man. The man's gaze also came to fall upon Meng Hao, and he smiled. It was a gentle smile, filled with seemingly boundless warmth. It caused the wounds of all the mortals down below to begin to heal. Even the cultivators trembled as they felt their chi and blood flourishing. The man proceeded forward, smiling, to appear directly in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao, he said, you managed to commandeer the blood crystal and flee the Third Nation. It seems you have the qualifications to be awakened. There's no need for you to remain in this fabricated world. Come with me to see the true heaven and earth. Then you will understand the truth. The mastiff halted in midair, growling and glaring vigilantly at the bald cultivator. There was something familiar about this man's aura, and something terrifying and stifling. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he looked back silently at the man. He seemed to possess no killing intent whatsoever, and the words he had just spoken were so strange that Meng Hao was somewhat befuddled. Down below, the mortals had ceased combat, and were looking up at the black-robed man floating there in the sky. All of a sudden, people began to drop to their knees and kowtow. Soon all of the soldiers of the various nations were on their knees. The cultivators from the various mountains looked on with flickering expressions. This bald cultivator filled their hearts with fear, and they could sense that he overflowed with the violence of a raging sea. However, that ferocity also seemed to be under control. The only thing he revealed was calm. Fan Donger and Bei Yu felt their hearts trembling. They exchanged a vigilant glance, and then began to back up slowly. I don't want to fight with you again, the man said, looking at Meng Hao with a sincere expression. Therefore, just come with me. What do you say? Follow, and you will face no danger to your life. In fact, you'll even be able to acquire some good fortune. Because of the matter of the blood crystal, your Tao and our Tao are now similar. What is yours is ours. There is no difference between the two. You have no reason to fear. Meng Hao's eyes widened. As soon as the man used the word again, he realized what was going on. After looking at the man closely, his heart began to pound. You're Zhong Wuya, Meng Hao said slowly. What you fought before was simply my clone, Zhong Wuya said softly. This is the real me, junior brother Meng Hao. A complex expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. He could sense the incredible pressure of the man's cultivation base, and knew that he couldn't fight him. Even in the all-heaven immortal realm, it would still be difficult for him to contend with a Quasi-Dao expert. Meng Hao remembered seeing Zhong Wuya's name on the Golden Gate stone stele in the Nine Seas God world. Before he had gained enlightenment of the third body cultivation fist strike, Zhong Wuya's name had been listed in first place. Later, he had investigated a bit, only to find out that there was no Wuxia anywhere in the Nine Seas God world. After a moment's silence, Meng Hao said, "You came to the windswept realm, but never left. You decided to stay behind, just like all the other black-robed cultivators. All of you are mountain and sea realm cultivators who came here throughout the years but chose to remain. Obviously, you didn't succumb to your desires. Why did you stay? Some people choose to stay because they get lost in their desires," Wuxia said calmly. "Others stay to pursue their obsessions. As for me, I chose to stay. Because of the true Tao." "True Tao?" Meng Hao asked. Wuxia looked at him and smiled. Then he waved his hand, causing a gentle wind to spring up. He carefully picked up everyone down on the ground below, even Fandonger and Beiyu. "I'd like to discuss the Tao with my young friend here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us some privacy." "Many thanks to you." The wind then carried them all to a location off in the distance. With that, Wuxia floated down to the ground and sat down cross-legged, then looked up at Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned. After a moment of thought, he floated down to sit across from Wuxia. A gleam of reminiscence appeared in Wuxia's eyes as he slowly said, "Meng Hao, in your opinion, what is true and what is false?" "True and false are like inside and out," Meng Hao replied calmly. "Without what is true, that which is false cannot exist. However, as I mentioned to you earlier, when it comes to Das, there is no such thing as true and false." "Well then, in your opinion, what is a Tao?" Wuxia's expression was placid, but the reminiscence in his eyes grew even stronger as they continued to discuss the Tao. Meng Hao didn't need to think about the answer. He immediately responded, "The Tao is the obsession in your heart, the path that you choose to follow. In that case, what is your Tao?" "Freedom and independence," Meng Hao said, his voice filled with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. "Freedom, independence." Smiling, Wuxia shook his head. "What is freedom? And similarly, what is independence? Is freedom being free from all restrictions? Is independence an absence of all restraint? As you sit here in front of me, heaven and earth restrict you. The entire world restrains you. Look up and you will see the sky. The sky weighs down on you. Beyond the windswept realm is the void, the heavens. There are 33 realms, all of them are also weighing down on you. Beyond those 33 realms are even more realms and worlds. All of them are also pressing down on you." Although Wuxia spoke calmly, his words were as incisive as the stabs of a sword. They even seemed to be filled with a strange power, as if every word he spoke were completely and utterly correct. As his words entered Meng Hao's ears, he trembled. He wasn't sure why, but he suddenly thought back to the image painted by Shui Donglu back on planet South Heaven all those years ago, and had to ask himself if what existed at the top of that painting was actually the sky or not. 1. What about morality and principles? Wuxia continued, his wording growing more cutting. Are they not restraints? Can you ignore them? Can you trample on them? Where does your freedom come from? Where does your independence come from? His eyes glittered and seemed to contain matchless wisdom. You are weak, he said, staring Meng Hao in the eye. When you meet powerful people, you have no freedom, nor any independence, not unless you are the most powerful person. However, the starry sky is wide, and the heavens are vast. Perhaps when you think you are the most powerful person in existence, wouldn't you always be wondering if there might be other people over the horizon who also view themselves to be at the ultimate pinnacle? Meng Hao was about to reply, but was cut off by Wuxia. You have an incorrect understanding of the Tao. Your freedom is not a Tao, it is an obsession of yours. And an obsession is likewise not a Tao. His words echoed about, causing Meng Hao's mind to reel. This is actually what I wanted to explain to you. Do you know what the true Tao is? It doesn't matter if it's you or other people in all of the mountain and sea realm. There is only one Tao. No matter what enlightenment or thought process goes into the Taos of others, what they pursue are all fabricated Taos. Therefore, your Taoist magics and divine abilities, when faced against the true Tao that I follow, will be dispelled. That is because, When faced with what is true, fabrications will naturally fade away. Meng Hao was panting as he looked at Zhong Wuya, as if his heart was filled with waves of shock. Meng Hao had never heard words like this spoken before, words that seemed designed to subvert everything he believed in. Zhong Wuya continued, "The life you live, your thoughts, your words, the things you have heard, the enlightenment you have achieved, are all falsehoods. None of it is real. It is all counterfeit. Meng Hao, reject the echelon, and come experience the real world. I will take you, and together we will leave this place. You can contemplate the true Tao, and then you will understand what the real world is. Don't tell me you have never considered why immortals are classified as true and false? False immortals reach immortal ascension by being enlightened regarding the true immortality of others. What about the ancient realm? It's the same. And the Tao realm? Also the same." Zhong Wuya's eyes shone with a strange light. Deep inside, that look of reminiscence grew stronger, almost as if he weren't speaking to Meng Hao, but to himself. It was almost as if these were words being spoken to him by someone else in the past, words that had stirred his heart, that had changed his life. Now, he was in the position occupied by whoever that person had been years ago. He was speaking shocking words to change Meng Hao's life, and in the process, strengthening his own resolve. You live in a paragon's world, and that paragon was not the paragon who founded the echelon Sea Dream. No, he was the most powerful entity in the paragon immortal realm, Paragon 9 Seals. You live in the world he created, and therefore all of your enlightenment has been regarding his Tao. In fact, the only Tao of the mountain and sea realm is his Tao. Do you know what the end result of all this will be? I'll tell you, Meng Hao. The end result is that all of you, every single cultivator in the mountain and sea realm, are all just fuel being used to power the resurrection of Paragon 9 Seals. In the end, he will be resurrected, and all of you will lose yourselves for all eternity. You will become his blood, his bones, and all the other parts of his body. Perhaps if you become powerful enough, you might even become one of his fingers. Therefore, that is why I say that all of those Taos are mere fabrications. All those Taos are falsehoods. Only if you leave this place will you ever gain enlightenment of your own Tao. Then you can understand what it actually feels like to acquire the true Tao. Then you will clearly understand what the Tao is. Give up your fleshly body and forsake your place in the echelon. I will take your soul to experience the baptism of tribulation. It will wipe away that which seals you to the mountain and sea realm. In the outside world, there are people who have already prepared a new fleshly body for you, a true fleshly body. Enter that fleshly body, break away from that which is fabricated, and you can become a real person. Only at that time will you be qualified to truly pursue your freedom and independence. At that time you will see the true world. There you will see the true starry sky, not the sun and moon which are mere materializations of 9 Seals' eyes. The magic there is not the magic of the 5 elements, which are nothing more than the manifestation of 9 Seals' 5 organs. The rivers and seas there are not made from 9 Seals' blood, and it is not a mountain and sea realm formed out of 9 Seals' magical item. Most importantly of all, you will gain enlightenment that is not the Tao and will of 9 Seals, not the natural law of the mountains and seas, not the Tao of the mountains and seas. Meng Hao, why do you refuse to open your eyes? In the real world, the most radiant symbol is none other than the butterfly. In the real world, the lands flow with the true Tao. Gain enlightenment of the true Tao, and you can even become a paragon. Leave this place with me. Come with me to experience the true Tao. When Zhong Wuya finished speaking, his eyes were shining with even more intensity than before. Meng Hao's mind seemed to be reeling. Zhong Wuya's voice apparently contained some sort of bizarre power, something that could interfere with Meng Hao's mental faculties, leaving him panting. Zhong Wuya's words were mesmerizing, and he seemed powerless to extricate himself. The true Tao, he murmured, his expression blank. He seemed to be at a complete loss, as if he had lost all powers of reasoning and judgment. It was as if one part of him was filled with everything he knew about the mountain and sea realm, while at the same time, everything he believed had been turned on end by Zhong Wuya. Two trains of thought seemed to run through his mind, and they were currently battling back and forth. Meng Hao trembled, panting, his eyes shot with blood. "Come with me," Zhong Wuya said, his voice echoing lightly. "Our plan is already underway, and nobody can stop us. Come with me and we can go to the true world. With new fleshly bodies we can thoroughly awaken. Then you will understand that everything I've told you is true. Then you will truly be able to feel the existence of the true Tao." Although some people could see Meng Hao and Zhong Wuya chatting, no one could hear the words being spoken. Zhong Wuya had ensured that all the sound was blocked. It was at this point that a large group of black-robed men appeared, flying toward them from the direction of the third nation. Zhong Wuya gave them a look, and they immediately stopped in place at the border. They hovered there waiting, none of them taking even a single move forward. Meng Hao looked up at Zhong Wuya. It seemed like a struggle, but he managed to say, "I need some time to think. I understand that you can't make a decision about something like this in such a short time," Zhong Wuya said softly. "Well, I've explained the truth to you. The decision is yours to make." He looked at Meng Hao, and deep in his eyes were complicated emotions and hope, although no one would be able to detect those things. Perhaps what he hoped for was that Meng Hao would be like him, that he would pursue the true Tao. Or perhaps he was thinking something else. Only he himself knew. "I'll give you some time to think. However, during that time, you are not to leave the region of the central temple itself. Meng Hao, please do take care of yourself." With a final piercing look at Meng Hao, he turned back toward the third nation. Meng Hao stared in shock, not quite able to wrap his mind around Zhong Wuya's actions, or why he had left just like that. As Zhong Wuya turned and floated up into the air, his gaze happened to pass across the border connecting the sixth nation and the central temple region. His gaze casually lingered for a moment on one particular soldier in the sixth nation's army. That soldier was trembling, seemingly having forgotten all about the desperate fighting. Zhong Wuya looked away and sighed. Once again, the complicated emotions and the hope rose up in his eyes. As he made his way off, he murmured, "Meng Hao, what decision will you make?" Meng Hao watched him leaving, and when he saw Zhong Wuya look over, he automatically looked over toward the sixth nation as well. However, he saw nothing unusual. Before Zhong Wuya could get too far away, Meng Hao suddenly called after him, "What if everything that you believe is true is actually false?" Zhong Wuya didn't stop moving. He continued onward, responding in a calm voice. "Without looking into the matter, the answer will never be revealed. I'm a cultivator, and the purpose of my life is to pursue the true Tao. It doesn't matter if I fail or succeed. Either way, my heart will be at peace." Meng Hao's heart trembled as he watched Zhong Wuya pass over the border into the third nation. He waved his hand, and the other black-robed men all bowed their heads and followed him back into the third nation. Meng Hao had a strange expression on his face. He sat there quietly for a long time. Zhong Wuya's words continued to echo in his mind, and yet they were incapable of truly affecting his thoughts. In the very beginning he had been slightly affected, but after that, everything had been an act on his part. The things Zhong Wuya had said seemed like the truth, and virtually any other cultivator who heard them would likely feel as if their entire world had been overturned. But Meng Hao was the 9th generation demon sealer. He was the true successor of Paragon 9 Seals, and also the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. His understanding of the mountain and sea realm actually exceeded Zhong Wuya's. The mountain and sea realm was not Paragon 9 Seal's body, but rather one of his magical treasures. Furthermore, everything that Zhong Wuya had described as being an illusion was in fact real. Also, when Zhong Wuya mentioned butterflies having something to do with the supposed real world, Meng Hao couldn't help but recall the vision he had experienced in which he saw 9 butterflies dragging a land mass. Give up my current fleshly body and go to the supposed real world to get a new one? Gain enlightenment of the true Tao? It sounds really incredible, but it's completely preposterous. It's a pack of lies, just like the lies used to incite the 3,000 lower realms into rebellion. That was why they joined forces to topple the Paragon Immortal realm. Perhaps the words they used were even the same. The true Tao. Or, perhaps that saying is another one of the traps of the windswept realm to incite one's desires. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. However, Zhong Wuya was being very obvious that he deliberately gave me time to think. It even seemed like he was doing it on purpose. But why? When it came to true or false Daos, Meng Hao was by no means at a loss. His Dao heart was steadfast, and any talk about fabricated or true Daos was simply a matter of the perspective of the person speaking. Such talk was a method of inciting rebellion in the 3,000 lower realms of long ago. It was something to confuse and bewilder the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm who came to the windswept realm. Perhaps others might believe such talk, but Meng Hao would not. The reason he wouldn't believe it was not only because he was the future lord of the mountain and sea realm, or his vision of the 9 butterflies dragging a landmass. There was another reason. The supposed true Tao that Zhong Wuya spoke of, the true Tao which could dispel fabricated Daos, was completely destroyed by Meng Hao when he was an all-heaven immortal. The supposed true Tao could do nothing to shake the all-heaven immortal realm. If it were the actual true Tao as Zhong Wuya described, then how could that be explained away? Meng Hao was not confused in the slightest about any of these things. The only thing that confused him was Zhong Wuya's attitude. What he actually felt towards Meng Hao was a complete mystery. Now that I think about it, only when the blood mastiff flew out from the renegade spirit chamber did the person on the Third Nation's national aura mountain that Zhong Wuya called Emperor sense that the renegade spirit had been possessed. Something is off about that. He began to pant, and his eyes glittered as he recalled all the details. The Emperor on the national aura mountain sensed that someone trespassed into that chamber. That was the first thing Zhong Wuya said. Meng Hao murmured inwardly. Suddenly a tremor ran through him. Then he thought back to how bursting out of the crater with the mastiff felt like breaking out of some sort of seal. Seal. There was a seal in place, and when the mastiff flew out, the seal was broken. That's when the Emperor on the national aura mountain could sense that there was a change to the renegade spirit. In other words, the fact that he sensed nothing before then indicates that someone didn't want him to know. And that person, the person who put the seal in place, was Zhong Wuya. Meng Hao looked toward the Third Nation, panting. All of a sudden, he put all the pieces together. He's helping me, he thought, shaking inwardly. He chased after me, and his cultivation base is clearly far greater than mine. And yet he didn't attack me but instead talked about illusions and the true Tao. Then he even gave me time to think about the matter. It would be more accurate to say that he didn't give me time to think, but rather that he gave me time to recover from my injuries. Besides, his arguments about the fabricated and the true Daos could actually have been made in a completely different fashion. There was no reason to just blatantly state those things out loud. He could easily have used a more subtle approach. That would have been a much more effective way to sway the listener. But he didn't do that. He just said things out plain and simple. Furthermore, he spoke in a way that deliberately revealed the flaws in his argument. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He suddenly flew up into the air, following the exact same path Zhong Wuya had taken moments ago. He made sure to do things exactly as Zhong Wuya had done, both in his flight trajectory and his posture and body movement. He also turned to look back at the Sixth Nation in exactly the same way. From this vantage point, he could see the central temple area, as well as the Sixth Nation's army, and the soldier Zhong Wuya had looked at. The soldier wore a thoughtful expression, like that which might appear when contemplating enlightenment. It was as if this person had heard the words exchanged between Meng Hao and Zhong Wuya, and was now contemplating them and, at the same time, coming to a similar conclusion as Meng Hao. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao looked at the soldier looked up, and their gazes met. Meng Hao found himself staring at a pair of beautiful eyes. They seemed to contain heavenly bodies, even a starry sky. Anyone who looked into those eyes would want to be lost in them, and to never return. When their gazes met, Meng Hao's mind reeled. He quickly blinked his left eye several times in quick succession, utilizing his celestial vision technique. He rotated his cultivation base, and his perception of the world changed. The soldier's appearance also changed. An illusion was dispelled, and the soldier suddenly looked like a young woman. She wore a white robe and had skin like snow. She was spectacularly beautiful, with a sweet, charming smile and stunning features. A moment later, the image of the woman vanished, to be replaced by that of the soldier. The soldier seemed shocked to have been noticed by Meng Hao. She blinked, thought for a moment, and then began to walk over. No one noticed her passage, almost as if they couldn't even see her. Not even the other cultivators could detect her. It was as if to Fan Donger and the others, this soldier didn't even exist. I was just thinking about whether or not I should finally introduce myself, elder brother Meng, considering the circumstances. But since you sensed me, then I guess it would be appropriate to do it here. As the soldier approached, her appearance changed yet again, turning into the same beautiful young woman he had seen with his celestial vision. She covered her smile with a hand and looked at him with sparkling eyes. She seemed completely beyond ordinary, as if she had stepped out from a celestial realm. Her snow-white skin and exquisite features didn't even seem human. A white robe covered a lithe body, a body that could cause any man who saw it to drool with desire. Because of her, all living things in the area seemed to fade and darken. Meng Hao was dazzled, but he recovered quickly. A moment later, his eyes flashed like lightning as he gave the young woman an icy stare. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time, fellow Taoist Shuer," he said coolly. A flash could be seen as he flew down to the ground and calmly watched her approach. The mastiff remained behind him. It could also sense the woman's existence, and it stared at her with brutal, icy eyes. The young woman looked deeply at Meng Hao. In response to him immediately addressing her by name, she simply smiled, seemingly having taken no offense. Her seemingly cavalier attitude caused Meng Hao's eyes to widen. "It seems you've been shadowing me for quite a while," he said coolly. His previous words had only provoked a slight smile from her, but this statement caused her to stop in her tracks. She looked at Meng Hao with a trace of a lively glint in her eyes, her expression gradually turning serious. "A mere glance at my reaction led you to such a conclusion?" she said softly. "It seems I've underestimated you, elder brother Meng." With that, she clasped hands and bowed. Meng Hao frowned. For some reason, he instantly disliked this woman Shuer. She might be beautiful, perhaps more beautiful than any other woman he had ever met. But the feeling he got from her was that she was far too manipulative. She had obviously used some special technique to secretly shadow him for who knew how long. She might just call it observation, but her methods went far beyond the ordinary definition of the word. Such methods left Meng Hao feeling coldly derisive. Back when he fought with Dao Heaven, he could tell how important he thought she was. He had tried to hide it, but Meng Hao easily saw through the facade. She was the type of woman who, even if you knew wasn't plotting against you, would still make you want to be careful. And once you put your guard up, you wouldn't want to relax. Su Qing was the exact opposite. When he was with Su Qing, he felt completely relaxed. She did not plot or scheme, and when she looked at him, all he wanted to do was smile softly back at her. Although these thoughts ran through his head, they did not change his facial expression. "I'm from the immortal ancient Taoist rite," Shuer said. "Not the immortal ancient Taoist rite you'll find in any of the mountains and seas. I'm the one and only true successor of the real immortal ancient." She smiled at Meng Hao, a radiant smile like a blooming lily, filled with self-confidence. It made her and everything around her even more eye-catching. "Of all the echelon cultivators I've met," she continued, "the only one that came close to meeting my requirements was Elder Brother Chun from the first mountain, and he only measured up by half. I was going to select him, but in that very moment, I felt you suddenly appear, Elder Brother Meng. And that's why I came looking for you to play a game of Go." She waved her hand, causing a game board to appear between the two of them. The black games pieces were sitting on one side of the board, the white pieces on the other. She didn't say a lot, but Meng Hao could easily detect the profound haughtiness in the words, a haughtiness that was rooted in her bones. She didn't intend for that haughtiness to come across, but it was revealed nonetheless. "Elder Brother Meng, please after you," she said softly. "I don't do Go," Meng Hao responded coolly. "Elder Brother Meng, please just cooperate." I've come here to bestow you with some good fortune. She looked at him earnestly. Meng Hao frowned, and then suddenly smiled, although it was a cold smile. His eyes were filled with a profound gleam. I don't know what sort of decision it is that you're making, nor do I know why the other echelon cultivators want to get close to you. But as for me, I'd actually like to ask you a question. What makes you think you can get me to play go with you? Also, what gives you the confidence to secretly follow me around, then suddenly saunter up and start yakking away? Is it just because you're some sort of successor? He took a step forward, stamping his foot down, which caused everything to tremble. A wave of powerful pressure surged out toward Shuer. Elder brother Meng, please, calm yourself down, she said coolly. Attacking me would be pointless. Furthermore, you're still injured. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with coldness. Even if I am still injured, I can still hurt you. He took a second step forward. Behind him, the mastiff threw its head back and roared, causing a murderous aura to spring up. The longer it glared at Shuer, the more intense the murderous air became. Suddenly, it pounced toward her. In that same moment, Shuer frowned and waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, a beam of white light shot out that transformed into a white crane. It let out a melodious cry, along with the fluctuations of an ancient realm cultivation base. Elder brother Meng, she said coolly, please, just sit down and play this game of Go with me, all right? In response, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, and the parrot flew out. As soon as it laid eyes on the white crane, it let out a whoop of excitement and shot toward it. The white crane stared with wide eyes, and moments later, an agonized shriek could be heard. Simultaneously, Meng Hao took a third step, and his energy shot up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched. Shameless, Shuer said, her eyes flashing icily. When she saw the miserable situation the white crane was in, she performed an incantation gesture and then waved a finger toward Meng Hao. However, even as she waved her finger, Meng Hao's right index finger extended, and he also waved his finger. The 8th demon sealing hex was unleashed. Shuer trembled, and her face fell. Meng Hao took a 4th step, a 5th step, and then unleashed a punch. Rumbling filled the air as Shuer suddenly dodged backward. As she did, Meng Hao snorted coldly and said, "Get back here!" His right hand opened from a fist into a palm. He made a snatching motion toward Shuer, using the star-plucking magic to grab her. Shuer's face fell as she felt herself being dragged toward Meng Hao. She quickly performed an incantation gesture, causing a snowy tempest to appear around her. Meng Hao's expression didn't change at all as he took his 6th step, then his 7th. His energy surged as a huge foot appeared up in the sky, which then stamped down toward Shuer. At the same time, Meng Hao shot like lightning toward her. Shuer was panting. She had never imagined that Meng Hao, despite being injured, would still be so strong. At the critical moment, she extended her right hand, within which appeared a bell. She quickly rang the bell, causing a tinkling sound to float out. A murderous aura exploded up, and behind her, a gigantic, illusory image appeared. It was an old man, gigantic, ancient, wearing a Taoist robe. He seemed infinitely wise, and was apparently in the middle of delivering a sermon about the Tao. He lifted his right hand into the air and waved a finger toward the incoming foot. The 7 god steps' gigantic foot collapsed into pieces. Ashen-faced, Shuer waved her right hand, causing the illusory figure behind her to wave his finger again, this time toward Meng Hao. The attack struck through the air toward Meng Hao, who trembled in response. However, the figure of the old man then faded a bit, completely astonishing Shuer. Seeing that Meng Hao was continuing to advance menacingly, she gritted her teeth. Suddenly, a medicinal pill bottle appeared in her hand. "Here, take these pills as compensation," she said, throwing the bottle toward him. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he grabbed the bottle. "That's an immortal pill," she gushed. "Concocted not from medicinal plants, but from the essence of a great Tao. Consume that pill, and all of your injuries will be healed. You'll completely recover. This is a show of good faith. I'm not your enemy." "Eh?" he said, looking at the medicinal pill bottle, his eyes glowing with a strange light. He examined it closer for a moment, then opened the top, closed his eyes, and took a whiff. After a long moment, his eyes snapped open. "A time pill," he murmured. Xuer's face was just starting to look calm again when she heard Meng Hao's words, and once again appeared to be astonished. "I never would have thought that your skill in the Tao of alchemy had reached such a high level, elder brother Meng. You're the first echelon cultivator to ever recognize that pill. You're right, it is indeed a time pill. Since you can identify the type of pill it is, then you surely know that such a pill can heal all of your injuries. As you can see, I'm not deceiving you. A medicinal pill that adds at least a year of body transformations is indeed something very rare in modern times." Meng Hao put the pill bottle away and ceased any aggressions. Then he called the parrot back, although the parrot didn't seem to be too happy about that. The trembling white crane immediately fled back to Xuer. Next, Meng Hao floated over to the Go board, picked up a black game piece, and placed it onto the board. Xuer's eyes glittered, and inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. This Meng Hao was a handful to deal with, and really pissed her off. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Seeing Meng Hao play a black game piece caused her to frown slightly. She walked over to the game board, picked up a white game piece, made her move, and then waited for Meng Hao to continue. "I lose," he said, waving his sleeve. Not giving another glance at the game board, he turned and headed toward the mastiff. "You!" she roared, blue veins popping out on her forehead. She had never, ever met anyone like Meng Hao before. "I'll have you know that forfeiting the game is also forfeiting the good fortune I have for you." "I'm not interested," he said coolly, completely ignoring her. Her frown deepened. Balling her hands into fists, she shouted, "You might not be interested now, but let me tell you, if you win, then you'll get my help. With my help, your path in the echelon will be much smoother." "It was already easy enough even before meeting you," he replied. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the medicinal pill bottle. His eyes glittered for a moment, but he quickly put the pill bottle away. He couldn't quite bring himself to consume the medicinal pill inside before duplicating it. Unable to hold back from listing all the benefits, Xuer continued, "Why, other echelon cultivators all want my help. I'm the successor of Immortal Ancient, and my whole purpose in life is to help the echelon. If you win, you can even have me as your beloved partner. I'm already married." Meng Hao turned to look thoughtfully in the direction of the third nation. He wasn't sure how much time Zhong Wuya had bought him, nor how he would resolve the overall situation with the third nation. "I can make you stronger. I can make you the strongest in the echelon. I can help you accomplish Paragon Sea Dream's plans successfully." Xuer stamped her foot angrily. If Meng Hao continued acting like this, it would be impossible to accomplish the tasks laid out by her master. She was starting to get nervous. She had traveled throughout the 9 mountains and seas, and had encountered an entire generation of echelon cultivators, some of them haughty, some of them gentle, some of them domineering, some of them sinister. However, regardless of their personalities, she had ways to deal with them. Even the most unwilling would eventually agree to play a game of Go with her. Meng Hao was completely different from everyone else. From what she could sense, the only reason he had agreed to even make one move was to get the medicinal pill. "Just what do I have to do to get you to play a game of Go with me?" she said through gritted teeth. "You can't even imagine what kind of help I can give you." Meng Hao suddenly turned back to look at her and asked, "Are you the first-generation successor of Immortal Ancient?" Xuer stared in shock and said, "No, I'm—" Before she could finish, Meng Hao interrupted her. "If you're not the first-generation successor of Immortal Ancient, then that means there were other successors before you. Throughout the years, there have also been successive generations of echelon cultivators. Well then, how come none of them ever succeeded in the end? Why hasn't Paragon Sea Dream's plan been accomplished even after multiple generations? Becoming the strongest in the echelon and accomplishing Paragon Sea Dream's plan are both echelon matters. They have nothing to do with Immortal Ancient successors. If I wanted to be blunt," he continued coldly, I would just say that all the help provided by generations of people like you ended up being a complete failure. You can go help whoever you think needs your help, he concluded indifferently. As for me, I don't need your help. Meng Hao swished his sleeve. Although he looked very domineering on the outside, inwardly he was feeling a bit depressed. What the hell? I told her I couldn't play Go. Then she wants to make me play anyway? Humph. Meng Hao essentially grew up alone and poor. It was a difficult thing for him to even manage studying, and he had also ended up owing Steward Joe 3 pieces of silver. Growing up in such poverty, how could he possibly have ever excelled at things zither performances or playing Go? In the end, he really couldn't play Go. She just hadn't believed him. How depressing. Shuer was on the verge of going crazy. She wasn't sure what she had done to offend Meng Hao. All she had done was secretly follow him for a while, and actually had no ill intentions whatsoever. Furthermore, she'd even given him an incredible medicinal pill just to get him to play a game of Go with her. Those were the instructions given to her by her master, to find all the echelon cultivators of the generation, and find the one she was meant to help. All of the other echelon cultivators had been easy to convince. Meng Hao was the only one who wouldn't cooperate. Seeing him leaving, Shuer gnashed her teeth. I just want to play a game of Go, she cried. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. I'll still give you the good fortune. Something that can help you escape the black-robed people from the Third Nation. I can help you get out of this dangerous situation. Shuer ground her teeth. This was the first time in her dealings with echelon cultivators where she had started offering them her benefits before she had even made a choice. Meng Hao stopped and looked back at Shuer. He had known all along that if Dao Heaven cared so much about this young woman, there must be something very special about her. Furthermore, he could tell from everything she had just said that she really was very important to the echelon. Your obsession runs too deep, he said coolly, his expression tranquil and impossible to read, even transcendent. His words caused a tremor to run through Shuer. Next, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to speak, his tone light. To him, this was like a debate, and going all the way back to his days debating the Tao of alchemy, he had never lost. The word obsession is made up of 2 characters, one relating to thoughts, the second to actions. If your thoughts are occupied by the game and your actions pertain only to the game board, then, aren't you merely searching for game pieces, not an echelon cultivator? Playing Go is just a way for you to help make your decision, right? But decisions can be made in many ways. And you seem to be obsessed with this one method. Instead of saying that you are looking for people to play the game, it would be more accurate to say that you are stuck within the game itself. In the grand scheme of things, the game is insignificant, and yet you have sunk yourself into it as if it were heaven and earth. Because you are stuck in the game, your path has become blocked, your Tao limited. The game of Go is for you, not for me. Shuer trembled, and from the expression on her face, it seemed as if she were experiencing enlightenment. After a long moment, she took a deep breath, clasped hands, and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. This is my fault for being too fixated, she said. I also understand why you weren't willing to play Go with me, elder brother Meng. If you devoted yourself to the game, you would lose yourself in the game board and fall into that world. Therefore, you only played a single piece, then turned and left. It was like leaving behind a single thought in heaven and earth, so that the mountains remain pristine and the waters undisturbed. You left behind no ripples or waves, but instead chose to remain on the outside, observing, watching as great changes unfolded. Eventually her voice trailed off. Finally, she clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao one more time. Many thanks, elder brother Meng. Her expression was completely sincere, and in fact, her aura seemed even more extraordinary than before. It was as if she truly had experienced some sort of enlightenment, as if she suddenly understood more about life. Apparently, even her cultivation base experienced advancement. Meng Hao looked startled, but then quickly recovered his calm demeanor and enigmatic expression. He smiled faintly, and a look of praise could be seen within his eyes. He was actually shocked to see the transformation which had just occurred in Shuer. The only reason he had made his little speech just now was because he couldn't actually play Go. He would never have guessed that his words would actually affect Shuer in such a way. Elder Brother Meng, I already understand that it doesn't matter who wins or loses this game. However, my master stipulations are hard to work around. Elder Brother Meng, please do me the favor of making your move. Shuer's expression was very sincere, and all the haughtiness from earlier had vanished. She now seemed very respectful when she looked at him, as if to her, his words were the Tao. Meng Hao was grumbling inside, and wasn't sure what to do next. However, his expression of praise deepened. Ideas racing through his head, he looked down at the game board and then smiled slightly. Do you really understand? He asked, his voice suddenly becoming very archaic as he attempted to imitate the way Zhong Wuya had spoken and held himself moments ago. You know, just now someone asked me what the Tao is. My answer was that the Tao relates to the thoughts in your heart. Whatever you focus your thoughts on, that is your Tao. The Tao is shapeless and cannot be touched. It can only be contemplated, just like life. Shuer frowned. This time she didn't quite understand what he meant. Life? She asked. Meng Hao didn't answer her. Instead, he turned to the mastiff and stroked its fur gently. Its ferocious eyes suddenly turned soft, and it licked him. At first, Meng Hao had simply been trying to pull a fast one on Shuer. However, their conversation caused him to think about the cultivator in the Immortal Jade Mine. Then he thought about the black-robed men in the Third Nation. He thought about many things. Look, this is my mastiff, who I raised from a tiny puppy. It is not constrained by morals, nor bound by any rules. It only has its primal desires to guide it. The one thing that is not subject to that is me. I am its family and it is my family. Besides that, all it has is instinct. Even when it kills, it is not a matter of good or evil. The windswept realm is similar. Foreign cultivators can become forever lost here, and end up being driven into acting only on instinct. That is a sort of primitive freedom and independence, and that is the life that they are living. If you defined life as having different realms, then that would be the natural realm. All of a sudden, it was as if he broke through to a higher level in his mind. It was as if he had truly reached a level of philosophical enlightenment that caused his eyes to glow with a strange light. Shuer stood there thoughtfully. Consider them, he said, gesturing toward the soldiers not too far off in the distance, and the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. Now consider yourself. You have a special status. You're the successor of Immortal Ancient. You're innately superior, with a unique identity and position, with extraordinary power and authority. What about all those soldiers and other cultivators, though? They also possess such things. The strong have their power, the weak have their schemes. Between humans, the only thing we do is compare ourselves to others, in any and all matters. We compare who has the highest cultivation base, who is richer, who has the better status, who has the higher position, who has the most power, who has the best family background, who is the smartest, or who is the strongest. The weak with the weak and the strong with the strong. All people are constantly comparing themselves to each other. Because of these comparisons, people covet what they do not have, and what they do have, they are even more unwilling to lose. That is another kind of life, and most importantly, that is the type of life that most people live. I like to call such life the second realm, the pragmatic realm. You are in that realm, and so am I. By the time he finished speaking, Meng Hao's voice was soft. He shook his head and sighed. Shuer was trembling, and couldn't take her eyes off of him. The words he had spoken echoed like claps of thunder in her mind, causing her breathing to become ragged. She understood that he was speaking from the heart as he mused about things he had seen and done. He had only come up with the idea of the first realm after seeing cultivators who had become lost in their desires. She had also seen such lost cultivators in her time here in the windswept realm. In her opinion, the concept of his second realm came because of the struggles of the echelon, and how the echelon cultivators were constantly competing amongst each other. It was also in response to her words and strength. So, is there a third realm? She asked quietly. Of course. Meng Hao looked over at her, his expression ever more archaic and his aura swirling even more mysteriously. His eyes glowed with bright light, like twin lamps on a moonless night. The third realm is when you leave something behind, he said softly. Shuer stood there, dumbfounded. Are you willing to give that something up? He asked, shaking his head slowly. Do you accept letting it go? Are you even able to leave it behind? The third realm is the realm of abandonment. After you have something, you abandon it, or perhaps you could say, put it aside. Put everything aside, and you have emptiness. At that time, you can finally explain what the Tao is. He took a deep breath and looked at Shuer, who was staring at him blankly. Suddenly, he raised his voice beratingly. Don't you get it? Consider the game board. What is it? That game board is your world. And in your heart, it is your everything. When all is said and done, it has borders, limitations, creating an intangible perimeter beneath your feet, an area in your heart that you cannot leave. If you don't put it aside, then you will forever remain in the second realm. For all eternity, you will be unable to explain the Tao. His voice seemed to contain a bizarre power that left Shuer shaking. Her expression was one of struggle, but after a moment, she looked deeply at him, then stretched her hand out and laid it onto the game board. A pop could be heard as the board shattered into pieces. She closed her eyes, and all of a sudden, she seemed to relax. When she opened her eyes again, she asked, "What is the name of that third realm?" His lips moved soundlessly for a moment, and then he calmly said, "I call that realm the Tao." The Tao. After a moment of thought, she stared at Meng Hao closely, as if committing his features to memory. Then she waved her hand, causing a beam of 5-colored light to fly out. Inside of that beam of light was a 5-colored crystal that glittered with radiant light. It looked like some sort of incredibly valuable treasure. As soon as the glittering light appeared, a wind sprang up, and everything began to tremble. The world almost seemed to be unraveling. As soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on the glittering light, the echelon mark in his forehead began to glow. It wasn't just him. Tao Heaven was currently speeding through midair when, all of a sudden, he lurched to a stop. He turned to look back in the direction of the central temple, and after a moment, a look of disbelief and rage covered his face. The echelon heart. You slut! He roared. The echelon heart should belong to me. Nobody else qualifies to have it. He changed directions in a flash, heading toward the central temple area. He knew that the echelon heart would be going to Meng Hao, and although he wasn't completely confident of being able to beat him in a fight, his rage offered him no other option than to go find out. Lin Song, Han Qinglei, Yuan Jian, and all of the other echelon cultivators in the windswept realm all realized that the echelon marks on their foreheads were glowing brightly. They could also sense the call of the echelon coming from the central temple region. That call was something like a thirst, felt by all echelon cultivators. Instantly, their faces fell. It's the echelon heart. Could it be that Miss Shuer finally chose Tao Heaven? It must be Tao Heaven. He's going to get so much more powerful in the windswept realm. Everyone was shaken, even Meng Hao. The mark on his forehead glittered brightly, and the 5-colored light seemed to be calling out to him. He took a deep breath. What is that? He asked. The echelon heart. Every generation of the echelon will have one member who is approved by Immortal Ancient. That person will be bestowed with the echelon heart. Does that mean I've gained approval? He asked, looking over at her. You can't even play Go, and yet you caused me to break my Go board, she replied coolly. You have won the echelon heart. However, you did not win my future assistance. If you ever reach that third realm of which you spoke, then come find me. With that, she waved her hand, causing the 5-colored beam of light to speed toward him. He reached out and caught it, and his mind reeled. In the same moment, his divine sense exploded out to cover the entire area. It belongs to you, she said, giving him another deep look. Then she turned and sped off into the distance. Shuer destroyed her game board, bestowed the echelon heart, and then vanished over the horizon. Meng Hao remained behind, panting, because of the stimulation of the echelon heart. His divine sense continued to spread out rapidly in all directions, and his body was trembling violently. Echelon heart, he thought, his eyes shining brightly. His divine sense had soon filled the central temple region and began to spread out through the 9 nations. As it passed the cultivators and soldiers, their faces flickered. When they looked up, they saw roiling clouds rapidly spreading out to cover the sky. It was as if the heavens were being obscured, and the lands covered up. The center of it all was Menghao. The mortals and the soldiers among them couldn't see it, but the cultivators, especially Fan Donger and the others, could see a translucent tempest raging around Menghao. That tempest was the cause of the clouds and the wind that were spreading out in all directions. Menghao frowned. Don't tell me that this thing's only function is to power up my divine sense and send it out in all directions. Is it? He had used a bit of trickery to defeat Schwer and acquire the Echelon heart. However, he had not won her assistance, and right now, the exact usage of the Echelon heart was a bit of a mystery to him. It can make Echelon cultivators stronger. Huh? His eyes flashed, and without any further hesitation, he closed his right hand tightly around the scintillating Echelon heart. He gripped it hard, and his mind began to spin as the Echelon heart fused into the palm of his hand. As soon as it melted into him, it transformed into 5 auras that surged through his chi passageways. They spread out separately, filling his entire body. 4 of them then disappeared, seemingly concealing themselves inside of him, vanishing without a trace. Only an orange aura remained. It shot into his mind and then exploded. That eruption caused blood to ooze out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He groaned, and his divine sense suddenly grew to an exaggerated level, roiling out around him. In the blink of an eye, it covered everything in the 9 nations. Soon, Menghao's divine sense had covered all of the mountain ranges and rivers, even the 9 national aura mountains. In a very short period of time, the entirety of the windswept realm was completely covered by his divine sense. He saw all living things and all cultivators. He saw Zhong Wuya, who had a strange look in his eyes. He was followed by a host of black-robed cultivators. On the 3rd nation's national aura mountain, he saw the emperor, whose face was flickering. He also saw Lin Song, Han Qinglei, and Yuan Jian, all racing toward him, as well as the enraged Dao Heaven. Everything was visible in his divine sense. Then, as he panted, it continued to grow, reaching out into the void beyond. Outside in the pitch-black void, he could see the windswept realm as a whole, which was currently speeding upwards. The windswept realm was moving, rising upward, heading higher and higher into the void. Menghao's mind spun as he looked off into the distance and saw 2 balls of light, which repeatedly slammed into each other, as if they were fighting. Within one of those balls of light was the white-robed Paragon Sea Dream. The person she was fighting was a middle-aged man. A man that looked exactly like the statue he had seen when he had first climbed the National Aura Mountain upon entering the windswept realm. They fought back and forth without speaking, and yet were surrounded by complete destruction. Menghao was panting. He sensed incredible danger, and didn't dare to send his divine sense out any further. He quickly reined it back into the lands of the windswept realm. Just as I suspected, he thought, his eyes flashing. Some momentous catastrophe has struck the windswept realm. I couldn't get involved even if I wanted to. For now, it seems the Echelon Heart's only purpose is to allow me to see more, to allow my divine sense to cover the entire windswept realm. And yet, how does that help my cultivation base? Suddenly, a tremor ran through him. Oh, what's that? Ah, it's not useless after all. Covering the entire windswept realm with divine sense will allow me to contemplate enlightenment of the natural laws and essences of this place. I don't need any world seal because I can sense the entire realm as a whole. Theoretically, I should be able to directly sense the natural laws and essences. Even if I don't have the required world seals, I should still be able to do it. After all, the world seals are merely manifestations of the natural laws and essences of the windswept realm. Panting, his eyes began to shine. He consolidated the power of his divine sense and immediately began to contemplate. He already had the foundation provided him by the world seals of the 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, and 4th nations. Therefore, he simply acted according to his plan and used divine sense to begin contemplation. Rumbling filled his mind as he settled down cross-legged and began to work. He now had access to far more natural laws and essences that any individual world seal would give him. Of the ones he could sense now, around half were the ones that he had already achieved enlightenment regarding from the world seals in his possession. Now, with the ability to perceive them as a comprehensive whole, enlightenment came to him even faster than it had before. There are a total of 3,000 great Daos. 2,700 are located in the various nations, with the final 300 being located in the central temple. If I can gain enlightenment of all 3,000 great Daos, then I can fully absorb my second nirvana fruit, and become a true all-heaven immortal. At that time, Dao Heaven will be no match for me. That will also be the moment when I can truly rise to prominence in the windswept realm. He saw many natural laws and many essences, and he immediately began to gain enlightenment. A shocking aura appeared on him, spreading out in all directions and growing stronger by the moment. The clouds churned overhead, spreading out to fill the entire windswept realm. Everyone was shocked, and even Dao Heaven lurched to a stop in midair, face flickering with disbelief. He reached out and grabbed a piece of a nearby cloud, looked at it closely, and then his face darkened. This is Meng Hao's aura. Rumble. 1,300 essences. Meng Hao's hair whipped about in the air as he sat there cross-legged, the lands quaking beneath him. This was his good fortune, the greatest good fortune he had acquired so far in the windswept realm. The speed of his enlightenment increased as he spread his divine sense out to contemplate and observe the natural laws and essences. He closed his eyes, making it impossible for anyone to see the flicker of augury contained therein. As of now, his injuries weren't important. His soul spread out along with his divine sense to cover the lands. 1,400 essences. 1,500 essences. He was gaining enlightenment through brute force, violently commandeering good fortune. He was breaking through the limits previously set by the world seals, walking a path of enlightenment that no one had ever walked before. His aura grew more and more majestic, and his enlightenment was accelerating. 1,600 essences. 1,700 essences. The tempest raged around him, with him at the very center. The mastiff crouched at his side, its eyes glowing fiercely as it looked about. It would prevent anyone from getting close to Meng Hao, even someone familiar to him. Its 300-meter frame was like a small mountain, and its eyes were the picture of brutality, seemingly representative of pure slaughter. It was at this point that the emperor in the third nation suddenly cried out, urgent and furious. When his voice echoed into the ears of Zhong Wuya and the others, Zhong Wuya sighed lightly. He could delay matters no further. In response to the words of the emperor, the black-robed cultivators killing intent soared. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. They hadn't dared to say anything about how Zhong Wuya had interfered with them earlier, but their hearts had long since filled with discontent. In accordance with the orders issued, they ignored Zhong Wuya and charged forth with blazing killing intent, heading directly toward the central temple region and Meng Hao. Zhong Wuya went along, but did nothing more than enter the area and watch Meng Hao from afar. His eyes filled with complex emotions and hope. Everything shook as the black-robed men transformed into streaks of light that shot through the sky, drawing ever closer to Meng Hao. The mastiff roared and shot to its feet. Its 300-meter frame erupted with energy and brutality, and its eyes were shot with blood as it gazed coldly at the incoming black-robed cultivators. Meng Hao was its master, its only family. Its purpose in life, its mission, was to protect him. It was willing to sacrifice everything for him. It had been like that when it was small, and now that it had grown up, it was the same. Kill him. Among the black-robed cultivators, there were 3 who were faster than the others. They performed incantation gestures, summoning a divine ability that formed a massive handprint, which shot toward Meng Hao. The mastiff threw its head back and let out a deafening roar that echoed out in all directions. It pounced toward the 3 enemies, and a fiendish wind sprang out. A single swipe of its paw shattered the divine ability, and then it opened its mouth wide, as if to consume the men. A boom rang out, and the three men fell back, faces flickering with shock. One of them was too slow, and the mastiff gobbled him up. Crunching sounds could be heard, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Then the scream was cut off, and the mastiff swallowed him down. It stood tall next to Meng Hao, gazing at the black-robed men with ferocious coldness, radiating hostility. It was at this point that Meng Hao's mind rumbled again, and his aura surged even more majestically. He had just gained enlightenment of 1,800 essences. In the moment that Meng Hao gained enlightenment of 1,800 daos, numerous national aura mountains collapsed. By now, the 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th nations were all rubble. Suddenly, 6 pillars of light shot out of that rubble and up into the air, each one 3,000 meters wide. The lands of the windswept realm were quaking, and the clouds up above churned madly. In the spots where the pillars of light climbed up into the sky, massive vortexes formed. The 6 vortexes exuded a power of reversal. Were it possible to view the windswept realm from out in the pitch-black void, you would clearly be able to see that, despite having escaped the clutches of the mountain and sea realm, the speed with which it was rising instantly dropped by more than half. Despite being locked in combat, Paragon Sea Dream and the windswept Imperial Lord both seemed to be shocked by this. However, that would only be visible from outside the windswept realm itself. Inside the windswept realm, the only thing that everyone could sense was that the lands were trembling. Then, the sudden reduction in speed apparently broke something in the lands themselves. All of a sudden, everyone felt as if they were lurching up into the air. With the exception of the remaining national aura mountains, all of the other mountains were torn from their bases and flew up. The same thing happened to the rivers, the cities, and all life forms. Everyone suddenly lurched up into the air. Everything that was happening caused the people in the windswept realm to be filled with shock. On the third nation's national aura mountain, the emperor threw his head back and roared, "No! Stop him! Damn it! We haven't reached the appointed place to stop. Don't let the echelon cultivators gain enlightenment of the windswept Tao." The man's face was twisted with both ferocity and anxiety. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing more black-robed figures to appear off to the side. The figures clasped hands and bowed with lowered heads, then vanished, transforming into beams of light that sped toward the central temple region. That was where Meng Hao hovered in midair, his body emitting rumbling sounds as his energy rose higher and higher. Brilliant light emanated off of him and filled the entire windswept realm. As of this moment, he very much resembled the mastiff when it possessed the renegade spirit. Currently, it was as if he was possessing the windswept realm. Of course, to describe it in such a way is only an illustration, and yet, it wouldn't be impossible for it to become reality. Rumble. 1,900 essences. 2,000. 2,100. Meng Hao's hair whipped around in the air, and his energy continued to climb. When he gained enlightenment of the 2,100th essence, the national aura mountain in the third nation began to collapse. The emperor threw his head back and let out a fierce shriek, and did everything in his power to prevent the collapse, to change what was happening. However, his face quickly fell. He was forced to dodge to the side as a pillar of light rose up from the rubble of the national aura mountain. There were now 7 vortexes. The speed of the windswept realm's rise was once again reduced. "Meng Hao!" the emperor shrieked. Then he flashed through the air toward the central temple region. Meng Hao continued to gain enlightenment. 2,200 essences. 2,300. The mastiff was at his side, roaring, its body shining with brilliant, blood-colored light. It held nothing back as it defended him against the black-robed attackers. Not a single one of them was able to pass it and get close to Meng Hao. The mastiff roared, and Meng Hao was shielded by blood-red light. The black-robed men were going mad, unleashing all sorts of divine abilities and Taoist magics. The violet light of the true Tao descended, smashing into the mastiff and riddling it with wounds. However, It continued to protect the area surrounding Meng Hao. This was the exact way it had protected him back in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. It would defend him until it died. Damn this blood beast. Kill it. No matter how the black-robed cultivators attacked, they failed, leaving them utterly flustered. Finally, they attacked the mastiff directly. The mastiff roared and slammed its paw down onto the ground. The lands shook, and blood chi swept about in all directions. One by one, the black-robed attackers were forced to fall back. However, there were 3 who managed to break through, and quickly bore down on Meng Hao, eyes bursting with killing intent, performing incantation gestures all the while. However, the mastiff then let out a mighty roar and shot through the air toward them. The swipe of a paw blocked the men, and yet, their deadly combined divine ability ended up slamming into it as a result. Blood oozed out of the mastiff's mouth, and its body trembled violently. Then it opened its mouth wide and lunged toward them as if to gobble them up. The 3 men tried to fall back, but the mastiff's roar dazed them. Before they could do anything, the mastiff's jaws closed around them. For the true Tao. Detonate! 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 Eyes filled with vicious madness. The 3 men chose to self-detonate in the same moment that the mastiff bit down onto them. A huge boom echoed out that shook heaven and earth. As they exploded, the mastiff let out a plaintive cry. Its body trembled on the verge of explosion before it shrank down from its previous 300-meter size to only 30 meters. It glared at the black-robed men surrounding it. It didn't fly out and attack, and yet, the blood-colored light emanating out from it grew more intense, transforming into a shield that surrounded itself and Meng Hao. It was like an inverted bowl that rested on top of them, sending blood-colored light high up into the air. The surrounding black-robed cultivators all attacked in unison, causing huge booms to echo out as the shield distorted. It was at this point that Meng Hao's energy once again rose as he gained enlightenment of 2,400 essences. Next, a 3,000-meter pillar of light rose from the rubble of the Second Nation's National Aura Mountain. Rumbling filled the air, and the clouds seethed as an 8th vortex appeared. The sky above the windswept realm now featured 8 prominent vortexes, beyond which was the pitch black of the void. Apparently, the windswept realm's rise into the sky had now been stopped. At the same time, more black-robed figures sped through the Third Nation, followed by the Emperor. When the Emperor saw Wuxia, he glared and said, "Wuxia, do you truly dare to hold back from attacking?" Wuxia stood there silently, opting not to respond. The Emperor clenched his teeth and said, "You, shut up," Wuxia said coolly. "You, a trifling spirit realm cultivator, dare to raise your voice to me? I only listen to your orders for the sake of the true Tao. I'm not your slave." The Emperor's face flickered, and he stared at Wuxia, huffing and puffing. However, he didn't say anything further. More black-robed men were converging in the area around Meng Hao. They attacked in unison, causing violet lightning to fall. Soon, Meng Hao was surrounded by a sea of lightning, which constantly battered the blood-colored shield. The shield twisted and distorted, clearly on the verge of collapsing. The mastiff was getting smaller and smaller. It shrank from 30 meters to only about 3 meters in size. However, it continued to hold on. Meng Hao's energy rose higher and higher, and the light emanating out of him grew more intense. 2,500 essences. 2,600. He was now only 100 essences away from a total of 2,700. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a voice echoed out like thunder from off in the distance. "Meng Hao!" Tao Heaven appeared in a beam of light that streaked across the sky toward the central temple region. Although a heavy pressure weighed down on him as soon as he entered the central temple region, Tao Heaven had also received the blessing of the windswept realm's chi flow, and as such, he could easily ignore it. He headed toward Meng Hao with incredible speed, and as he neared, he waved his hand and bellowed, "Screw off!" Several black-robed men who were in his way exploded into pieces, allowing Tao Heaven to directly approach the blood-colored shield and wave his finger toward it. The heaven-shaking, earth-shattering finger swipe caused the shield to tremble. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the shield was now covered with fissures. The mastiff trembled violently, shrinking down again until it was barely over a meter long. Its aura was incredibly weak, but it had still continued to defend Meng Hao. "Give me the echelon heart," Dao Heaven roared. He waved his right index finger again. When it landed, the shield would definitely collapse, placing not only Meng Hao, but also the mastiff in critical danger. In the moment that the shield collapsed, blood sprayed out of the mastiff's mouth, and it shrank down to the size of a hand. Even as it stood there on shaky legs, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. "Screw off," he said. Massive rumbling caused everything to shake. A huge windstorm sprang up as his voice echoed out, slamming into Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven's face fell, and he fought back ferociously. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was shoved backward. The black-robed men were also shocked by this turn of events. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they were shoved away violently. In a mere moment, all the land 3,000 meters around Meng Hao and the mastiff was emptied. Meng Hao slowly rose to his feet. He was no longer in need of contemplation. He had already gained complete enlightenment of the 2,700 essences from the areas outside the central temple. As of this moment, his injuries were completely healed, and he was back at his peak. Completely ignoring Dao Heaven and the black-robed men, he looked down gently at the mastiff. Then he squatted down and picked it up in his hand. The mastiff looked like it had when it was young. It squinted up at Meng Hao and then licked his palm. "You rest for a while," Meng Hao said. "Leave the rest to me." He delivered some life force to it, and then put it back into the blood-colored mask in his bag of holding. Then he looked up. His gaze swept over the nervous black-robed men, who slowly backed up. To them, his gaze was like lightning, and a single look was enough to strike fear into their hearts. The only person staring back hatefully was Dao Heaven. "The echelon heart belongs to me," Dao Heaven cried. At the same time, Meng Hao lifted up the second nirvana fruit and pushed it into his forehead. With 2,700 essences, he could not fully absorb the nirvana fruit, but he could fuse with it for much, much longer, long enough for a protracted battle. The moment the nirvana fruit fused into him, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared. He did not increase in size like he had before, nor did he require time to complete the process. Azure light flickered, and his energy spiked, like that of a celestial warrior. All heaven immortal. Surrounded by azure light, Meng Hao's energy surged higher, and he emanated a killing will. He had been continuously held back during his time in the windswept realm, but now was the time to rise to prominence. Everyone who had harmed his mastiff would now die. He felt no apprehensions. Now that he was going to go on the offensive, he would cause a scene that could topple heaven and crush the earth. He had been restraining himself for far too long. "All of you, prepare to die." He sped through the air with such explosive speed that he left sonic booms behind him. A moment later, he appeared in front of one of the black-robed men and unleashed a punch. That punch was not the life extermination fist. It was simply an ordinary punch backed by his fleshly body power while in the all-heaven immortal realm. Everything shook. This black-robed man was an ancient realm expert with 8 extinguished soul lamps. However, he wasn't qualified to even dodge or block Meng Hao. Before he could even react, the punch landed. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed, his body shattered, and he was completely dead. For a single punch to fell an ancient realm expert was something that caused all of the other black-robed men to gasp. However, things weren't over. After delivering the fist strike, Meng Hao flashed through the air to appear in front of another black-robed cultivator, upon whom he unleashed another punch. The man's face flickered with a ferocious expression, and he immediately spit a flying sword out of his mouth. Meng Hao snorted coldly and didn't even pause. He followed through with his punch, destroying the flying sword, which shattered into countless pieces. His shocked opponent could only watch as Meng Hao's fist slammed into him. Boom! Meng Hao moved like lightning. He teleported 7 times in a row, and each time he unleashed one punch. Each punch was followed by miserable shrieks, and the death of a black-robed man. 7 of them exploded into clouds of blood. This slaughter unfolded in the exact moment in which Meng Hao ascended to the all-heaven immortal realm. The surrounding black-robed men were completely astonished, even disbelieving. Although they had come here to pursue Meng Hao specifically, they didn't actually know very much about him. As of this moment, they were shocked to discover that the person they had been chasing was actually an indescribably terrifying individual. Even as the black-robed men's faces fell, one of their number let out an enraged roar. "Attack together," he cried. "Even if he were stronger than he is now, he couldn't handle all of us at the same time. Kill him." A moment later, the man's head was flying through the air. In the moment before he died, a look of shock could be seen on his face. From behind his headless corpse, out walked Meng Hao, a sword in his hand. A wooden sword. "Like I said, all of you are going to die today." His voice was cold, and a murderous aura raged up from his body. The other black-robed men began to tremble with fear. They might be pursuers of the true Tao, but that didn't mean that they were completely without fear of death. To see Meng Hao in such a powerful state filled their minds with shock, and they began to fall back. However, it was at this point that the emperor, who still stood next to Zhong Wuya, looked at the men with a red glow flickering in his eyes. He performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then waved his finger at them. Suddenly, similar red glows could be seen in the eyes of the retreating black-robed men. "For the true Tao! For the true Tao!" Howls rose up like those from enraged beasts. The men had expressions of fanaticism and insanity as they all charged toward Meng Hao, violet light swirling up from them. From the look of it, they were actually burning their life forces. There were a dozen or so who flew through the air in attack, summoning numerous divine abilities. There was a volley of violet lightning, an illusory wild beast, glowing magical treasures, and even a gigantic magical hand. Rumbling echoed out as over 10 different divine abilities and magical items filled the sky and descended toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. He saw the emperor off in the distance and snorted coldly. The sword in his hand disappeared, and he took a step forward, turning into a blur that sped through the violet lightning toward the man who unleashed it. He reached out and pushed his finger into the man's forehead, and then, without so much as a backward glance, spun and headed toward the second man. The swish of a sleeve collapsed the man's divine ability, and then Meng Hao reached out and tapped his forehead. He moved again, toward the third black-robed man, ignoring his magical item, closing in, and then shoulder-butting him hard in the stomach. Then he spun, lashing out with his right foot, which kicked up a huge wind as it slammed into the heads of 3 successive black-robed enemies. When he appeared next, he was in front of the 7th black-robed cultivator. He punched out, instantly destroying the wild beast created by the man's Taoist magic. He passed through the creature, smashing his fist into the 7th man's chest. Then he jerked to the side, using his back to slam into the 8th black-robed man. At the same time, he extended his left hand, within which appeared the bone-tip spear. He hurled it out, sending it stabbing into the forehead of the 9th black-robed man. Then, rumbling sounds could be heard as he waved his sleeve, sending divine flame rolling out to engulf for other enemies. With his last movement, he appeared above the head of the 14th black-robed man, after which he punched down viciously with his right fist. The air shook, and a shockwave spread out in all directions, slamming into 3 nearby black-robed cultivators, causing them to tremble violently and let out miserable shrieks. To describe all of these actions takes some time, but it actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Meng Hao spent no more effort than it would take to turn over his hand, and the nearly 20 surrounding black-robed men were killed in quick succession, completely destroyed. The lingering sounds of the battle continued to echo out over the battlefield. Then everything went silent. The remaining black-robed men looked completely shocked. They stared at Meng Hao with disbelief and terror, apparently having awoken from their madness and ardor from moments ago. Now they edged away from him, trembling. What cultivation base does he have? How could he be so strong? Is he in the quasi-Tao realm? So fast. In a few breaths of time, he actually cut down almost 20 of us. Off in the distance, the emperor's face fell. When he looked at Meng Hao, he was filled with intense terror. As for Wuxia, the hope in his eyes deepened, and at the same time, he looked like he wished he could fight. Dao Heaven had a very unsightly expression on his face as he sped backward. He simply didn't dare to do anything to provoke the current Meng Hao. Even as Dao Heaven retreated, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness. Looking Dao Heaven's way, he said, "Now that I'm done warming up, it's your turn." As soon as their gazes met, Dao Heaven's face fell, and he began to retreat with greater speed. He performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing several illusory beasts to appear that charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao shot through the air like an arrow. He slammed through the beasts without even slowing down. They didn't even leave a scratch on him, and his passage caused them to explode into bits. Damn it! Dao Heaven continued to back up, waving his right hand and performing an incantation gesture at the same time. The air rippled as a gigantic portal appeared. From within the portal emerged a black-colored fist that struck out toward Meng Hao. "Break!" Meng Hao said, eyes glittering as he unleashed the life extermination fist. When it slammed into the black-colored fist, heaven and earth trembled, and the fist exploded. As for the portal, it instantly began to disintegrate. Meng Hao's fist passed through it and made contact with Dao Heaven's finger. A boom could be heard. Blood sprayed out of Dao Heaven's mouth, and his finger exploded, sending him tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, the chanting of a curse could be heard from within the portal had just smashed. "As a devil immortal, I call upon the power of my name to curse your blood." Meng Hao snorted coldly. Without waiting for the curse to be completed, he loosened his fist, reached into the door, and grabbed hold of what was inside. A pitch-black, three-horned humanoid beast. The beast gaped in shock, then let out a scream of terror and astonishment. "Why you? You can actually reach through the portal?" Meng Hao's hand flexed as divine flame appeared. The humanoid beast was engulfed and let out a blood-curdling scream. In the blink of an eye, it was burned into nothing but ash. "Dao Heaven!" roared Meng Hao as he shot through the air in pursuit, sending a massive shockwave outwards. He was upon Dao Heaven in an instant and let loose another punch, and in response, Dao Heaven shouted and unleashed all of the power of his cultivation base. The full power that came from reaching the ancient realm 9 times was sent against Meng Hao. A boom could be heard, and Dao Heaven coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao continued to advance. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Dao Heaven continuously coughed up mouthfuls of blood. He roared as his cultivation base surged, then bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out some blood which transformed into an entire sea. It didn't surge toward Meng Hao but rather detonated. The massive unleashing of power enabled Dao Heaven to separate himself from Meng Hao. He sped backward, face pale, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Then he stretched his right hand up into the air. The sky flashed, and a murderous aura exploded out. Countless tendrils of black fog appeared, which formed into the shape of a scroll painting. "Meng Hao, I only hit your blood mastiff's shield 2 times, he said through gritted teeth. "It didn't hurt your dog. We're both in the echelon. It's the weirdos from the third nation who tracked you down and hurt your blood mastiff. Not me." He pointed an accusatory finger at the emperor. He had no choice but to speak up and say these things, but at the same time, he gripped the scroll painting in his other hand. The scroll painting was his trump card, and also a powerful threat. He was now regretting his earlier impulsiveness, and wished he hadn't come looking to cause trouble for Meng Hao. It was at this point that, because of Meng Hao gaining enlightenment of the 2,700 essences, the First Nation's national aura mountain crumbled. A pillar of light rose up, the 9th. A 9th vortex also appeared in the air. The 9th vortex ensured that the lands of the windswept realm were now completely stopped in place in the pitch-black void. Rumbling filled the lands, and the emperor was panting anxiously. "Wuxia," he said, "you can hold back, But the plan will not fail. You must understand the truth of that. Ignoring Wuxia, he extended his right hand, within which appeared an earthenware pot. The pot was the color of blood, and shockingly, nearly overflowed with boiling blood. Countless years of preparation have created hope for the windswept realm. It doesn't matter if I'm viewed as a saint or a sinner, I will lead the windswept realm to escape from under the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens will become the 34 heavens, and all cultivators of the windswept realm will receive the enlightenment of the true Tao. Over the countless years, it's impossible to say how many lives have been sacrificed for this cause. For this hope, I will use your blood to help us. Activate the blood world formation. Howling, the emperor viciously smashed the blood pot onto the ground. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He could sense some sort of indescribably malevolent aura coming from the earthenware pot, as if it contained the willpower of all of the life forms in the windswept realm. A sound like that of infinite screaming rippled out from the blood in all directions, causing the sky to flash, and the 9 pillars of light rising up from the 9 nations to dim slightly. Even the 9 vortexes up in the sky seemed to be affected, and looked as though they might stop spinning. Rumbling could be heard, and the emperor was laughing maniacally. After having thrown the earthenware pot down, it smashed, sending blood splashing out in all directions. The intangible howling grew more intense, transforming into ripples that spread out everywhere, covering the entire windswept realm, twisting it, distorting it. Meng Hao was panting. Drastic upheavals were rocking the windswept realm, and although he had prepared himself mentally, to see these things happening in front of his very eyes was a shocking thing. The other cultivators from the mountain and sea realm all had looks of complete astonishment on their faces. The earthenware pot smashed, and blood splashed out in all directions. The fierce fighting of the 9 nations' armies had long since stained the earth red, but as this additional flow of blood spread out, everything it touched became even more deeply crimson. Living things, heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, wind and clouds, by the power in me, I summon you. As the emperor's shrill cry echoed out in all directions, the blood from the earthenware pot began to writhe, as if it were alive. It was as if there was something concealed inside that blood which had now been issued a call. It was like a key that could unlock the door to these blood-colored lands. The ground in the central temple area was shaking violently. Next, a massive amount of blood began to rise up from in the land, as if it were being called, directed. A massive rumbling could be heard, as though countless fierce voices were crying out. More blood gushed up out of the lands, transforming everything into a world of blood. The cultivators from the mountain and sea realm, including Fandonger, were all completely shocked, and had no idea what was happening. Windswept blood, heavenly tears. I call upon you to awaken from your sleep of death. The emperor bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he looked crazed. Rumbling could be heard as the ground trembled with increased intensity. Meng Hao flashed through the air, passing by Dao Heaven and heading directly toward the emperor. He had the sudden intense premonition that if things proceeded as they were, a great catastrophe would strike. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao began to charge toward the emperor, Wuxia sighed and stepped forward, reaching out with his hand to block the path. Meng Hao, you can't stop this from happening. Just watch. Meng Hao shoved Wuxia out of the way, causing a massive wind to kick up. And yet, he was incapable of doing anything to stop the rising blood. You intentionally let me live. Why? Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing azure light to shine out from him. Instantly, numerous mountains began to descend, the result of the mountain-consuming incantation. These were not ordinary mountain ranges, but rather countless azure-colored mountains, immortal mountains, which smashed down with shocking power. I already know what decision you have made, Wuxia said softly, and you know mine. As for who is wrong and who is right, we'll just have to see. Time will answer all questions. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and waved his finger. Instantly, his extinguished soul lamps expanded and shot up to meet the azure immortal mountains. A huge boom echoed out, and he fell back a few paces, trembling. As for why I let you live, it was because I hope that if I'm wrong, you can help me accomplish something. His eyes were once again filled with a look of reminiscence and complex emotions. He sighed again. Meng Hao was also forced into retreat by the backlash. He looked up at Zhong Wuya and saw the look in the man's eyes, whereupon he fell silent. More and more blood flowed out. In the blink of an eye, everything was covered, making the area a river of blood. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and Meng Hao's eyes went wide. Off to the side, Dao Heaven looked astonished, but took advantage of what was happening to flee. "Come forth, wind-swept blood!" the emperor cried. His right hand suddenly shot up, and he stabbed his fingers his own eye. At the same time, the sky filled with crackling lightning. The blood that covered the lands was boiling, and continued to bubble up from the depths of the earth. The river of blood was now turning into a sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, all the lands were covered with endless amounts of blood. Even the 9 pagodas that represented the 9 nations were covered. This was the blood spilled by the countless soldiers who had died fighting. Windswept spirit, unleash the countless years of rancor. Form it into your heroes. He threw his head back and roared, lifting both hands into the air for a moment before shoving them down violently toward the ground. The rancor caused the lands to tremble. The sea of blood roared, and then began to congeal into one figure after another. In the blink of an eye, there were too many to count. After appearing, they let out intense roars, and then stared with blood-red eyes at Meng Hao and Dao Heaven, as well as all the other shocked cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. It was an animosity that had been suppressed for far too many years. A hatred that sank deep into the bones, permeated the blood. It had built up for generation after generation, until it became a storm. "Activate the 9 blood formation," the emperor roared hoarsely. He lifted his right foot up and then stamped viciously down toward the sea of blood. A boom rang out, and the figures congealing from the blood began to speed toward the 9 pagodas, howling all the way. Everyone watched as the blood-colored figures slammed into the pagodas and then completely vanished, having been absorbed by the pagodas, which then transformed into the color of blood. The blood that remained on the ground continued to flow into the pagodas, which apparently possessed some shocking gravitational force. It only took a few moments for all the blood to be drained away. The 9 pagodas, having absorbed the sea of blood and the blood figures, were now crimson red and glittering brightly. At this point, 9 blood-colored beams of light suddenly shot up from the 9 pagodas. They sped up toward the heavens, piercing through the clouds to form 9 blood-colored vortexes. Upon close examination, it was possible to see countless blood-colored figures inside of the vortexes, speeding about as if they were running. The 9 pagodas were not very far away from each other, and thus, neither were the 9 pillars of light. Furthermore, the 9 vortexes up above were also very close to each other. As they grew, they merged together, forming one enormous vortex. The cultivators from the mountain and sea realm were shocked by all of this. A moment later, the shocking blood-colored vortex filled the sky with rumbling sounds, causing the lands below to quake. The pillars of light from the 9 nations, which had been preventing the windswept realm from rising up, were completely shattered by the blood-colored vortex. As it spun, the previously motionless lands trembled, then once again began to ascend. From outside in the void, it would be possible to see the entire windswept realm suddenly rising up rapidly through the void. "Defile the national aura mountains," the emperor howled, stabbing his fingers into his other eye, leaving himself completely blind. The only thing that remained of his eyes were gaping holes flowing with blood. At the same time, ear-splitting laughter rang out. Simultaneously, the cultivators in all of the sects of the windswept realm's 9 nations began to tremble, almost as if they were awakening from a dream. Their expressions turned fanatical, and they began to call out with loud voices, "For freedom! For freedom! For freedom!" From the first nation to the second nation, in all 9 nations, in all of the various sects, the same words echoed out to fill the world. At the same time, the cultivators of the windswept realm suddenly smashed their right hands onto the tops of their heads. Echoing like that of thunder could be heard. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and they swayed unsteadily, faces ashen. There were even some who directly dropped dead. When the blood sprayed from their mouths like fountains, it flew up into the air and then sped toward the rubble of the nearest of the National Aura Mountains. Instantly, the shattered National Aura Mountains were faced with numerous streams of blood, flying toward them at top speed. The blood was being used to defile the beams of light. The lands quaked, and the sky turned the color of blood. Dark clouds roiled, and of the beams of light rising up from the 9 nations, one was instantly snuffed out. Then a second, a third, and a fourth. In the space of a few breaths, all of the beams of light were extinguished. When that happened, the vortexes they had created vanished, leaving only one thing remaining in the sky: the lone blood-colored vortex. Rumbling echoed out as the lands of the windswept realm picked up speed. From out in the void, it was possible to see the lands rising up rapidly. Because of the incredible speed, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the land quaked violently. Cities crumbled, and all the cultivators, including Meng Hao and the others from the mountain and sea realm, felt incredible pressure, as if huge hands were pushing down onto them. Fan Donger and the others coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and looks of astonishment could be seen on their faces. Even Dao Heaven was shaken inwardly. He fell back a bit, although he didn't flee. He had the feeling that the drastic upheavals facing the windswept realm were reaching a climax. Meng Hao's face flickered, and the sensation of an oncoming catastrophe grew even stronger. His eyes glittered, and threw his head back and roared. Rumbling sounds echoed out as his body grew rapidly from its normal size to 9 meters tall, 21 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters, 90 meters. He was now a 90-meter-tall giant, whose body rumbled as he fought back against the invisible pressure weighing down on him. He stamped his foot onto the ground and transformed into a meteor that shot toward the emperor. Zhong Wuya stepped forward to block his way, causing Meng Hao's eyes to flicker as he unleashed the god-slaying fist with his right hand. Instantly, the two of them began to fight. Booms echoed out, and in a relatively short period of time, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Everything shook violently, and Zhong Wuya's eyes filled with a strange light. He was clearly aware that Meng Hao had just reached a level of power that could cause problems for even himself. Zhong Wuya! Meng Hao growled. He waved his right hand, unleashing the essence of divine flame. However, Zhong Wuya all of a sudden fell back, doing nothing more to interfere with Meng Hao. Meng Hao stared in shock for a moment. However, he had no desire to fight with Zhong Wuya to begin with, plus, the sensation of imminent crisis was growing more intense. He waved his hand, sending divine flame out in a huge blast toward the emperor. The emperor laughed loudly, and didn't even deign to look at Meng Hao, simply allowing him to approach without even dodging to the side. A boom rang out, and Meng Hao's face flickered. His divine flame and his attacking palm were only about a meter away from the emperor when suddenly, they slammed into some sort of impassable barrier. It almost seemed like the will of the windswept realm had sprung up around the emperor, making him completely invincible. Not only that, a backlash hit Meng Hao, flinging him backward by about 300 meters. No one can alter the Imperial Lord's plan. There is no power that can interfere with the hopes of the windswept realm. Everything is for the true Tao, for freedom. He stood there, eyeless, laughing maniacally as he raised both hands into the air. His cultivation base was clearly not very high, but as of this point, there was an astonishing power of will that had come to converge on him. Hear me, echelon cultivators from the immortal world. What you want is nothing other than the natural laws and essences of the windswept realm. As the emperor, I now give them to you. The emperor continued to laugh as he waved a finger toward the sky. The heavens rumbled, and the sky seemed to shatter. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the windswept realm suddenly seemed to lose its sky altogether. In its place was a void, within which, if you looked closely, could be seen a blood-colored vortex, rumbling as it spun. It exerted a massive power that relentlessly pulled the entire windswept realm higher and higher. Simultaneously, countless natural laws and essences that had previously been invisible were now revealed because of the lack of a sky overhead. The natural laws were visible as flickering magical symbols that formed a huge net which covered everything. In the locations where the threads that made up the net intersected, colorful motes of light could be seen. Sometimes they were transparent, sometimes they shone brightly. They were essences, natural laws and great Taos. For the first time ever, they were directly made visible to all onlookers. All they had to do was send out some divine sense, and they would be able to see the huge net of magical symbols that represented the natural laws. Furthermore, if they touched the colorful motes of light with divine sense, they would be able to detect the presence of essence. Natural laws, great Taos. There they are, right in front of you, said the Emperor, laughing. Echelon cultivators of the immortal world, you may contemplate them as much as you like. However many you get will depend on your own personal good fortune. The man's laughter contained derision, contempt, and most of all, disdain. Tao Heaven was about to leave the area, but suddenly, a tremor ran through him, and he looked up at the huge net up above. He saw the colorful lights and began to pant. Then he sent his divine sense out in all directions and began to contemplate enlightenment. At the same time, the other echelon cultivators in the windswept realm were completely shaken. When they saw the events transpiring up above, they maintained silence for a moment, but then suddenly began to fly through the air toward the central temple area. Lin Tsong was the first to arrive, whereupon he immediately began to contemplate enlightenment. Next was Han Qinglei, then Yuan Jian. Finally, the pudgy echelon cultivator from the Fifth Nation came, the one who had been seriously injured by Tao Heaven, and had subsequently fled. He flew through the air toward one particular corner of the central temple area. Then, body trembling, began to contemplate. The echelon cultivators quickly converged in the central temple area and began to contemplate enlightenment of the windswept realm's natural laws and essences. Meng Hao was the only one who, despite all of the natural laws and essences, continued to feel the sense of increasingly intense crisis. He was just about to take another step forward toward the Emperor when suddenly, the eyeless man turned and seemed to look directly at him, despite his lack of eyes. Dark pits of blood stared directly at Meng Hao. There's no need to get anxious, Meng Hao. I might have underestimated you, but that won't happen again. Actually, I hope that you can get stronger. In fact, I'll even help you. The Emperor lifted his right foot up and stamped it down violently, sending a huge boom echoing out through the temple region. The final 300 essences, which should have remained in the temple, the final prize for the most powerful echelon cultivator, began to spread out through heaven and earth, thanks to the violent stomping of the Emperor's foot. 3,000 natural laws and 3,000 great Taos. That was the complete number, and as for the final number any given cultivator could gain enlightenment of, that would depend on their personal good fortune. A tremor ran through Meng Hao. It wasn't just the echelon cultivators who were contemplating enlightenment. Fan Donger and the others were also shaken. They immediately sent their divine sense out to contemplate enlightenment of the precious natural laws and essences. You are echelon cultivators of the immortal world, and yet, the immortal world treats you too harshly. Ordinarily, it would be a simple thing to acquire these natural laws and essences, but instead they make you fight over them. As the Emperor, though, I won't be so harsh. The 3,000 natural laws and 3,000 essences are now all available for you to immediately contemplate. The more the better. For each one you get, your future Tao path will be made that much easier. I've also prepared another gift for you. It's a true and authentic gift that no previous generation of echelon cultivators ever had a chance to acquire. Any world will have 3,000 great Taos. That is a law of life and of the heavens. However, it is not an absolute. Actually, in any given world, it is also possible for a 3,001st essence to appear. That is one additional essence, the most supreme of essences, which provides unlimited opportunities. It is the ultimate essence. However, to cause that essence to appear is very, very difficult. In fact, the only time it can appear is when a world is hovering on the brink of destruction. Only then will it begin to take shape. That is, a great Tao essence, one that the windswept realm has been forming for countless epochs. It is a complete essence, the sole treasure of the windswept realm. In fact, it is the world Tao. Anyone who can acquire the world Tao can acquire that most paramount world essence. With it, you can own the entire world, or even make your own world. Where is it located, you might ask? In the temple itself. The emperor laughed and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a supreme aura erupted out from the temple, causing all nearby natural laws and essences to grow as dim as fireflies under the shining light of the moon. All of the cultivators instantly sensed the feeling of a supreme essence, including Meng Hao. The echelon cultivator who gains enlightenment of 3,000 natural laws, of 3,000 essences, can have a chance to fight for that final ultimate world essence. As emperor, have I not treated you well? And you know what, not only have I given you essences to gain enlightenment of, I'll help you to speed up the process. I won't even hold back the chi flow of the windswept realm. Strange laughter rang out from the emperor's mouth as numerous beams of light flew down from up above onto each of the echelon cultivators. After receiving the light of blessing, Tao Heaven and the others trembled. Even if they wanted to reject it, they couldn't. The beams of light caused them to feel as if they were fused with the windswept realm, giving them a feeling exactly like the one Meng Hao had experienced before. The only difference was that Meng Hao had received the echelon heart, whereas they were receiving the help of the emperor. Although the result might seem the same, the two processes were completely different. In such a state, gaining enlightenment was much easier, enabling them to acquire enlightenment of all 3,000 great Taos in a much shorter time. Each and every one was well aware that this emperor's words and actions were obviously some sort of trap. He was essentially offering up bait. And yet, they couldn't stop themselves from gobbling that bait right up. Only Meng Hao rejected the light without even hesitating a moment, causing it to grow dim and have very little influence on him. However, he was still incapable of resisting the temptation of those final 300 essences that he needed. He took a deep breath and looked over at the emperor, his eyes flashing coldly. Bait, huh? Fine. I'll bite. He sent his divine sense out toward the final 300 essences that he needed, and immediately began to gain enlightenment. Because he already had a nirvana fruit inside of him, this process caused it to fuse more fully with him. With each essence that he gained enlightenment of, the process grew more complete. In the moment that he had all 3,000 great Taos fused into his heart, his second nirvana fruit would be eternally melded into his forehead. For all eternity, he would be fully and completely an all-heaven immortal. That was the emperor's gambit. Although you couldn't say he had honorable intentions or that there were no hidden tricks in his offer, you could at least say that he had revealed his cards and placed the bait right out in the open. It was as if he were saying, "Here's the bait. Are you going to bite?" Anyone with a bit of common sense would be able to see that something was going on, something big and dangerous. Most importantly, as these drastic upheavals were striking the windswept realm, the emperor's actions were completely baffling. However, even though they knew that something was going on, none of the echelon cultivators could resist such bait. Tao Heaven couldn't, nor could Meng Hao. Their entire purpose in coming to the windswept realm had been to gain enlightenment of natural laws and essences. That didn't indicate that they would instantly acquire that essence after gaining enlightenment of it. However, the essence would come to exist in their heart, like a flickering flame that, when they returned to the mountain and sea realm, would make their path towards the Tao realm less confusing, and make the process much smoother. The ancient proverb says that before painting a piece of bamboo, that bamboo must exist in your heart. It was similar when dealing with essences, and when the time came to truly acquire their own essences, they would have a much clearer picture of their road forward. Most importantly, having that proverbial bamboo in their hearts would even provoke changes in their fundamental nature. The more enlightenment they gained, the greater the number of flames that were kindled in their hearts. If they could gain enlightenment of 3,000 great Taos, and thus gain 3,000 Dao flames in their hearts. Then, when they finally entered the Dao realm, they would be able to wield unimaginable power. Meng Hao's divine sense roiled out as he began to gain enlightenment of the 300 essences that had been released from the temple. All of the echelon cultivators were contemplating enlightenment, as were the other cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. The central temple region was completely devoid of any noise other than the emperor's wild laughter. His heart burst with anticipation as he waited for the echelon cultivators to gain complete enlightenment of the natural laws and essences. Zhong Wuya stood there silently, a complicated expression on his face, as he looked at the echelon cultivators. Finally let out a light sigh. Essences, natural laws, great Daos. Trembling, Dao Heaven began to laugh as his energy rose, causing a windstorm to spring up around him. Because of the world seals, he had gained enlightenment of 900 essences. With the additional help of the emperor, and the blessing of the windswept realm's chief Lo, he now had been enlightened regarding 1,500 essences. Hope was gradually forming within him, and he could virtually see himself stepping onto the path of the ancient realm for a 10th time. Who cares if it's bait? However much you send my way, I'll take it all, he cried. Dao Heaven's eyes shone with a strange light. He might fear Meng Hao, but having become the most powerful in the echelon indicated that his power and intelligence far exceeded the norm. Were that not the case, he would not have repeatedly avoided the third nation the way he had. Lin Song was trembling. Like Han Qinglei, he had not acquired any additional world seals, and was limited to the 300 original essences from his nation's national aura mountain. He had long since resigned himself to being in a hopeless situation. Now, he trembled as his enlightenment reached 600 essences and continued to rise. Bait and plots didn't matter to him. He had no other choice than to do what he was doing. Cultivators lived to become more powerful, and to do so they had to ignore danger. That was something that all echelon cultivators were adept at. Instead of saying that this was Lin Song's strong point, you could say that it was a representation of his ambition. It was the same with Han Qinglei. Yuan Jian was panting. He already had 300 more essences than Han Qinglei and Lin Song, and had now broken through to over 1,000. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Meng Hao's actions. However, in the current situation, there was nothing more important or enticing than essences and natural laws. Then there was the young echelon cultivator from the fifth mountain. He had been maintaining his distance cautiously, but now he looked extremely excited, and instantly sent his divine sense out in all directions. Everyone was focused on contemplation, both the echelon cultivators as well as Fan Donger and the others. Meng Hao was also wrapped up in enlightenment. He was in the best position of all of them, and as his divine sense spread out because of his advantages, experienced an instant breakthrough. 2,800 essences. Rumbling could be heard as Meng Hao's energy erupted, forming an invisible tempest that spun around him. He was different from the others in terms of his temperament, and he immediately experienced shocking transformations. It was as if he became more confident. He stood there, seemingly far above everyone else. The greatest transformation that was occurring was inside of him, with the partially absorbed nirvana fruit. After gaining enlightenment of 2,800 essences, it was becoming almost inseparably close to him. It was as if Meng Hao's continued enlightenment caused more and more Dao flames to ignite, allowing him to master the nirvana fruit and fuse with it. By understanding the world around him, he actually didn't even need to take the initiative to fuse with the nirvana fruit. It began doing so automatically. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and his eyes looked like they contained stars, or even the world itself. Suddenly, the emperor's voice rang out in a mesmerizing fashion, to be heard by all of the echelon cultivators. Meng Hao has already gained enlightenment of 2,800 essences. You other echelon cultivators had better go a bit faster, otherwise that precious world essence which has been building up the temple for so many years will all go to him. As the emperor, I can help you, and can even lend you with more chi flow. Just call out to me, and the chi flow will be yours. Dao Heaven trembled, and when he opened his eyes, they were shot with blood. He suddenly slapped the top of his head, causing his entire body to vibrate. Then his echelon mark appeared on his forehead, and his paragon magic suddenly appeared, not to attack Meng Hao, but to use as a stimulus for his own power. Regardless of the consequences, he wanted his divine sense to become even stronger. "Give me that chi flow," he roared. As his voice echoed out, the heavens rumbled, and an intense beam of light shot down onto Dao Heaven. It surrounded him, causing the dust in the area to float up into the air and transform into a tempest. Dao Heaven trembled violently, but his eyes shone brightly. Under the pressure, he was able to sense that the speed of his enlightenment had been increased by more than tenfold. 1,600, 1,800, 2,000 essences. In the moment that Dao Heaven reached 2,000 essences, he began to pant, and a gleam of obsession appeared in his eyes, as if he had suddenly caught sight of his own personal Dao. That Dao was vague, but because of the help of the 2,000 essences, it could now be said that he had actually found his own path. "So that's how it is," Dao Heaven murmured, trembling, his eyes burning with passion. "I never would have thought. I need to examine it in more detail." After Dao Heaven called for the chi flow, Lin Song and the others gritted their teeth, and then began to follow suit. They unleashed their cultivation bases and went mad with divine sense. Rumbling sounds filled the air as numerous beams of light descended onto them. All of the echelon cultivators were trembling, expressions vicious as the chi flow power gave indescribable assistance to their enlightenment. Their speed increased dramatically, especially in Lin Song's case. He had nearly gone mad from being defeated by Meng Hao. It was something that his enormous pride just couldn't accept. Currently, he was roaring, holding nothing back, and was in fact demanding even more chi flow than Dao Heaven. He was surrounded by a beam of light 300 meters wide, and his speed of enlightenment was almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, he broke past 1,000. After that was 1,200, 1,500, then 1,800. Soon it was 2,000 essences. He was now in third place among the echelon, behind only Meng Hao and Dao Heaven. "Meng Hao, I won't be weaker than you," he roared, face twisted viciously. His entire body was shaking violently, as if his perception of reality was being forcefully stretched and widened. His consciousness grew clearer, and his eyes shone brightly. "My path was incorrect," he murmured, "and treading it could never lead to the highest heights. So that's what was happening. It turns out immortality is like this." It was unclear exactly what he had seen, but he began to laugh loudly. Han Qinglei gritted his teeth. Seeing Lin Song and Dao Heaven doing what they were doing caused a feeling of competition to rise up sharply within him. He decided to throw caution to the wind, and even though it wasn't quite appropriate to call for more chi flow from the Emperor, he did it anyway. Rumbling could be heard as his enlightenment rocketed up. Although it hadn't reached 2,000 yet, he was able to do exactly what Dao Heaven and Lin Song had done, and see his own path. Yuan Jian was still hesitating, unsure of what to do. It was the same with the young echelon cultivator from the fifth mountain. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly trembled. His aura caused colors to flash and a huge wind to kick up. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he gained enlightenment of 2,900 essences. He was now only 100 away from 3,000 essences. His aura was changing, becoming different. It was as if he was casting off all mortality and becoming completely extraordinary. A more intense aura of immortality swirled around him, making anyone who looked at him suddenly be filled with the desire to bow in worship. Even the other members of the echelon and the other cultivators were all affected. Beneath Meng Hao's feet, green grass and celestial flowers sprouted up, blooming, sending their delicate aroma out in all directions. There were even blue lotuses among them, swaying back and forth gently. When someone attains the Tao, he paves the way for all others, Fan Donger said breathlessly, feeling shaken as she looked at Meng Hao. When someone achieves the Tao, blue lotuses sprout and blossom. If there were any Tao realm experts present to watch, they would be astonished. That was because this was an omen that even few people in the Tao realm could ever incite. By this point, the nirvana fruit was reaching the final stages of absorption into Meng Hao. It was fusing with him, with his blood, with his soul, as if it would become an eternal part of him. As for the visions Dao Heaven, Lin Song and Han Qinglei were seeing of their Dao paths. Meng Hao experienced nothing of the kind. That was because he did not call upon any of the windswept realm's chi flow from the emperor. His was a pure enlightenment of the Dao. Perhaps because of the echelon heart within him, his own heart was filling with an increasing sense of deadly crisis regarding the windswept realm. In fact, even if his enlightenment were going slower, he still wouldn't call upon the chi flow. The voice of the emperor echoed out, filled with a bizarre power that entered the hearts of all who heard him. Meng Hao has already gained enlightenment of the 2900th essence. He only has 100 left. The rest of you had better hurry up, lest you be too late. Outside of the mountain and sea realm was an endless black void, within which the windswept realm was now rising up at an indescribable speed. The void twisted and distorted, sending ripples out in all directions. Gradually, it was possible to detect that far up above in the void, there was some sort of invisible barrier. Normally, it couldn't be seen, but now that the windswept realm was approaching it, ripples began to spread out over the barrier. The barrier looked like a huge net, and currently, a slight depression was visible in it that stretched out in all directions. The giant net was just faintly visible, and it was covered by a multitude of lightning bolts, dancing back and forth amidst crashing thunder. On the other side of the huge net were glittering lights, chaos, and apparently other worlds. The huge net covered the entire mountain and sea realm, ensuring that it was clamped down and sealed tightly. Meanwhile, outside of the windswept realm were two globes of splendorous light that were constantly battering back and forth against each other. As they did, the void would shatter, then rapidly reform. Suddenly, an ancient voice spoke out from one of the globes of light, and it sounded exhausted. "Sea Dream, you still haven't recovered from your injuries. I might not be able to beat you, but I can definitely keep you pinned down for a while. Why are you making things hard for me?" The exhaustion was not that which came as a result of the rigors of magical battle. Rather, this person had lived for a very, very long time, and his life force was growing dim. "You are the one making things hard for me, windswept," Paragon Sea Dream said, her voice cold. "I became the lord of the windswept realm first. Only after that did I become one of the immortal world's imperial lords. After all these years, I'm finally leading my world into freedom. Is that so wrong?" That's exactly what the 3,000 rebel realms said back then. Booms echoed out as they continued to fight. Although it only seemed as if the two globes of light were slamming into each other repeatedly, if you looked closely, you would see that every time they connected, it was with power capable of shattering heaven and earth. Even the void was damaged. If any Dao realm experts came too close, they would have been seriously injured by those ripples or perhaps even killed. As they fought bitterly, the net up above grew closer and closer to the windswept realm. The depression in it also became more obvious. Furthermore, it was just possible to make out the image of various enormous figures waiting behind the huge net. One figure looked like a giant with eyes of lightning. Another was some type of beast, with the body of a snake and the head of a dragon, and it exhaled clouds with every breath. One of the figures appeared to be wearing a suit of golden armor, as if it were a celestial warrior. It held a great sword in one hand as it observed the battle taking place on the other side of the huge net. There was another figure barely visible. It was an old man mounted atop a white ox. He appeared to be sighing. Further off in the distance was a three-headed six-armed giant, pitch black in color, with a shocking, murderous aura. These were all powerful experts from the 33 heavens, and had come here to observe the approach of the windswept realm, as well as the battle between Sea Dream and Windswept. No one passed through the net to assist. They only watched. It was as if they were trying to decide whether or not the windswept imperial lord, who in the past had unleashed virtually endless destruction upon the 33 heavens, was actually turning traitor. If he was, then they would allow the windswept realm to leave the mountain and sea realm and become the 34th heaven. In addition to observing the battle between the windswept imperial lord and Paragon Sea Dream, They were watched as the lands of the windswept realm approached. As such, they could clearly see everything that was happening there, including the enlightenment regarding natural law and essences being undertaken by Meng Hao and the others. One of those enormous figures, the one with 3 heads and 6 arms, had an especially cold and murderous look in his eyes, and seemed to be paying especially close attention to Meng Hao. The emperor's words were still echoing out through the temple in the windswept lands. Dao Heaven and the others experienced enlightenment even more quickly, especially Dao Heaven. He couldn't bear to be defeated by Meng Hao, and his eyes were bright red. Although he knew he shouldn't dare take too much windswept chi flow from the emperor, he gritted his teeth. "Chi flow," he yelled. The emperor laughed and waved his hand. Dao Heaven began to glow more brightly, as if he had become a source of boundless light. It was even hard to tell the difference between Dao Heaven himself and the beam of light around him. The light poured through him, making it seem as if his body itself were made of light. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and Dao Heaven threw his head back and roared. His divine sense surged out madly, 10 times greater than before. In the blink of an eye, he reached 2,000 essences. That number increased with incredible speed. 2,400, 2,600, 2,800 essences. Dao Heaven had gone mad. His energy was different than everyone else's, and a powerful tempest surrounded him. His eyes shone with a strange gleam, and he shook violently, as if he had found his own path, his own direction to the Tao. Simultaneously, Lin Song threw caution to the wind and called for more chi flow. The emperor's laughter echoed out as he waved his hand, causing more light to descend on Lin Kong. Lin Song was shaking, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. He then unleashed his paragon magic, and the heavens trembled. His speed of enlightenment was second only to Dao Heaven's. He quickly rose from 2,000 essences all the way to 2,500. After him was Han Qinglei, who quickly reached 2,000 essences. The echelon cultivator from the 5th mountain gritted his teeth and also called for more chi flow. The emperor's laughter rang out continuously. More light descended, and the young man's enlightenment speed erupted, causing him to quickly break through to 2,000 essences. The only one who was still hesitating was Yuan Jian. He could see that Meng Hao was not calling upon the chi flow, and was in fact rejecting it with his divine sense. Considering how familiar he was with Meng Hao, he had the feeling that such a decision must have been made for a good reason. Still feeling conflicted, he gritted his teeth. His eyes then shone with determination as he refused to ask for more chi flow, instead relying only on what he already had to contemplate enlightenment. More than 10 breaths of time passed. Suddenly, Meng Hao trembled, and his eyes filled with an unprecedentedly bright light. He took in a deep breath, and everything trembled. Lightning crashed, as the aura of the entire world seemed to be sucked into him. Rumbling could be heard as he grew higher. He was now more than 210 meters tall and growing. Incredible energy surged up from him. 3,000 essences. As of this moment, Meng Hao had achieved thorough enlightenment of 3,000 essences. Not one more, not one less. In that moment, it was as if 3,000 Tao flames were burning in his heart, lightening his path, filling his heart, blowing away all of his confusion. His entire body radiated bright, azure light, light which represented the utmost level of respect. It represented an all-heaven immortal. Massive transformations occurred within him. The second nirvana fruit was now completely and thoroughly a part of his bones, his blood, his soul, his everything. It was completely absorbed. It was no longer a separate thing from him, and would never again emerge from within his forehead. Now, he was eternally an all-heaven immortal, free from limitations. At any time or place, he could unleash the full power of a mighty all-heaven immortal. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared as his body grew even larger. Soon he was 300 meters tall, a huge giant. But then he suddenly began to shrink back down. Perhaps it was not a shrinking, but a compression. That compression caused cracking sounds to emanate out from inside of him. Resplendent azure light flickered out, and his energy continued to rise, as did his cultivation base. His 123 immortal meridians fused together, forming a single meridian inside of him. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary cultivator. He appeared to be just his ordinary self. However, that was actually a sign of a complete transformation. He looked the same, but fundamentally he was completely different. You could even say that, as of this moment, Meng Hao had reached a crucial milestone on his path of immortality. Immortal. All heaven immortal. He let out a long cry that echoed about, causing the whole world to shake. Fandonger, Beiyu, and the other non-echelon cultivators from the mountain and sea realm were all shaking. When they looked at Meng Hao, it was as if they were looking at a holy saint, an immortal divinity. It would be impossible for them to look down on him, and they even felt the urge to worship him. It was hard to say who did it first, but soon everyone, including Fandonger and the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm, dropped to their knees and kowtowed. As of this moment, Meng Hao was surrounded by a pillar of azure light that shot up into the clouds. Despite all of the drastic upheavals, Meng Hao was now the complete center of attention. Even the echelon cultivators were affected. A strange light appeared in Zhong Wuya's eyes, and he was trembling. The emperor gasped, and despite the fact that he had no eyes, and should only be able to see darkness, he suddenly caught sight of the azure light and the figure therein. Meanwhile, outside of the windswept realm, in the area beyond the depression in the huge net, the figures in the chaotic clouds were letting out exclamations of shock. That azure light! An all-heaven immortal! I can't believe there's actually an all-heaven immortal in the mountain and sea realm. This is impossible. The bloodlines of the all-heaven immortals have long since been eradicated. How could another one have appeared? Who is this person? Various cries of shock and disbelief could be heard beyond the huge net. All eyes were now focused on Meng Hao standing there in the windswept realm. The pitch-black, three-headed, six-armed figure looked on, eyes blazing with flames of hatred. Even Windswept and Sea Dream couldn't help but look over in the middle of their battling, to gaze upon the azure light shining up through the clouds. That azure light seemed to be an announcement to everyone that an all-heaven immortal had appeared once again in the mountain and sea realm. In the immortal world. Not bad, the windswept Imperial Lord said thoughtfully, retracting his gaze. He's not just an all-heaven immortal, Paragon Sea Dream said coolly. Then she waved her hand, causing a massive wind to spring up as she dove back into battle. Shocking azure light rose up into the sky. Meng Hao's body rapidly reverted from a height of 300 meters to only 150 meters. However, his cultivation base was rising dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he then dropped from 150 meters tall to the size of an ordinary person. And yet, his energy seemed to stain the entire sky azure. Azure sky, Meng Hao murmured. His mind trembled as a new enlightenment suddenly filled his mind. This was a sign that would definitely occur when an all-heaven immortal appeared. At the same time, it was an innate divine ability of an all-heaven immortal. Azure sky. The azure sky subdues all willpower. Even the distant mountain and sea realm was shaken. After all, despite the fact that the windswept realm was now high up in the darkness of the void, it was still in the mountain and sea realm. Since Meng Hao was now an all-heaven immortal, it affected the entire realm. In the mountain and sea realm, the 9 seas were roiling and roaring. Countless sea beasts were filled with excitement, with the exception of the sea beasts in the 9th sea. Only the 9th sea was trembling in fear, and that trembling was not limited to just the sea beasts in it. The entire 9th sea was suddenly struck with uncontrollable terror. Gradually, the 9th sea began to change color, turning azure. Any sea beast who had showed animosity to Meng Hao in the past suddenly found that they had azure sealing marks shining on their foreheads. The marks flickered several times before vanishing. However, the intense fear of extermination still floated in their minds. That was because of the oath that Meng Hao had made. His voice when he uttered that oath seemed to echo eternally within the 9th sea. Similarly trembling were all the members of the demonic cultivator horde in the 9 seas god world. To them, it felt as if a horrific catastrophe was on the way, a massive calamity. The mountain peaks were also shaking. The 9 mountains trembled, and all the cultivators in the mountain and sea realm could sense something, although it was hard for them to put their fingers on exactly what. They just had the feeling that somewhere out there, an awe-inspiring figure had just appeared. The mountains and seas were shaken, and rumbling could be heard everywhere. The azure light was especially intense on planet South Heaven, especially from all of the places there that Meng Hao had visited in the past. It was the same on planet East Victory, as well as with Patriarch Reliance, who was now floating around somewhere in the 8th mountain and sea. He trembled as azure light shone up from the state of Zhao on his back. Even more shocking was the 4th mountain, where Su Qing sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, she was surrounded by shocking azure light. The old women standing guard over her were astonished, and even Xidagarba, the lord of the 4th mountain and sea, suddenly opened his eyes. "All heaven immortal," he murmured. As the mountains and seas rumbled, the sun and the moon suddenly stopped moving, and apparently broke free from their places in the 9 mountains and seas, and began to fly in the direction of the all-heaven immortal aura. That scene caused widespread shock throughout the mountain and sea realm. Back in the temple of the windswept realm, Meng Hao stood amidst the majestic azure light and took a deep breath. "The first 2 nirvana fruits that I absorbed weren't mine, but rather the first-generation patriarchs," he murmured, eyes glittering brightly. "The next one I absorb will be my very own nirvana fruit." He took a step forward and thunder crashed. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as that single step took him all the way to the temple, where he waved his right hand toward the temple itself and made a snatching motion. What he wanted was the supreme Tao which existed in the temple itself. Rumbling filled the temple. Meng Hao's hand was filled with all heaven immortal power, and yet it couldn't shake the temple. All it did was cause fissures to spread out, accompanied by cracking sounds. Meng Hao frowned in displeasure. In contrast, the emperor's face fell. He couldn't see anything in the world except for Meng Hao, surrounded by azure light, and that most holy central temple. He actually caused cracks to appear on the surface of the temple. A cultivation base like that, such battle prowess, he's basically equivalent to the peak of the ancient realm. He's just half a step away from quasi-Dao. Simultaneously, Dao Heaven roared anxiously, calling upon even more chi flow to rapidly increase the speed of his enlightenment. 2,900 essences. 3,000. After reaching 3,000 essences, he threw his head back and let loose a long cry. A strange light appeared in his eyes. He had never before been so clear about his future path. His energy continued to rise, and cracking sounds emanated out from his body. His cultivation base suddenly experienced explosive growth, rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, it was far beyond its previous level. By means of divine will, he had found his own path, which would change how he practiced cultivation. From here on out, he would travel the correct path, and would experience incredible cultivation-based growth. His energy soared as he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward the temple. "Meng Hao, that supreme great Tao belongs to me, Tao Heaven." He closed in on Meng Hao with incredible speed, waving his right hand to cause a huge handprint to appear. That handprint seemed large enough to support the heavens, and it immediately began to slap down toward Meng Hao. "Screw off," Meng Hao said coolly. As the hand closed in, azure light burst out. Suddenly, all of the light in the entire world turned azure. There was a flash, and Tao Heaven's eyes went wide with disbelief. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he was flung backward like a kite with its string cut. "Why you?" he stammered, astonished. He suddenly realized that Meng Hao was vastly more powerful than he had been before. Even though he himself was also stronger, he simply couldn't measure up to Meng Hao. In almost the same moment that Tao Heaven fell back, Lin Song threw his head back and roared. A massive tempest sprung up around him as he gained enlightenment of 3,000 great Taos. His eyes shone with a bizarre light, and his energy soared along with his cultivation base. At the same time, he shot toward Meng Hao. "Meng Hao!" he roared. He waved his right hand, causing numerous screaming ghosts to fly out, covering the sky and emanating an aura of death. They transformed into a gray mist that in turn became a long spear which stabbed toward Meng Hao. However, in the moment that the long gray spear bore down on him, Meng Hao waved his finger. Thunderous booms rang out, and blinding azure light flashed. The gray spear collapsed into countless fragments, and Lin Song fell back, blood spraying out of his mouth, his face a mass of astonishment and disbelief. Meng Hao didn't even look at Dao Heaven or Lin Kong. Instead, he lifted his left hand and once again slapped out toward the temple. A huge boom echoed out, and the temple trembled. Cracks appeared everywhere, and it appeared to be just on the verge of collapsing. He wanted to destroy the temple completely and forcibly take that supreme Dao out. Dao Heaven's eyes flickered coldly. "We can't let him get it," he cried. "We should all have a chance to have it. Lin Song, let's attack him together." As far as he was concerned, now that Meng Hao had the Echelon Heart, if he also got that Supreme World Essence Dao, then he would definitely be the most powerful member of the Echelon. In fact, it could potentially even make him the most powerful Immortal Realm cultivator in all the successive generations of the Echelon. Dao Heaven roared, charging forward and waving his hand to summon his paragon magic. The scroll painting unfurled, and the figure within looked up. Lin Song's eyes flickered with killing intent. He had long since come to view the enmity between himself and Meng Hao as irreconcilable. Meng Hao had fractured his Dao heart, and had left behind a seemingly unconquerable shadowy version of himself. If he hadn't been able to acquire enlightenment of 3,000 great Daos, he likely wouldn't even have had the courage to make a move. Gritting his teeth, he roared and unleashed his own paragon magic. As the two of them attacked, Han Qinglei threw his head back and let loose a long cry. He was the fourth echelon cultivator to achieve enlightenment of 3,000 essences. Energy soaring, cultivation base rising explosively, he looked viciously at Meng Hao and flickered as he charged toward him in attack. As he flew through the air, he waved his hand, causing innumerable bones to appear around him, as well as green lightning. "Meng Hao, it's time for us to fight again." 3 echelon cultivators were all joining forces to attack Meng Hao at the same time. Any of these 3 echelon cultivators could be considered blazing suns. When they appeared on the scene, all cultivators would tremble at their strength. They had long since surpassed their own realm. Ancient realm cultivators, even late ancient realm experts, would quiver in fear upon facing them. However, considering that Meng Hao's current cultivation base was equivalent to the peak ancient realm, just half a step from Quasi-Dao, that meant that all he had to do was absorb another Nirvana fruit, and he would be able to tackle almighty Quasi-Dao experts. In fact, if he absorbed a 4th Nirvana fruit, and his cultivation base broke through from the Immortal Realm to the Ancient Realm, then despite being in the Ancient Realm, he would still be able to hold his own against the Dao Realm. In the Mountain and Sea Realm, the Dao Realm experts were all people on the same level as the patriarchs of the most powerful sects and clans. You could say that Meng Hao had already reached a level in which he could cause just about everyone to tremble. He was a terrifying figure that nobody could afford to underestimate. Meng Hao radiated azure light as he calmly faced the 3 incoming echelon cultivators. He seemed threatening without being angry, a true immortal of heaven and earth. "Before," he said coolly, "I became a mountain obstructing the paths of the chosen of the 9th mountain and sea. Today, I will become a towering peak that stands in the way of all of this generation of echelon cultivators in the mountain and sea realm." He shot out in a flash to meet Dao Heaven and the others. As the 4 of them closed in on each other, Meng Hao waved his finger toward Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei screamed, and his paragon magic collapsed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he tumbled away. Then Meng Hao struck out toward Lin Song with his palm. That palm strike caused heaven and earth to fade, and became Lin Song's entire world. His paragon magic shattered, and he was utterly incapable of defending himself. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he screamed as he spun backward, out of control. All of these things occurred in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Then Meng Hao turned to look at Dao Heaven, and struck out with his fist. That fist caused everything to shatter. The statue in Dao Heaven's painting emanated a murderous aura, but before it could be completely unfurled, Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he looked at Dao Heaven and softly said, "Withdraw." The one to withdraw was not the painting. It was Dao Heaven. Meng Hao was not so full of himself that he would think that, considering the current level of his cultivation base, he would be able to force this terrifying painting into retreat. Of all the magical techniques Meng Hao had seen in his entire life, the scroll painting was by far the absolutely most terrifying. That was especially true of the figure inside the painting, who abounded with a murderous aura, almost as if he were the source of all the murderous auras in heaven and earth. Meng Hao wasn't sure how many people would need to be slaughtered, nor how many years it would take to build up a murderous aura like that. Furthermore, it was merely an image in a painting, not the actual person it depicted. And yet, it seemed as if by simply unleashing that murderous aura, he could annihilate the entire mountain and sea realm with little difficulty. Perhaps the only type of person who could actually battle the person in this painting would be an almighty figure like a paragon. In other words, the black-robed man in the painting was also a paragon. At least, that was Meng Hao's conclusion. Furthermore, whoever it was that painted this paragon was obviously a powerful person who wasn't to be trifled with either. That was especially true when Meng Hao remembered how the man inside the painting had murmured something about the Paragon Bridge being incomplete. That caused the hairs on Meng Hao's neck to stand up straight. From the very first moment he had laid eyes on this painting, Meng Hao had begun to covet it. Unfortunately, it was not some mere magical item. It was the manifestation of Paragon magic. Therefore, even if Meng Hao wanted to steal it, it would be impossible to do so. The only way it might be possible would be to figure out where Dao Heaven acquired it, then gain similar enlightenment and somehow make the Paragon magic his own. Without performing a soul search, though, that would be impossible. Dao Heaven was the former most powerful echelon cultivator, and it wouldn't be an easy thing to perform a soul search on him. Therefore, Meng Hao would have to attempt some other method. As his fist descended, heaven and earth rumbled, and an intense power exploded out. It was a power backed by both his fleshly body and his all-heaven immortal strength. Dao Heaven's face fell, and he was incapable of doing anything as the power slammed into him. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and he was sent flying backward, completely out of control. Almost in the same moment that he began to fly backward, Meng Hao extended his index finger, unleashing demon-sealing hexing magic toward the Paragon painting. The seventh hex, karmic hexing. Shockingly, he was using this hexing magic to look for karma threads connected to the scroll painting, in an attempt to discover where it came from. As his finger descended through the air, rumbling sounds could be heard. The black-robed statue inside the painting suddenly looked up, eyes cold and completely emotionless as he stared dead at Meng Hao. That look caused Meng Hao's mind to reel and his body to tremble. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and he was forced backward. At the same time, his karmic hexing landed on the painting, and immediately countless karma threads appeared. Strangely, as soon as the karma threads appeared, they all turned gray in color. Each and every one of them turned into dust, without a single one being left intact. Impossible, thought Meng Hao, his eyes going wide. What was happening clearly indicated that everyone this so-called paragon had ever met, or had ever known, was already dead. Either that, or every person he had ever met or known thought that he was dead. Because of that, the karma threads were all destroyed. Furthermore, a person with absolutely all of their karma threads destroyed would find it impossible to stay alive. If everyone in the world, and especially everyone who knew that person, believed them to be dead, then it would influence natural laws in such a way that it would actually kill them. How could someone like this even exist? Could it be that this painting depicts a dead person? Meng Hao's heart was trembling, and he almost couldn't accept the situation. His eyes then glowed with determination, and he gritted his teeth. Finally, he bit the tip of his tongue and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Ripples of the League of Demon Sealers instantly erupted out of him. He was using the power of an all-heaven immortal to stimulate the drop of Paragon 9 Seal's blood, the same one he had used to completely absorb his first nirvana fruit. By doing so, he could use his Demon Sealer's aura to connect with heaven and earth, to communicate with the mountain and sea realm. Rumbling could be heard as the distant mountain and sea realm began to shake. The mountains and seas trembled, and the sun and the moon began to emit brilliant light. It was almost as if precious treasures existed inside of them that were now forming a resonance with Meng Hao. The sensation of the legacy of the demon sealers fluctuating inside of him caused Meng Hao to tremble. All of his demon sealing hexing magics began to vibrate as he extended his finger toward the black-robed man in the painting. Demon sealing, 7th hex. Ignoring the incredible cost he had to pay, he relied on his future status to call upon the assistance of the mountain and sea realm to unleash his most powerful hexing magic. As soon as it appeared, massive rumbling sounds emanated out from him. His finger descended, and all of a sudden, karma threads once again appeared on the man in the painting. This time, the karma threads were very dim and instantly collapsed into nothing. It almost seemed the same as what had happened last time, causing Meng Hao's mind to reel. However, in the next moment his eyes went wide. What he saw was that the destroyed karma threads hadn't dissipated. Instead, they grouped together behind the man. Astonishingly, they formed the outline of a person. The person flickered a few times, and then stabilized into an image. It was the image of a man, facing in the opposite direction. He had a long head of flowing, white hair. Furthermore, the man was surrounded by karma threads. These karma threads were strange and almost beyond imagination, something Meng Hao couldn't even think of words to describe. They seemed numerous, almost infinite, to the point where Meng Hao was left in complete astonishment. He had never seen anyone who had shocking karma threads like this. As the karma threads spread out, most disappeared out into the void. Only a few spread back down toward the mountain and sea realm. "Who is this guy?" thought Meng Hao, panting. It was in this moment that the black-robed man in the painting suddenly shivered. He lifted his head and waved his hand, causing the image of the white-haired man behind him to vanish. The karma threads also disappeared. In fact, the painting itself spontaneously shredded into bits, completely disappearing. However, the black-robed man did not disappear with the scroll painting. Instead, he walked out muttering, "I shouldn't be here. Who is it? Who awakened me? Who requested me to come from my world to this place?" His voice was filled with a strange and bizarre power, filled with matchless dignity. As it echoed out, the entire windswept realm shook. The sky faded, and winds screamed. Apparently, the previous time he had appeared, he could make the decision as to whether or not people in the outside world could sense him, and had chosen to remain silent. This time, however, he chose to ask this question, causing his aura to spread out everywhere, to echo even through karma. Despite the fact this was Tao Heaven's own paragon magic, he let out a miserable scream. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and he rapidly shot backward, an expression of shock on his face. Blood spurted out of wounds all over Lin Tsong's body, and he let out a miserable shriek as his body withered. Han Qinglei, Yuan Jian, and even the echelon cultivator from the 5th mountain and all of the other cultivators in the surrounding area were affected similarly. Meng Hao also coughed up a mouthful of blood, and immediately fell back, a look of astonishment on his face. It was the same with Zhong Wuya, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked on with shock. The eyeless emperor was now shaking violently. He couldn't see the black-robed man. The only thing he could see was a murderous aura that formed a vortex in the spot where the man was standing. That vortex was filled with innumerable faces and countless lives, all of them screaming, as if they wished to break out from inside. "Sir, who are you?" the shocked emperor asked respectfully, not daring to address the man as anything other than sir. The people in the immediate vicinity weren't the only shocked ones. Near the 9th mountain on one of the 4 planets was the Wang clan. In that moment, the blood of every member of the Wang clan began to thrum. Their minds spun, and they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Furthermore, in one of the Wang clan's restricted areas, in a grove of bamboo, there was a skinny, decrepit old man, sitting there cross-legged, admonishing several elders who, to him, were members of the junior generation. Suddenly, that old man began to tremble violently. "That aura! he suddenly vanished, reappearing out in the starry sky. Trembling, he looked off in the direction of the windswept realm, his expression one of shock and disbelief. At the same time, not far outside of the windswept realm, Paragon Sea Dream's face was extremely calm, and the windswept Imperial Lord suddenly stopped in place and turned his head. The windswept Imperial Lord's expression was one of shock, and his heart filled with pounding waves of astonishment. Sea Dream, you knew about this, didn't you? Are you crazy? Why didn't you intervene? He murmured, ashen-faced. Clearly, he knew who this black-robed man was. Crazy. Sea Dream responded coolly, a slight smile on her face. Perhaps. The only thing left of my home are 9 mountains. All the people I was ever close to are buried underneath those mountains, and yet I remain alive. I have nothing left to lose. If there's going to be disorder, then let there be disorder in all worlds, be they the mountain and sea realm or the 33 heavens, or even the outside world. Buried within the smile on her face was deep grief, and even madness. The depression in the huge net above the windswept realm only continued to deepen. The figures that waited in the chaos beyond were all staring at the black-robed figure, completely shaken. They appeared to be shocked, flabbergasted. Gasping, they all began to edge backward. It's him. No, it doesn't look like him. Impossible. This is bizarre. What exactly is going on? Report this matter immediately. This is a major development. Rumbling filled heaven and earth, and the windswept realm shook violently. The black-robed man closed his eyes and began to make his way off, taking his murderous aura with him. It was as if he were a lonely soul floating off into the distance, with no place to call home. Further and further away. Tao Heaven wiped the blood off of his mouth and urgently cried out, "Master!" The black-robed man proceeded on, murmuring to himself words that were impossible to hear. He began to vanish into the void. Tao Heaven once again tried to unleash his paragon magic, the result being that his eyes went wide, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. A look of despair appeared in his eyes as he realized that he couldn't use his paragon magic. Apparently, it had been completely wiped away. Tao Heaven spun and glared at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao!" he roared. "Give me back my paragon magic. Give me back my master." Then he charged in attack. Meng Hao had never imagined that his karmic hexing would cause such a thing to happen. He began to pant as the black-robed man got further and further away. Heart trembling, he was suddenly able to sense that in his short interaction with the black-robed man, he had apparently created some strange karmic connection to him. Meng Hao looked at the black-robed paragon, and his overwhelming murderous aura that seemed to embody death. The sensation he got was that of an unmatchable paragon, someone with incredible dignity, hidden within which was a trace of blankness. And yet, that strange confusion did nothing to lessen the man's heaven-shaking energy. He got further and further away, and eventually stepped out into the void. It was at this point that Tao Heaven's roar echoed out. "Meng Hao, give me back my paragon magic. Give me back my master." Face twisted with rage, Tao Heaven shot toward him, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused black fire to burst out all over his body. It spread out around him, making a black sea of flames, within which numerous enormous creatures appeared, roaring viciously like primordial beasts. There were a total of 18 beasts, which joined Tao Heaven as he closed in. He waved his hand, and the 18 beasts emitted shocking roars that shook heaven and earth so violently that it seemed everything would be ripped apart. They almost looked like they were pouncing out from ancient times to destroy Meng Hao. At the same time, Lin Song gritted his teeth and once again told himself that he couldn't afford to be defeated again. Having gained enlightenment of 3,000 essences, he had no reason whatsoever to be defeated. He had found his path to power, had found the path which conformed most to his Tao of immortal cultivation. "I won't be defeated. Tao of the Yellow Springs, open up the underworld," he roared, raising both hands into the air and stretching them to either side in a ripping motion. A huge ripping sound could be heard as the air was torn asunder, and a yellow springs river shot out, instantly sweeping out across the sky. Within the yellow springs were countless vengeful souls that issued blood-curdling screams. At the far end of the river was an illusory city, completely sinister in appearance. It seemed to be incredibly ancient, and written above its main gate were 3 words: Fengdu Ghost City. The city stood strong and tall, and the yellow springs coiled explosively. The underworld was opened, unleashing massive, boundless pressure, as if all of its power was being unleashed. Lin Song gripped it like a whip and raised it above his head, causing incredible pressure to bear down on Meng Hao. Off to the side, Han Qinglei wiped the blood off of his mouth and roared, "Meng Hao, it's time for you to die!" Green lightning swirled around him, and his entire person began to transform into what looked like a lightning bolt. His flesh and blood withered until he was nothing more than skin and bones, and then nothing more than a skeleton. He sucked all the power of his flesh and blood into his skeleton, and then brandished the green lightning. His energy surged, and the lightning crackled as he lashed it toward Meng Hao. In addition to all of this, vicious poison was added to the attack, which bore down on Meng Hao's head as if to exterminate his soul. 3 echelon cultivators joined hands, holding nothing back, unleashing mad power. Dao Heaven left himself no room to fall back. He hated Meng Hao down to his bones. Lin Song could not accept another defeat. He wanted to expunge Meng Hao's shadow from his heart, to use this battle to thoroughly wipe him away. Han Qinglei's dignity and honor would not allow him to accept yet another defeat in his current state. He wanted to win, and in the end to drink Meng Hao's blood. Rumbling could be heard as all 3 cultivators closed in. At the same time, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He lifted his right foot into the air and took a step outside the temple. The temple itself shook violently and began to crack apart. Meng Hao used the power of that step to emerge into the open. He moved so fast that he left behind only afterimages as he blasted forward in the shape of a golden rock. As the golden rock flew through the air, it flickered with light as it changed colors to azure. It was now an azure rock that suddenly appeared directly in front of Han Qinglei. Meng Hao completely ignored the green lightning as he slashed out viciously with his claws. A massive boom echoed out as the lightning collapsed. Han Qinglei's eyes went wide as Meng Hao in azure rock form slashed at his chest with razor-sharp claws. Han Qinglei let out a roar and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. His body burst into flames, and his cultivation base roared with power. However, at the same time that his energy surged, Meng Hao in rock form let out a powerful shriek and sent divine sense stabbing into Han Qinglei's head. Han Qinglei let out a blood-curdling scream, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He was just about to fall back in retreat, when Meng Hao once again closed in and slashed at the top of his head with his azure rock claws. "You want to exterminate my soul? How about I exterminate yours?" A boom could be heard as Han Qinglei's head exploded. Then, his body trembled violently and followed suit, exploding into bits. Meng Hao was about to slaughter him yet again when Dao Heaven's Taoist magic, the 18 primordial beasts, closed in. Meng Hao was fine with ignoring Han Qinglei and even Lin Kong. To him, they were almost nothing. But Dao Heaven, despite not being a full match for Meng Hao, was the most threatening of the 3. With a cold snort, Meng Hao flickered and shot toward Dao Heaven. Razor-sharp claws raked through the air toward the 18 primordial beasts. A boom echoed out between the 2 of them, and a shockwave surged out. One attack by Meng Hao destroyed all 18 beasts. He was like a streak of azure light that smashed them as easily as rotten wood. Finally, the azure rock flickered, and Meng Hao's human form reappeared, whereupon he extended his right hand and pushed it out toward Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven roared and waved both arms, causing black flames to surge out, transforming into a huge hand that slapped toward Meng Hao. From a distance, Meng Hao seemed incredibly tiny compared to that huge black hand. In fact, the 2 seemed almost impossible to compare. However, as the hand neared him, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Demon Ceiling, 5th Hex. Inside-outside Hex. Within his extended palm appeared a rift, which, in the blink of an eye, became dozens of meters wide. It almost looked like an eye which first shrank down, then rapidly expanded. Ryua Yuum Blel. As it expanded, the incoming hand of black fire exploded. Then the flames recoiled toward Dao Heaven's direction, as if they were being blasted backwards by an indescribably fierce wind. Dao Heaven's face fell, and he immediately retreated. In that same moment, Meng Hao suddenly charged forward, waving his left hand to send an azure beam of light to block Han Qinglei's green lightning. Next, he pierced through Lin Song's underworld pressure, appearing once again in front of Dao Heaven, toward whom he slapped his right hand. Blood sprayed out of Dao Heaven's mouth as Meng Hao's palm suddenly transformed into a fist, the god-slaying fist. Massive rumbling filled the air, and Dao Heaven immediately shot backward, his expression fierce, blood spurting out of various wounds. At this point, Meng Hao's fist transformed into a finger which waved toward Dao Heaven with deadly intent. Dao Heaven's eyes began to glow red, and his hand suddenly snaked out and latched onto Meng Hao's arm. Heavenly demon devouring! Dao Heaven roared, eyes shining with madness and killing intent. At the same time seemed to flow in reverse in the spot where Han Qinglei had died moments ago. Blood and flesh rapidly reformed, and Han Qinglei appeared once again, his face pale. As soon as he appeared, he fell back, looking at Meng Hao with both terror, and at the same time killing intent. Seeing that Dao Heaven apparently had Meng Hao pinned down, Han Qinglei gritted his teeth, let out a roar and charged again. Lin Song did the same thing. Both cultivators took advantage of the situation to shoot toward Meng Hao like lightning. The fastest of the two was Han Qinglei, who sped forward like a green lightning bolt. Lin Song bit down on the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood, causing his underworld realm to suddenly turn blood red and crush viciously down toward Meng Hao. Die! It was in this exact moment that the cultivator from the fifth mountain, the overweight young man, suddenly gained enlightenment of 3,000 essences. Rumbling filled the air as he rapidly grew in size. His aura immediately changed, and his energy spiked. His eyes flashed with light as he immediately charged into the fray, joining the other 3 echelon cultivators to take on Meng Hao. Although he had never encountered Meng Hao before, and should actually view Dao Heaven as an enemy, at the moment, he could tell that the strongest of them all was no longer Dao Heaven. If they didn't take out Meng Hao right now, then none of them would ever have a chance to acquire that supreme world essence. However, just as the fifth mountain's echelon cultivator began to move, Yuan Jian let out a powerful roar. Face twisted into a vicious smile, he leapt up, reaching out into the air to summon the ancient realm treasure, the battle axe, which he instantly slashed down toward the fat young cultivator. Rumbling echoed out, and the fifth mountain's echelon cultivator dodged to the side, face flickering. Yuan Jian, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. You just annoy me, Yuan Jian replied with a loud laugh. He hadn't gained enlightenment of 3,000 essences, and yet had decided to stop contemplation. Without another word, he swept out another time with the axe, and fierce fighting instantly broke out between him and the fifth mountain's echelon cultivator. Meanwhile, Lin Song and Han Qinglei were both closing in. Dao Heaven's right hand was clasped onto Meng Hao's arm, and he was unleashing the heavenly demon devouring. At the same time, Meng Hao stretched out the rest of his fingers to form a palm, which he slapped down onto Dao Heaven's arm with lightning speed. Even as Dao Heaven unleashed the heavenly demon devouring, Meng Hao coldly said, "Blood demon grand magic." Rumbling sounds could be heard as Meng Hao's body withered. His life force, his flesh and blood, and everything else was rapidly absorbed by Dao Heaven. However, when the blood demon grand magic was unleashed, Dao Heaven's life force, his soul, his flesh and blood, everything about him was likewise sucked into Meng Hao's palm. 2 very similar Taoist magics were both unleashed at the same time, causing Dao Heaven's face to flicker. After all the times he had fought back and forth with Meng Hao, this was his first time seeing a Taoist magic from Meng Hao that so closely resembled his heavenly demon devouring. In fact, Dao Heaven was shocked to find that his heavenly demon devouring could not quite measure up to Meng Hao's blood demon grand magic in terms of its absorption and consumption. His face fell, and he began to howl as his cultivation base rotated in reverse, and explosive power began to build up in his arm. Being as familiar with the heavenly demon devouring as he was naturally aware of how to counteract magics of this kind. Rumbling sounds began to build up between him and Meng Hao, and he suddenly shoved back. The price to be paid was that his right arm exploded into bits. Dao Heaven sped backward, face ashen. He suddenly slammed into a random cultivator from the mountain and sea realm, and before the man could react, Dao Heaven smashed his palm into the man's chest, once again unleashing the heavenly demon devouring. The man screamed as his body withered up. At the same time, Dao Heaven's right arm rapidly reformed. A single mountain and sea realm cultivator turned out to be insufficient to completely restore Dao Heaven's arm. Without pausing, he appeared in front of another cultivator. This time, his right hand shot out instead of his left, and the mass of mangled flesh and blood that was his right arm stabbed forcefully into the cultivator's chest. A miserable shriek echoed out as the man's body was almost instantly withered up. All of the power of his life force was then absorbed hungrily by Dao Heaven's right arm. As that was happening, Meng Hao flashed through the air toward Dao Heaven, closing in on him rapidly. Dao Heaven's face twisted with ferocity as he flailed his right arm, sending the shriveled cultivator flying toward Meng Hao. As for Dao Heaven, he immediately fell back, this time heading toward Fan Donger. Meng Hao immediately frowned. Regardless of the history between himself and Fan Donger, she was from the 9th mountain and sea just like he was. He extended his right hand, within which appeared the lightning cauldron. Rumbling could be heard as he suddenly switched places with her. Dao Heaven's face flickered in response, and his right hand rose up. As black flames roared to life, he slapped his bag of holding, causing a black tree branch to appear. He waved the branch through the black flames, and in response, the branch grew with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it became countless vines that whistled through the air toward Meng Hao. As soon as Meng Hao appeared in Fan Donger's place, he snorted, performed an incantation gesture, and pointed out. Numerous azure-colored mountains suddenly began to descend, crushing down onto Dao Heaven, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. He fell back, and Meng Hao followed, making a grasping motion with his hand to summon the bone-tip spear, which he sent stabbing forward. Booms rang out as the spear pierced through the air, shredding the vines to bits and rapidly appearing in front of Dao Heaven himself. In this critical moment, Dao Heaven bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Astonishingly, that blood first transformed into a sea of blood, then roared and became a blood dragon, which opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, then waved his finger. A blood demon head appeared, which shot toward the blood dragon. All the while, Meng Hao's bone-tip spear never stopped moving, continuing on to stab toward Dao Heaven's chest. Dao Heaven let out a ferocious roar and used both hands to strike at the spear. Before the blow even landed, Meng Hao loosened his grip. An afterimage was all he left behind as he suddenly appeared right next to Dao Heaven. His right hand clenched and then punched out with the god-slaying fist. Dao Heaven didn't even have time to turn. He tried to dodge to the side, but Meng Hao's eyes flashed with light as his all-heaven immortal might crush down. Dao Heaven! Meng Hao roared, his voice echoing like lightning. Backed by the energy of an all-heaven immortal, his voice became a massive pressure that smashed into Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven's mind instantly began to spin, and his speed was reduced significantly. By that time, Meng Hao's fist arrived, slamming into Dao Heaven's side, causing his entire body to tremble on the point of explosion. In the next instant, he extended his index finger and pointed down onto Dao Heaven's forehead. A boom rang out as a massive, bloody hole appeared in the middle of Dao Heaven's head, piercing through from front to back. He shivered, and his eyes went dark. As his corpse began to fall toward the ground, Meng Hao prepared to kill him a second time when, all of a sudden, Dao Heaven's corpse dissolved itself into a haze of blood that rapidly spread out in all directions. It transformed into a single blood-colored magical symbol that began to shine with scintillating red light. The light rapidly transformed into a crimson tempest that shot away with indescribable speed. In the blink of an eye, it was 3,000 meters away, whereupon it reformed into Dao Heaven, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared hatefully at Meng Hao. Dao Heaven's heart trembled. He had been defeated in this fight, and had even been forced to waste a life. Meng Hao stared coldly at Dao Heaven off in the distance. Declining to give chase, he hovered in midair for a moment before spinning and waving his sleeve as he turned to face Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei immediately stopped in place and began to tremble and back up. Considering that Meng Hao was staring right at him, he didn't dare to get any closer. His heart was filled with intense fear. Without Dao Heaven pinning Meng Hao down, he knew that he was no match whatsoever. Although he knew he had one life left to spare, if he did die, considering Meng Hao's shocking desire to kill, he would likely have little chance to escape with his final life. In fact, if Dao Heaven hadn't been there to attack Meng Hao just now, Han Qinglei would already have been killed multiple times. He would be truly dead, with no lives left to save him. Now, he had no other choice than to flee at top speed. As far as Lin Song was concerned, his blood-colored underworld realm was in the middle of rumbling down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly, then quickly took 7 steps forward. His energy surged, and he waved his finger toward the underworld realm. The yellow springs instantly collapsed, and the Fengdu ghost city was destroyed. The entire magical technique dissipated, and Lin Song coughed up a mouthful of blood. Body withering rapidly, he fell into retreat. In the exact moment that he fled, the space he had just occupied collapsed with a boom. If he hadn't fled when he would have died. Furthermore, he had already been killed once by Meng Hao in the first battle. Couple that with another life he had wasted on previous occasion. If he died here, then he would be truly dead. Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he prepared to give chase. Off in the distance, the Emperor performed a double-handed incantation gesture and waved a finger toward Lin Song. Immediately, wind-swept realm chi flow descended, enveloping Lin Song, upon whose face a look of shock appeared. However, without any hesitation, he accepted the gift, then clenched his jaw and unleashed crackling lightning to block Meng Hao. Meng Hao eyed the Emperor coldly. He could sense the chi flow bolstering Lin Song, and as such decided not to attack him. Instead, he turned and waved his hand toward the temple. Ryua Yuamblel. More cracks spread out across the surface of the temple, and it began to teeter on the verge of collapse. From the look of it, the supreme world essence hidden inside was now on the verge of breaking out. At the moment, Lin Song didn't dare to continue fighting Meng Hao. Han Qinglei had long since lost his nerve. As for Dao Heaven, he had regained clarity from the state of grief he had experienced after losing his paragon magic. Now he knew that he was now no match for Meng Hao. Unless he had help from some outside force, he would only end up losing a second life. Outside the central temple, Meng Hao continued to attack, emanating an aura of supreme power. The temple was on the verge of collapse, as if it might explode at any moment. The Emperor's face flickered. Despite having lost both eyes, he was still able to see the current state of the temple. We're not in position yet. We still need a bit of time. Zhong Wuya, stop Meng Hao. Buy us 100 breaths of time. That's all we need. Zhong Wuya sighed softly, then suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was outside the temple very close to Meng Hao. His hand clenched into a fist, and the power of his cultivation base erupted as he unleashed a blow to interfere with Meng Hao. Zhong Wuya, said Meng Hao, turning to look at him with a complex expression. He actually had no desire to fight with the man. Fight me. There's no avoiding it. Zhong Wuya replied coolly. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and his aura exploded out. Even stronger was the sensation of qi and blood which emanated out from him. Everyone present could feel the power, even Dao Heaven, whose face fell. Zhong Wuya began to stride forward, right hand unleashing the life extermination fist, then the self-immolation fist, and then the god-slaying fist. Ruyuumble. He only took 3 steps, but the energy unleashed by the 3 fist strikes that came with those steps was enough to shock any echelon cultivator. In fact, from the perspective of Dao Heaven and the others, Zhong Wuya was not a bit weaker than Meng Hao. He's at the peak of the ancient realm. A single step and he could step into the Dao. After stepping into the Dao, success would place him in the Dao realm. Failure would make him quasi-Dao. Everyone was shaken. As for Meng Hao, his expression was a complex one. He suddenly attacked, also unleashing 3 fist strikes, the exact same ones as Zhong Wuya. Life extermination, self-immolation, god-slaying. Shocking booms echoed out as the 2 of them fought in the air above the temple. Moments ago, Meng Hao, you asked me before what I would do if the true Dao I believe in is false. Zhong Wuya said. As the first fist strike was exchanged between them, a huge boom rang out, and they both fell back, faces ashen. Without stopping, they attacked again. I'm a cultivator, and I seek truth. I seek the heavens that exists outside of the heavens, and what I seek is simply an explanation for everything. Zhong Wuya laughed, but Meng Hao remained silent. The second fist strike, self-immolation, caused blood to ooze out of their mouths, and rumbling to echo out. Once again they both fell back only to charge forward again. I am Zhong Wuya from the 9th mountain and sea. I did not become lost in the riches, or the power, or any of the other desires of the windswept realm. It's just that, when it came to the true Tao, I couldn't refuse the chance to know the truth. I want to see what exactly this true Tao is. On this path that I pursue, what I fear is not defeat. What I fear is not getting an answer. Zhong Wuya was laughing as their god-slaying fists slammed into each other. Booms filled the air and everything shook violently. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he was shoved backward. Zhong Wuya also coughed up blood and was forced back. His laughter grew clearer and brighter, filled with all of his obsession. I, Zhong Wuya, have lived a quiet and unassuming life. However, the heavens can bear witness that have sought after the Tao. To those who search for the Tao, who live in the morning and die in the evening, death means nothing. I shall search for the Tao. If I am right in the end, then I will have no regrets in this life. If I am wrong, I will equally be without regret. However, there is one thing that I can't give up on, and I must ask for your assistance to accomplish it. He laughed loudly, lifting up his right hand and looking piercingly at Meng Hao. Meng Hao, since you are my junior brother, one who has mastered all 3 fists just as I have, then I shall now pass on my 4th fist strike to you. I am Zhong Wuya, and this 4th fist was invented by me. It is my fist of Tao searching. As Zhong Wuya spoke, his aura changed again. The air around him twisted, and he suddenly seemed to grow larger, so big that he could shake heaven and earth. An invisible wind sprang up that swept across everything, causing the whole world to tremble. Fan Donger and the other cultivators from the 9th sea were shocked. As soon as they heard Meng Hao say Zhong Wuya, and then heard what Zhong Wuya said to Meng Hao, they immediately recalled the name they had heard about in the sect. That's the famous and resplendent elder brother Zhong Wuya. Fan Donger muttered, staring with wide eyes. As Meng Hao and Zhong Wuya fought, the windswept realm continued to rise up through the void, getting ever closer to that invisible border. The depression in the huge net grew more and more obvious. It was as if some huge, invisible hand were pushing hard into the net. In the deepest recesses of the depression, lightning crackled back and forth with increasing intensity. Further off in the distance, the battle between the windswept Imperial Lord and Paragon Sea Dream seemed to be heading toward a critical juncture. Sea Dream was a paragon of past times, and had long ago sustained injuries which still hadn't recovered, but was no pushover when going up against the windswept Imperial Lord. In fact, the windswept Imperial Lord's defenses were slowly starting to crumble. Paragon Sea Dream's attacks caused the void to vibrate, and caused the figures behind the huge net to view the situation soberly. 1,500,000 meters still left to go, a voice said. murky and archaic. Currently, the windswept realm was moving 30,000 meters in every breath of time. It rumbled up at incredible speed, causing a sea of flames to burst out along its borders. From a distance, it looked like a shooting star, moving relentlessly up toward the huge net and the 33 heavens. 1,200,000 meters, 900,000 meters, 600,000 meters. Back inside the windswept realm, Zhong Wuya was racing forward, his right hand filled with the power of the fourth fist strike that he had created. He was like a long streak of light that shot forward directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao had a serious expression on his face. He could sense Zhong Wuya's obsession within that fist strike, and could also sense his sentiments about pursuing the Tao. Even if their body dies, they must still pursue the true Tao. For them, it's all in search of the Tao. Even if that search lasts only for a fleeting moment. Even if those who search for the Tao are born in the morning and die in the evening. Meng Hao murmured. As he watched Zhong Wuya closing in, he realized that this fist was something that he couldn't fight back against. It wasn't that his cultivation base was insufficient. Instead, it was a matter of willpower, because what he was up against was not Zhong Wuya's cultivation base, but rather his heart, which was completely focused on searching for the Tao. If a heart like that could be defeated, then Zhong Wuya wouldn't be so obsessed with the true Tao. Meng Hao sighed softly. After all, he didn't believe in the supposed true Tao of the outside world. He took a deep breath as the starstone in his left eye melted, covering his body. Instantly, the one-thought stellar transformation was unleashed, and Meng Hao transformed into a planet. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he shot toward Zhong Wuya. That fist contains your will and your thoughts. I can't defeat it, but I can still fight you. Meng Hao's voice echoed out as he transformed into a planet, and then shot toward Zhong Wuya like a meteor. The two of them flew through the air and collided. What does it matter if I die while searching for the Tao? Zhong Wuya threw his head back and laughed, slamming his fist into planet-form Meng Hao. Everything around them trembled and shook, and a massive wind sprung up that filled the entire windswept realm. The sea of flames caused by the friction of the realm's flight up into the sky grew even more intense, filling the sky, turning the whole realm into a world of fire. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Meng Hao's starstone began to crack, and he was pushed backward. Eventually, the planet exploded, and Meng Hao became visible, retreating backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. He looked up at Zhong Wuya with a complicated expression on his face. Zhong Wuya stood back in his original position, without having coughed up so much as a drop of blood. However, his right hand suddenly transformed into ash and then vanished, and yet he didn't seem to mind. He looked up at the flames filling the sky, and the gleam of obsession could be seen in his eyes, as well as hope. The windswept realm was now getting even closer to the huge net. It was now only 300,000 meters away, 270,000 meters, 210,000 meters, 150,000 meters. 90,000 meters. The lands of the windswept realm were beginning to crack and shatter. Rivers dried up, and the sky was a mass of burning flames. Just beyond the flames, Meng Hao could make out that huge net off in the void, beyond which was the murkiness, and the shocking figures that waited there. Apparently, there was no way to prevent the windswept realm from leaving. 30,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the windswept realm was closer than 30,000 meters. However, it was at this point that the entire realm suddenly jerked to a halt, as if it had just run into some invisible barrier. A boom rattled out, and the lands seemed to be on the verge of complete collapse. Meng Hao and the others couldn't prevent themselves from coughing up mouthfuls of blood. At that distance of 30,000 meters from the net, the windswept realm was suddenly stopped, and seemed incapable of making it through the final stretch. It was at this point that the Emperor's voice rang out with anticipation and fanaticism. Living beings of the windswept realm, over countless years, you have lamented, hated, and struggled. Helpless, you have spilled your own blood and delivered forth your souls. Now I call on you to return. Souls of the windswept realm, use my blood as the path, Enter my orifices and become my spirit. Come. His voice seemed to contain some sort of bizarre power that, as he spoke, caused blackened blood to ooze out of his eyes and ears. He began to shake violently as massive amounts of blood oozed out of all the pores in his body. His imperial robes quickly became robes of blood. Even as the blood soaked him, the earth shook, the sky cracked, and the mountains shook. The dried-up rivers quivered, and even the wind and flames trembled. The entire realm suddenly began to sway as numerous souls floated up. They bored out of the mountains, the rivers, the sky, and the flames. They came from all parts of the windswept realm, souls boring out of every location. There were too many to count, and they converged from all locations, flying together into that single blood-colored vortex. They seemed endless, infinite, and each one fairly burst with obsession, fervor, and anticipation. They poured into the vortex, which began to spin, erupting with endless soul power that then powered the vortex. The vortex spun rapidly, since the windswept realm itself couldn't push itself that last 30,000 meters. Then, the souls of the life forms which had died there throughout the countless years would pay the price to make it happen. They would make up for that little bit of lacking power. Meng Hao was inwardly shaken as he saw the congregated souls form into a tempest. The vortex spun rapidly, causing the windswept realm to tremble, and then begin to push through the final 30,000 meters. 24,000 meters. 15,000 meters. 9,000 meters. 33 heavens, cried the deaf and blind emperor. His divine sense had long since wasted to nothing. He was like a candle on the verge of flickering out. By this point, it didn't matter if the windswept realm succeeded or failed. He would die. Of course, he didn't care about that. As he said, he didn't care if people called him a sinner or a saint. His actions were not for the imperial lord, but rather for the windswept realm as a whole. I convinced the imperial lord to make a move, and you people still don't trust me? Well, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. I will offer up the windswept realm's only world essence. I beg of you, please, open the door. The emperor was trembling as he raised both hands into the air. A boom could be heard as his arms exploded, sending blood spraying out in all directions. At the same time, the already cracked and ruined temple suddenly exploded into bits. It was as if a cage had been opened, allowing that imprisoned supreme world essence to suddenly explode out. It was a beam of light that looked very similar to the windswept chi flow, except more radiant, filled with a bright will. The light shot up into the sky, leaving the windswept realm, spanning the 9,000-meter distance and slamming into the huge net. In that instant, the net trembled, and suddenly shone with brilliant, resplendent light. Countless lightning bolts danced, and massive roaring sounds echoed out. Massive pressure built up over the entire net, which blocked the invading world essence from entering. The emperor threw his head back and laughed maniacally, whereupon his legs exploded into bits. Echelon cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, you have benefited from the chi flow and essences of the windswept realm, which I bestowed upon you. Now, it is time for you to pay back what you owe. Even as the emperor's sinister and bizarre words rang out, his chest exploded, and a crystal ball flew out. As soon as the crystal ball appeared, the three souls inside burst out. One of them was the 10th echelon cultivator, Hai Dongqing. The other was boyish Hong Bin. The third was someone who Dao Heaven instantly recognized. It was the echelon cultivator from the second mountain, the one he had killed. 3 echelon cultivators whose souls everyone had presumed to be dead. All of a sudden, however, their souls appeared here. Meng Hao was shocked, and Dao Heaven could barely believe his eyes. As for Yuan Jian, when he saw Hong Bin's soul, his eyes instantly became shot with blood. However, before anyone could take any action, 10 beams of light suddenly shot out from the glowing pillar that was the world essence. Those 10 beams of light resembled chains, and they shot forth with incredible speed and power. In fact, there was nothing anyone could do to block them as 3 of the chains instantly latched onto Hong Bin and the other 2 souls. They immediately began to tremble and let out miserable shrieks. Flickering light emanated out from them as their daos. Their life forces, everything about them, were shackled tight and began to be absorbed. Meng Hao and the others were shocked. In the blink of an eye, the rest of the chains flew down toward the other echelon cultivators. Lin Song and Han Qinglei were incapable of even dodging, and were instantly bound up. Yuan Jian and the young echelon cultivator from the fifth mountain were similarly caught. Dao Heaven roared and tried to start fighting, but was incapable of doing anything other than being tied up. Even Meng Hao was caught, despite doing his best to evade. Rumbling filled the air as all of the echelon cultivators who had taken the bait laid out by the emperor were instantly shackled. Then, the world essence began to suck away at them to bolster the shining light. Screams that didn't even sound like they came from human mouths instantly filled the air. These were echelon cultivators, but they couldn't even control their voices. They were no longer chosen, they were now power sources to strengthen the world essence. The emperor's scheme had finally come to fruition. After all, when there's tasty bait, the fishes bite. The supreme world essence was a pillar of light that shot up from the rubble of the central temple to slam into the huge net up above, causing increasingly intense ripples to spread out. Of the 10 chains spreading out from the pillar of light, 9 had completely bound the echelon cultivators inside of them, who let out blood-curdling screams. The other cultivators from the mountain and sea realm looked on with expressions of shock. Massive waves of astonishment surged through their hearts, and they scarcely dared to believe their eyes. These were echelon cultivators, blazing sons of the mountain and sea realm. Any one of them occupied a position far above chosen, and you could even say that they were lords of their generation. Eventually, they would grow into the future leaders of the entire mountain and sea realm. They were so powerful that they could fight with cultivators of the senior generation. Even the weakest of their number could look down arrogantly at all heaven and earth, and that wasn't even to mention the stunning forerunners like Meng Hao and Dao Heaven. But now, they were chained up, even Dao Heaven, who trembled and screamed. He had no desire to cry out, and yet couldn't stop himself. He had gained enlightenment of 3,000 great Daos, and now he was experiencing something that felt like soul-searching. A massive suction force was being exerted on his mind, absorbing him through the chain to feed the world essence's pillar of light. However, there were a total of 10 chains stretching out from the pillar of light, which meant that there was still one final chain which hadn't latched onto anything, as if it couldn't find its target. The emperor was laughing maniacally. His legs had exploded, and he had already lost his arm. Blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. However, it was at this point that, all of a sudden, an intense light suddenly began to shine out from his forehead. The glow of an echelon mark. In the moment that the echelon mark appeared, the final chain sped through the air like a snake to wrap around him. Unexpectedly, he was the final person to be absorbed. His face twisted as incredible pain surged through his body. However, he didn't scream. Instead, he just continued to laugh uproariously, laughter filled with obsession and madness. All the surrounding onlookers were completely shocked. Only Zhong Wuya seemed unmoved, and stood there silent and taciturn. He looked up into the void, at the huge net that seemed to be on the verge of being pierced through by the world essence light. By this point, the lands of the windswept realm were only 3,000 meters away from the net. Rumbling filled the void as the figures behind the huge net looked on with glittering eyes. Even at this point, they still weren't ready to make any rash decisions. They continued to watch the fierce battle taking place between Paragon Seedream and the windswept Imperial Lord. No matter how they analyzed it, it truly appeared as if neither party was holding back. Paragon Seedream was clearly weak, and still had not recovered from her old injuries. Despite that, the watching figures still hadn't emerged from behind the net to attack. Caution. That was what these rebels from the 33 heavens had come to view as the driving principle they would stick to after having sacrificed countless amounts of shed blood to gain their freedom. The figures behind the huge net looked on as the windswept realm's world essence light continued to absorb power from the 10 echelon cultivators, which included the emperor. As a result, the pillar of light began to glow with even more scintillating brightness. At the same time, A huge black hole began to form within the giant net. That black hole was like a vortex that spun endlessly and crackled with numerous bolts of lightning. Rumbling sounds filled the air as a teleportation portal formed. Dao Heaven was shaking, his screams growing more intense. It was the same with everyone else, including the souls of Hai Dongqing, Hong Bin, and the other echelon cultivator. Those three should have died already, but the Emperor had used the power of the windswept realm to somehow capture and collect their souls. A boom could be heard as Hai Dongqing was the first to give out. His soul exploded into bits of ash, all of which were sucked up into the chain, which then retracted back inside the pillar of light. The light grew even more intense, and the rumbling black hole in the giant net grew larger. The next to go was the echelon cultivator from the second mountain. After that was Hong Bin. Both souls exploded and faded away, after which the chains that had bound them retracted into the pillar of light. As more time went by, the other echelon cultivators were gradually losing their ability to endure. Blood oozed out of Dao Heaven's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Lin Song and Han Qinglei were incredibly withered, as was Yuan Jian. The worst off was the young echelon cultivator from the fifth mountain. His previously pudgy frame was now little more than a sack of bones. He was trembling violently, and his eyes were blank, as if his soul had already been sucked away. A moment later, a boom could be heard as he exploded. There was no bloody mist that could be reformed. He was completely dead, his life gone and sucked away by the chain. With the death of each echelon cultivator, the Daos of the windswept realm which they had acquired were absorbed by the pillar of light. When none of those 3,000 great Daos were left, then the result would be what happened starting with Hai Dongqing. Complete and utter death. Meng Hao had a vicious expression on his face. The power of the chain was not as terrifying to him as it was to the others. In fact, he was the one exception among the echelon cultivators, the only one who wasn't screaming. And yet, his essences and life force were still being absorbed. 2,999 essences. 2,998 essences. 2,997 essences. The chain sucked away his understanding of the 3,000 great Daos. But it wasn't an easy task. It could only suck away one Dao at a time, the reason being that everyone else had gotten their Daos with the help of the Emperor's windswept realm chi flow. However, his came with the help of the echelon heart. Because of the echelon heart, it was as if he himself was the chi flow and had taken its place. Although his earliest world seal had come with a blessing of the windswept realm's chi flow, at that time, the windswept realm hadn't been fundamentally changed and was still operating as normal. Therefore, Meng Hao had essentially not taken much, if any, of the Emperor's bait. If he had taken some in, it was only during his acquisition of the final 300 great Daos. And even so, it had been accomplished on his own, and not with the assistance of the Emperor's chi flow. And that was what gave him a chance to free himself from the chain. Yuan Jian was in the same situation. Although his screams were real, the chain was clearly not absorbing him in the same way that it was with the others. Meng Hao looked up, his expression fierce. I gained enlightenment of these Daos myself. What makes you think I'll give them to you? Then he threw his head back and roared. His body trembled as his cultivation base exploded with power, his own power, which he used to fight against the chain and the world essence light. What's mine is mine, and definitely not yours, he roared, and rumbling sounds filled his body. The chain erupted with brilliant light, and all of a sudden, it seemed that Meng Hao might be able to break free. The other cultivators from the mountain and sea realm gasped in response. Also watching were the figures in the void beyond the huge net, especially the giant three-headed six-armed figure, whose eyes shone with intense killing intent. Perhaps these 3,000 great Daos are part of the windswept realm, but, in the moment I gained enlightenment of them, they fused into my heart. They are my Daos. Intense vibrations racked his body, and cracking sounds could be heard as the chain shook. As of this point, it seemed incapable of absorbing anything from Meng Hao. Not only could it not absorb anything from him, what it had already absorbed suddenly began to flow backward and merge back into him. Meng Hao began to glow with azure light in completely awe-inspiring fashion. 2,995 essences. 2,996. 2,997. Meng Hao roared as boundless azure light shone off of him, a representation of the power of an all-heaven immortal. Power erupted off of him, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. From the look of it, the chain was just about to break. This development caused Zhong Wuya to inhale sharply. The emperor was also shaking, and he turned his sightless eyes in Meng Hao's direction. Although he wasn't extremely shocked, his expression was extremely dark. He suddenly looked up at the figures out in the void and began to chuckle bitterly. At this point, you people still don't trust me. The soul world essence has been unleashed. All you need to do is activate the teleportation portal, and the windswept realm can join you and leave the mountain and sea realm. We've already done everything that we can do. Our 3,000 great Daos have been utilized. Our only world essence has become a pillar of light. We've sacrificed the echelon cultivators and coalesced the willpower of all living things here. How come? You just won't trust us? What do we have to do to get you to trust us? In response to the emperor's voice, the figures behind the black hole in the huge net looked on silently. Various conflicted expressions could be seen on their faces. Some were hesitant, and some were smiling coldly. Even if the black hole had appeared, and even if the teleportation portal had opened, if they weren't willing, the windswept realm could not ascend. Unless they were completely and absolutely convinced, it didn't matter that Paragon's sea dream was weak. They still weren't willing to make a move, and wouldn't dare to activate the teleportation portal. Unfortunately, they didn't want the windswept realm. By this point, azure light swirled thick around Meng Hao. The chain was vibrating rapidly as he rapidly regained all of his 3,000 great Daos. 2,998 essences. 2,999 essences. 3,000 essences. In that moment, he raised both hands into the air and stretched them apart. Massive, shocking rumbling sounds echoed out as the chain suddenly collapsed into pieces and exploded. As the pieces faded away, Meng Hao took a step forward, completely freeing himself from the absorbing power of the world essence light. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot toward Yuan Jian, extended his right hand, and then grabbed onto the chain that was binding him. Break! Boom! The chain shook for a moment as if it were about to collapse. Yuan Jian excitedly rotated his cultivation base, joining forces with Meng Hao. The two worked together and, moments later, the entire chain shattered. Many thanks to you, Meng Hao, Yuan Jian said, voice filled with joy. Even as he spoke, Meng Hao was speeding toward Dao Heaven. Don't thank me. Come on. Let's save everyone. At this critical juncture, Meng Hao's choice was not to simply sit around and let the other echelon cultivators die. He planned to save them. Save everyone? Yuan Jian asked, staring in shock. The words were still coming out of Meng Hao's mouth as he shot toward Dao Heaven, whose face was twisted ferociously as his body withered up. He was the second most powerful next to Meng Hao, but he still had to struggle to lift his head up. When he did, he stared at Meng Hao, a conflicted expression in his eyes. He watched as Meng Hao approached, grabbed a hold of the chain that bound him and shook it violently, causing a huge tremor to run through it. It seemed like it was already on the verge of exploding. Dao Heaven, help me out here, Meng Hao growled with a frown. Why are you saving me? Dao Heaven asked, feeling completely shaken, and initially holding back from cooperating. He was withering rapidly, and his Daos were being sucked away, and yet to him, his pride and dignity were more important than those things. Meng Hao looked at Dao Heaven and calmly said, one day when I reach the pinnacle of everything, I don't want to look back and find myself alone. More important than that, all of us are from the mountain and sea realm. His words caused Dao Heaven to tremble and stare in shock. Then he closed his eyes for a moment, after which his cultivation base exploded with power. He and Meng Hao worked together to completely shatter the chain. After Dao Heaven was freed, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he looked over at Meng Hao with an even more conflicted expression than before. The fact that Meng Hao had chosen to do what he had left Dao Heaven completely stunned. He would never have imagined that Meng Hao would save him for such reasons. Is it really true that, despite all the competition and fighting, in the end, we're on the same team? He murmured. Finally, he threw his head back and laughed. Then he looked back at Meng Hao with the same complex look in his eyes. However, there was something else there, deep inside, something that had never before existed inside of him. Admiration. In Dao Heaven's entire life, he had never admired anyone, not even Paragon Sea Dream. In his heart, she was simply an expert who was vastly more powerful than him. If there was anyone he could possibly have considered himself to admire, it might have been the statue inside of his Paragon painting. But now Meng Hao was there in his heart, someone that he truly admired. He had to ask himself if he would have made the decision to save everyone, were he in Meng Hao's position, but he had to admit that he couldn't. Suddenly Dao Heaven turned into a blur as he, along with Meng Hao and Yuan Jian, quickly set about saving everyone else. Lin Song looked even more conflicted than Dao Heaven had. When he saw Meng Hao coming to shatter the chain that bound him, he thought back to everything that had happened between them, and couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. In truth, there had never been any enmity between the two of them to begin with. "Thank you," he said gruffly. There were few people in his life to whom he had ever uttered the words "thank you." Han Qinglei was equally conflicted. "I owe him a life," he murmured inwardly as he watched the chain shattering. He didn't say anything, but inwardly, he realized that killing people was easy, but saving them was difficult. That difficulty lay within the heart, within a person's capacity for righteousness. It had to do with one's mental state. Fundamentally speaking, there were no irreconcilable differences between him and Meng Hao. The only thing that truly existed between them was competition. However, because no limitations had been placed on that competition, it had escalated to a deadly level. As Meng Hao went about saving everyone, surprisingly, the emperor did nothing to interfere. Zhong Wuya also stood there silently. By the time Meng Hao had released everyone from the chains, the lands of the windswept realm were only 300 meters away from the huge net. In fact, it was so close it seemed possible to reach out and touch it. Furthermore, when Meng Hao looked up into the black hole, he could see a blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as he laid eyes on it, his heart trembled. "It was you who killed my son," a voice raged, the 3-headed 6-armed being glared at Meng Hao from behind the huge net. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly, but he didn't say anything. Dao Heaven and the others were arrayed behind him. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, as of this moment Meng Hao was their leader. At the same time, the black hole formed by the solitary world essence light was getting bigger. However, it wasn't nearly big enough to swallow up the entire windswept realm. The emperor laughed, a shrill laughter filled with decisiveness and madness. At the same time, his obsession deepened. "My mission in life has been to lead the windswept realm away from the mountain and sea realm and into freedom. I will give freedom to all coming generations of the windswept realm. I have sacrificed everything for that goal, and because of that, I can also give up everything. This was my mission and my dream. Immortals and devils of the 33 heavens, you can choose to distrust me, and you can distrust the blood and souls of the lives of the windswept realm. You can distrust the immortals and you can distrust everyone. But there is one thing that you people must trust." The emperor's murmured words were intermixed with bitter laughter. He suddenly bit down on his tongue, which exploded, creating a chain reaction that destroyed his entire body. The only thing which was left was his soul, which began to chant, "Great sacrifice, soul oath. With my soul, I henceforth rebel against the immortal world. With my blood, I henceforth leave the immortal world. With my will, I henceforth defy the immortal world. Henceforth, the windswept realm's wind, snow, sky, land, mountains, rivers, vegetation, and all other living things, defect from the immortal world." As the emperor spoke those words, the windswept realm began to vibrate. The rivers turned black, the mountains turned black, and the land turned black. The wind howled, the snow roared, the land thundered, the mountains howled, the living things and even the vegetation cried out loudly. All of the cultivators in the 9 nations of the windswept realm dropped to their knees to kowtow, then lifted their heads up and reiterated the words just spoken by the emperor. Henceforth, we defect from the immortal world. The wind turned black, the snow turned black, the land turned black, the vegetation withered, and at the same time, a black mark appeared on the foreheads of all of the cultivators. It was the mark of a traitorous rebel. All living things began to speak out the desires of their souls, even the mortals. As they kowtowed, their voices rang out, backed by the power of their blood. Henceforth, we defect from the immortal world. Black marks appeared on the foreheads of all living things. The cities turned black, as did all other objects within the windswept realm. All things turned pitch black. Black sky, black lands, black wind, black snow, pitch black upon pitch black. The windswept realm was now completely different on a fundamental level. Deep inside, they became traitorous rebels, which immediately had an effect on the windswept realm's 3,000 great Daos. Those Daos, natural laws, and essences all became traitorous and rebellious. The entire will of the windswept realm was traitorous and rebellious. The final thing to be affected was the soul world essence light, which suddenly turned pitch black. As soon as the black pillar of light became visible, Meng Hao, Dao Heaven, and the other cultivators from the mountain and sea realm felt astonishment shaking their hearts. When they looked around them, they saw a world of pitch darkness. Gradually, an archaic voice could be heard echoing out within the windswept realm. That voice seemed to come from the wind, lightning, snow, sky, land, vegetation, and all living things. Traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao. That voice was actually the will of the entire windswept realm. As soon as the voice rang out, the black beam of light pierced through the huge net, causing the black hole to expand even larger. As of this moment, the figures behind the huge net were powerless to do anything about what was happening. Their expressions flickered, and a fanatical greed appeared in their eyes. That's the traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao, formed from a world essence. It's the traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao. As the voices chorused out, the emperor continued to speak from his soul, his own voice weak, yet ringing with the sound of obsession. 33 heavens. Do you trust us now? A thunderous voice replied from the black hole, echoing, filling the entire windswept realm. We trust the windswept realm. The combined will of the entire windswept realm has formed the traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao. Now we trust you. At the same time, the black hole began to rapidly increase in size. In the blink of an eye, it was large enough to swallow up the entire windswept realm. This black hole was a one-way teleportation portal, making it possible for the windswept realm to enter the 33 heavens, but preventing the figures from the 33 heavens from doing anything except wait in excitement for the windswept realm to arrive. The voice continued to speak out from within the black hole, and it trembled with hope and indescribable excitement. Windswept realm, come, bring your traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao and offer it up to us. We promise to make the windswept realm the 34th heaven, and together, we will eternally suppress the immortal world. Together, we can all enjoy the blessings of the true Tao. Simultaneously, the windswept realm rumbled as it got closer and closer to the black hole. Meng Hao shivered and began to breathe heavily. His eyes shone with a bright light as he stared at the black pillar of light. He wasn't sure exactly what was happening, but the complete rebellion of the windswept realm had caused the precious world essence to change, becoming the traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao. In response, all of the blood in his body began to boil. He suddenly thought back to what the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan had said after he had absorbed the nirvana fruit. He had spoken of a mystery regarding the bloodline of the Fang clan. Because of the critical danger he was in, there was no time to ponder the subject at the moment. However, The mere fact that his blood felt like it was burning caused Meng Hao to recall that there was some secret related to the Fang clan bloodline. He wasn't sure what it was, but the sensation he was experiencing now caused him to be filled with an incredible thirst. He thirsted for that traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. It was as if it were something of great importance to Meng Hao, and even more importantly, to the Fang clan as a whole. Furthermore, the third nirvana fruit in his bag of holding was vibrating strongly, and he had the feeling that if he could get that sutra, then he would be able to fully absorb the nirvana fruit. From that moment on, he would exceed the all-heaven immortal and become an all-heaven Tao immortal. Furthermore, buried deep in the Fang clan blood was something like the key to a great door. Once opened, the future of the Fang clan would be one of splendor and glory. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red, although the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao filled him with an intense, indescribable thirst. He had no way to get it. He was incapable of flying, and it wasn't just him. Tao Heaven and the other echelon cultivators, as well as everyone else from the mountain and sea realm, were all similarly stuck. The windswept realm was now completely different than before, and all of them were feeling an incredible force of expulsion that made it almost impossible for them to move. Meng Hao let out a growling shout. He wanted to charge forth to grab that black beam of light, and thus the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. Unfortunately, he couldn't. All he could do was look at the huge net out in the void, and the rapidly expanding black hole into which the windswept realm was slowly moving. There was nothing he could do to stop what was happening, nor any way for him to get the sutra. In fact, outside of the windswept realm, Paragon's sea dream trembled. She was no longer fighting the windswept imperial lord. He had turned, blood spurting out of various wounds as he fled toward the windswept realm. Then he flew under it and pushed up. Rumbling could be heard as more of the windswept realm was almost completely swallowed up by the black hole. Paragon's sea dream sighed, and then waved a finger through the air. Immediately, a white stream of light flew out toward the windswept realm. It stabbed through the blackness of the windswept realm and then split apart, eventually landing on Meng Hao and all the other cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. It even spread out through the 9 nations to find the cultivators who hadn't participated in the war. One of those beams of light shot into a valley in the 9th nation, where a young woman currently sat ashen-faced, sweat dripping down her forehead. From the look of it, she was at a critical juncture in her cultivation, but was being interrupted by the expulsion pressure from the windswept realm. As a result, she was incapable of moving. That woman was none other than Chu Yuyan. Chu Yuyan had originally been with Meng Hao on the 9th Nation's National Aura Mountain. However, after being freed from his bag of holding, she had chosen not to stay on the mountain. As soon as Meng Hao begun to contemplate enlightenment of the world seal, she had quietly left. She had her pride, and it wouldn't let her stick around with Meng Hao like someone who needed protection. Thus she had departed. Eventually, she had found a valley in the mountains of the 9th Nation where she quietly began to meditate and attempt to achieve a cultivation-based breakthrough, to finally ascend from the spirit realm into the immortal realm. And now, the white light from Paragon's sea dream flew down and covered her. Suddenly, Paragon's sea dream's voice echoed in their ears. "All of you, listen to me. Your trials by fire are over. Your excursion into the windswept realm has concluded. Nothing can be done to change how things are playing out." Someone went so far as to use the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao to leave the immortal world. The 3,000 lower realms of the past did exactly the same thing. Oh well, I guess that's the end of it. By the end, Paragon's sea dream was muttering softly and sounded very disheartened. She made a grasping gesture, and all of the people who were touched by her light began to rise up into the air. Apparently, she was pulling them out of the windswept realm before it entered the 33 heavens, and was going to return everyone to the mountain and sea realm. Fan Donger and the others were the first to fly up into the air, followed by Lin Song, Han Qinglei, Yuan Jian, and Dao Heaven. Then there was Meng Hao. He slowly rose up into the air, and was soon on the verge of being pulled out of the windswept realm altogether. However, his gaze was fixed on the black beam of light, which was just about to fully enter the black hole. At that point, The thirst inside him turned ravenous. The windswept realm excursion is over? My blood is boiling. The traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao can help me fuse my third nirvana fruit, and it's right there in front of me. Is it really not connected to me by destiny? Meng Hao couldn't accept it, and yet had no other options. The expulsion power of the windswept realm was too strong, and the pillar of light was actually the source of that power. It was pushing him away so forcefully that he couldn't even approach it. Furthermore, Paragon Sea Dream was pulling him inexorably away, placing him further and further away from the black pillar of light. He roared inwardly, his eyes bloodshot as he unleashed all of the power of his cultivation base. Azure light surged out, and blood spurted out of his wounds. Cracking sounds could be heard as injuries were inflicted, all to prevent himself from getting any further away. However, it was too hard, and he couldn't quite manage to take a step forward toward the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, Tao Heaven roared, "Meng Hao, let me help you!" He was also being slowly pulled away by Paragon Sea Dream, but when he saw the look on Meng Hao's face, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing his cultivation base to erupt with power. He even burned some of his life force as he waved his finger toward Meng Hao, causing an intangible force to slam into him. It was an attack that propelled Meng Hao forward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Instantly, he flew forward several dozen meters, pushing him a bit closer to the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. "Meng Hao, I'm gonna help you too!" shouted Lin Kong. "Me too!" cried Han Qinglei. "Brother Meng Hao, let me help you too!" Yuan Jian cried. Lin Song threw his head back and roared, waving his hand and causing his cultivation base to ignite. The underworld appeared, transforming into a force of acceleration that slammed into Meng Hao. Han Qinglei coughed up a mouthful of blood, sustaining a serious injury to summon green lightning. Not deadly lightning, but packed with plenty of force. Yuan Jian roared as he grew larger, filling himself with godly power that he used to unleash 10 punches in Meng Hao's direction. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, but for Meng Hao, he was willing to do this. The combined forces of all 3 echelon cultivators transformed into an incredible accelerative force that landed on Meng Hao. A boom rang out as he turned into a beam of light that shot directly toward the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. However, when he was only about 30 meters away, he slowly came to a stop and could move no further. Once again, Paragon Sea Dream's convergence beam began to pull him back. "I refuse to accept this," he roared. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and yet, there was nothing he could do. It was at this point that Chu Yuyan appeared in the air above the 9th nation, floating up in Sea Dream's light. She instantly caught sight of Meng Hao and heard his defiant roar. Her heart trembled, and she gasped. Then, she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out some blood. Gazing deeply at Meng Hao, she waved her hand, causing a crimson medicinal pill to fly out from within her bag of holding. Without the slightest hesitation, she popped it into her mouth. She instantly began to tremble and was soaked with sweat. Her cultivation base erupted with power, and she held nothing back. Blood spurted out, forming a haze around her, and she didn't hesitate for a moment. She was going to break through to the immortal realm and summon the door of immortality. This was the only idea she could think of, and her way of trying to help Meng Hao. Although trying to break through to the immortal realm here and now was fraught with innumerable uncertainties, and probably mortal danger, Chu Yuyan didn't worry about any of that. Her cultivation base surged as she rapidly grew closer to the immortal realm. She wanted to summon the door of immortality because its arrival brought with it a boundless power of heaven and earth. Perhaps that power could change the power of expulsion from the windswept realm. It might not. But as long as it held the slightest possibility of being able to help Meng Hao, Chu Yuyan wouldn't hesitate. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, and rumbling filled her body. She felt like she was about to explode. Her face was pale white, but she continued on with her plan, grunting as her chi passageways shattered. The incredible pressure weighing down on her from the world itself was making her breakthrough even harder. And yet, she did not give up. It didn't matter that she had already flown past him, and that he hadn't even turned to look at her. She continued on. Once, twice, 3 times. Just when she was about to depart completely from the windswept realm, massive amounts of blood sprayed out from inside her body. Heaven and earth trembled, and even the black hole out in the void vibrated. Ripples could even be seen on the huge net. It was at this point that an enormous, archaic door of immortality began to descend from within the void. It flew down toward the windswept realm, slamming right into the black hole. Clouds and mist appeared, which roiled out in all directions. The archaic door of immortality exuded indescribable pressure, a pressure filled with a will of its own and the power of the mountain and sea realm. As it descended, the upward movement of the windswept realm suddenly ceased. Simultaneously, the expulsion power from the windswept realm trembled, as if it were terrified of the pressure from the mountain and sea realm. Behind the huge net and the black hole, the congregated figures began shouting in rage. Just when the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao appeared in front of them, all of a sudden something unexpected happened. No! Damn it! I can't believe someone is making a breakthrough right now, and summoning the door of immortality. Some of them could hold back no longer. They unleashed divine abilities and shot into the black hole in an attempt to do something about the door of immortality. The door of immortality rumbled and distorted. The expulsion force trembled and ceased operating, giving Meng Hao a hard-won chance. He suddenly shot forward, looking like a figure of blood as he crossed the final 30 meters. When he reached the light that was the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao, his blood vessels were boiling madly. A smile broke out on Chu Yuyan's face. She was now very weak, and although the door of immortality was present, she didn't have the power to open it. However, she had no regrets. "See, Meng Hao, I can be of help to you," she murmured. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, in the same moment that the majestic door of immortality appeared, it almost immediately began to grow indistinct. Apparently, because Chu Yuyan couldn't sustain her current state because of the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao itself, and because of the actions of the figures inside the black hole, the door of immortality faded away in the blink of an eye. The moment that happened, the expulsion power of the windswept realm once again rose up with intensity. At that point, Meng Hao's hand was only a few inches away from the light of the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. It was almost within his reach, and yet, it was as far away as the heavens. Meng Hao could move forward no further. In fact, because of the expulsion power, he was actually slowly being pushed back. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, it was at this point that a huge hand suddenly appeared from within the black hole. It was ancient, covered with scales, and bursting with incredible might. It instantly began to reach toward Meng Hao, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. It belonged to none other than the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. He didn't dare to actually descend fully. However, he couldn't hold back from trying to kill Meng Hao, so he stretched out his arm in a deadly attack. "You killed my son. Prepare to die," he roared, his voice filled with a murderous aura as it echoed out. Everything shook, and the windswept realm was filled with violent vibrations. Meng Hao's face fell. It wouldn't be impossible to extricate himself from this dangerous situation. After all, he merely had to give up on the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao, and then utilize the full power of his cultivation base to cooperate with Paragon Seedream. In that case, he would be gone within moments. Unfortunately, the price to pay for such an action would be that he would forever lose the chance to get the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. Furthermore, it would also be a waste of all the assistance provided by Tao Heaven and the others, as well as Chu Yuyan's sacrifice. Those were all things that Meng Hao couldn't accept. After all, rewards came only with risk. Without the willingness to go all out, it would be difficult to ever acquire any sort of good fortune that other people couldn't. Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot. In this critical moment, he clenched his jaw and, instead of falling back or giving up, he extended his hand, within which, shockingly, appeared his third nirvana fruit, glittering and mysterious. Without a moment's pause, he pushed it down into his forehead. It was absorbed immediately, whereupon rumbling sounds filled him, along with a shocking, explosive power. The terrifying intensity of the eruption caused Meng Hao to instantly emanate a wild, quasi-Dao aura, which immediately distorted everything, causing the entire area to twist and ripple. His body trembled, and blood immediately began to ooze out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His sole immortal meridian appeared to have been wiped away, turning his insides into a black hole that began to absorb all auras in the area. Natural laws and essences all roared toward him. It was as if he were suddenly ravenously hungry. The sensation was difficult to endure. He felt as hungry as if he hadn't eaten for thousands of years. He immediately wanted to consume all life and all the energy in heaven and earth. Meng Hao's face went pale. This was his first time absorbing the third nirvana fruit, and he had never imagined that it would be like this, that he would be filled with an intense and unendurable hunger. His body trembled and, as if because of the hunger itself, began to wither. In the same moment, his 33 heavens also collapsed, transforming into countless fragments that spun through his body. The end result was that he began to emanate a sensation like that of the Tao realm. It was the all-heaven Tao immortal realm. He trembled violently, and blood spurted out everywhere. Forcing himself into the all-heaven Tao immortal realm was actually far too much of a burden. However, within that intense hunger, he also sensed unprecedented power, a power the likes of which was only half a step away from that of a Tao realm expert, and comparable to that of a quasi-Tao paragon. Meng Hao's eyes began to glow with a strange light, and his breathing grew ragged. Resplendent azure light shone off of him in all directions, as if he were a wellspring of azure. The sensation of the Tao erupted off of him, causing wild colors to flash and everything to shake, including the entirety of the windswept realm. When the members of the echelon, and the other cultivators being pulled away by Paragon Sea Dream, saw what was happening, their eyes went wide and they began to pant, especially Tao Heaven. They looked on in a daze as these momentously shocking events occurred. So before, wasn't his most powerful state. I can't believe. He's so strong. Lin Song, Han Qinglei and Yuan Jian were all astonished. Blood oozed out of Chu Yuyan's mouth as she watched Meng Hao. Her gaze was gentle, and her smile continued to grow wider. All of a sudden, more of the figures beyond the huge net began to turn their attention to Meng Hao. There were even some who, when they saw the azure light surrounding him, and realized what it meant, began to cry out in shock. All heaven Tao immortal. However, even as they realized that Meng Hao was in the all heaven Tao immortal realm, the gigantic three-headed six-armed figure let out a cold snort. Instead of pausing or slowing down, it moved its hand faster toward Meng Hao. You overestimate yourself, he said with cold disregard. It was as if to him, Meng Hao was nothing more than an ant, and that he was someone vastly more powerful, someone capable of crushing him instantly. His hand made a grasping motion, causing the void to shatter. It was as if the entire area around Meng Hao was about to collapse, burying him in death within the hand. As the hand rumbled toward him, it was obvious that he could not dodge or resist it. His eyes began to glow with a bright light, and he threw his back and laughed. He could already tell that it wouldn't be possible to stay in this state for very long. At the most, a few breaths of time. Within those few breaths of time, he would not be able to do anything significant to the hand stretching out from the black hole. However, his intention was not to personally do something to it. Meng Hao didn't feel the slightest fear or dread going up against the massively destructive palm and the pressure it exuded. His pupils shrank as, all of a sudden, he used the power of the third nirvana fruit to activate the drop of Paragon 9 Seal's blood that was inside of him. That Paragon's blood had not only helped him absorb his first nirvana fruit in the critical moment, it had also merged into his body, making his demon-sealing hexing magic more powerful than before. Furthermore, he had received the ultimate honor of Paragon 9 Seal's approval. Most importantly, because of that approval, the entire mountain and sea realm had been shaken, and Meng Hao had become the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. Stimulating Paragon 9 Seal's blood was exactly what Meng Hao wanted to do. In this critical moment in which he refused to give up on the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao, it was the only thing he could think of to do. I'm the 9th generation demon sealer, the final generation of the League of Demon Sealers. I am Paragon 9 Seal's successor. I am the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. In the future, I will control the fate of the entire mountain and sea realm, as well as everything within the mountain and sea realm. Sun and moon, it doesn't matter whether you used to be 9 Seal's eyes or former magical items of his. As of this moment, I call upon the authority of my name to order you to sever this rebel's arm. These words were roared inwardly, not spoken out loud. However, in the moment that he stimulated the Paragon's blood inside of him, a connection seemed to form between it and the mountain and sea realm. It was like a passageway linking the words of his heart into all of the mountains and all of the seas in the realm. He was connected to the very will of the mountain and sea realm. He was using his own name to call upon the mountain and sea realm, to control it. It seemed like an insane plan, but Meng Hao knew that given the situation at hand, in order to become more powerful, if he didn't do something crazy, he wouldn't succeed. He threw his head back and roared, stretching both hands out wide as he made his mental call. At the same time, the entire mountain and sea realm suddenly trembled slightly. The 9 mountains swayed and the 9 seas roared. The Xuanwu turtles on top of each mountain threw their heads up and howled. It was as if the entire mountain and sea realm had been hit with massive waves. The ripples were detectable by Paragon Sea Dream, as well as the figures in the huge net's black hole and the windswept Imperial Lord. All of their faces flickered in response. Even more shocking to everyone was that sun and the moon that normally orbited around the 9 mountains and seas suddenly stopped in place. At the same time, an indescribably murderous aura exploded out from them. As it did, the sun and moon began to shine with resplendent light, and it was gradually possible to see that within the sun, there was a sword. However, that sword rapidly changed shape into a bow. Hey! What's going on? Damn it. You can't just stick your hand into the mountain and sea realm. You incited the killing will of 9 Seal's precious treasure. Impossible. How could a mere arm provoke such a reaction from 9 Seal's precious treasure? It shouldn't even be close to the threshold that sets it off. As everyone looked on in astonishment, the 3-headed 6-armed figure's eyes went wide, and he experienced an intense sensation of danger. However, instead of pulling his hand back, he gritted his teeth and sent it even more quickly toward Meng Hao, wrapping it around him as if to crush him to death. Die! In almost the exact same moment in which he spoke, the light shining from the sun suddenly retracted. The bow automatically pulled taut, causing countless beams of light to be sucked into it. A moment later, the bow was loosened, causing an arrow of light to shoot forth at top speed. The light arrow moved with incomprehensible speed that exceeded even the Tao realm. In the space of a single breath, it moved from its position far, far away in the mountains and seas, piercing through the void, shaking the heavens, to appear right outside the windswept realm. It moved faster than lightning, causing a sonic boom to echo out that left the figures in the black hole ashen-faced. Blood oozed out of the mouth of the windswept Imperial Lord as the light arrow shot toward the huge hand which was threatening Meng Hao. The hand was just starting to clench shut, but before it could even touch Meng Hao, the arrow arrived and slashed through it. A boom rattled out as the gigantic hand was completely destroyed. It couldn't stand up to the light arrow at all. It was like little more than a rotten branch which instantly shattered to tiny pieces which then became ash. However, the effect didn't stop there. Spread out and, unbelievably, pierced into the black hole, to the horror of the enormous 3-headed figure, who was now 5-armed and fleeing at top speed. The light continued on into his body. No! Paragon! Spare me, Paragon! The huge figure let out a miserable scream that ended in a grunt as its body exploded, transforming into nothing more than ash. The entire world was shocked. That 3-headed, 6-armed individual was something like an Imperial Lord within the 33 heavens. A powerful figure like that was destroyed by a mere arrow of light, crushed like a dried weed, eradicated from existence. It didn't matter that he was lurking hidden within the black hole. He still met with a fate of complete eradication. The other figures inside the black hole began to tremble violently. Expressions of terror and astonishment filled their faces, and they almost couldn't believe what was happening. It was almost as if they were thinking about someone from the past, some terrifying figure who haunted their thoughts. Even as everyone was shaken by the arrow, Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he shot forward toward the light of the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. In the blink of an eye, his hand had stretched out and made contact with the light. Boom! When the arrow of light appeared, an arm was destroyed, and then an entire enormous entity was exterminated. Those things caused the light of the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao to grow unstable. It was being interfered with, including by the powerful door of immortality. As a result, the power of expulsion coming from the pillar of light temporarily ceased. Meng Hao used that moment to finally reach his hand out and sink it into the pillar of light that was the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. Almost as soon as his hand entered the light, Paragon Sea Dream's convergence beam grew a bit stronger. The intensity was something that no observer would be able to detect, but Meng Hao could feel it, and it caused his eyes to flicker, although he didn't say anything out loud. The light pulling at him grew more intense. However, it was in that same moment that, because of the effects of the arrow, Meng Hao had a moment to finally stretch out and touch the pillar of light in front of him. "Traitorous Sutra of the Rebel Tao, you belong to me," he roared, his eyes shining with a bright light as he plunged his hand into the pillar of light. Shocking rumbling filled the air and everything was shaking. In response to what was happening, the figures inside the black hole began to let out enraged shouts. "No! That doesn't belong to you. Damn it! Let go! That belongs to the 33 heavens." Each and every one of the furious shouts rumbled like thunder, causing Meng Hao to shake and blood to spray out of his mouth. Despite the rage of the figures inside the black hole, none of them dared to emerge from inside. What had happened moments ago with the arrow had frightened any and all courage out of them. All they could do was use their roars of fury to batter Meng Hao. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, but he was in the all-heaven Tao immortal realm, and thus he fought back. His hand didn't stop moving, and as soon as it entered the pillar of light, he made a grasping motion as he took hold of the actual traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. In that moment, the blood in his body began to boil even more furiously, as though there were something inside of it that was awakening. Rumbling sounds completely filled Meng Hao's entire mind. His body roared as the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao was absorbed into him through his right hand. As that happened, the pillar of light began to weaken. At the same time, the blood inside of him was completely aboil. Cracking sounds echoed about inside of him, like peals of thunder. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out, filled with boundless dignity. A voice that seemed to have existed within Meng Hao's blood itself all along. However, it was only in this moment, because of the absorption of the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao, that the voice began to speak. It was as if its words echoed out from the most ancient of times to appear in the modern age. 9 ancient surnames, the source of the primeval, lords of the majestic expanse, the boundless heaven and earth, in this era, of the 9 all-heaven clans. The Fang clan has taken the lead and tracked down their essence. In all members of that bloodline, nirvanic rebirth exists, and the chakras are opened. Almost in the same moment that the voice rang out inside Meng Hao's mind, all of the blood in his body seemed to break down. The traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao then merged into each and every blood cell inside of him, ensuring that every drop of blood thrummed with the same bloodline power. In that exact same moment, back in the mountain and sea realm, in the 9th mountain and sea on planet South Heaven, Meng Hao's father was currently sitting cross-legged in a tower of Tang, carrying out his pledge and mission of standing guard over planet South Heaven. All of a sudden, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes snapped open. A gleam of shock and confusion ran through him as the blood in his veins apparently began to burn. Gradually, an azure light began to rise up from within him. That azure light was none other than the light of an all-heaven immortal. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions. Fang Shufeng's cultivation base was at the peak of the ancient realm, and as of this moment it was erupting with power. Heaven and earth flashed with colors, but after a moment, everything settled down. He did not make a cultivation-based breakthrough. However, inside of his body, an azure-colored Tao seed had appeared. That Tao seed was none other than an all-heaven Tao seed. If he cultivated it, then he would be able to tread the all-heaven path, and would eventually become an all-heaven immortal. Fang Xiufeng's eyes opened again. His heart trembled, and his face flickered. He was still a bit confused, and couldn't figure out exactly what was happening. He wasn't the only one experiencing such a thing. In the Emperor Immortal sect, Meng Hao's sister Fang Yu was currently sitting in secluded meditation. Suddenly, azure light began to glow as an all-heaven Tao seed formed inside of her. A shockwave blasted out, causing the bald Sun Hai, who was just outside her secluded meditation chamber jabbering on about his love for her, to let out a surprised shout. He was hit as if with a powerful attack, sending him tumbling away, blood spraying from his mouth. In the Fang clan on Planet East Victory, everyone with Fang clan blood in their veins all experienced something similar, causing the glow of azure light to fill Planet East Victory. Fang Wei was surrounded by an azure glow, as was the Grand Elder. The Fang clan's Tao Realm Patriarchs, and all other members of the Fang clan, experienced an intangible transformation. It was just as the voice in Meng Hao's mind had said. Because of the nirvanic rebirth, the chakras were opened. The Fang clan was the first all-heaven clan. Wind screamed through the entire 9 mountains and seas. As of this moment, the matter was set. The Fang clan was certain to rise to prominence. With enough time, they would even be able to rock Lord Ji. Furthermore, if even more time passed, the voice of the Fang clan would become the most supreme in the entire 9th mountain and sea, and they would absolutely become the most important clan. That was because the Fang clan was now an all-heaven clan. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was there in the windswept realm, rumbling sounds emanating out from him. The third nirvana fruit in his forehead did not emerge from within him. Instead, it was madly absorbing the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao and fusing it into Meng Hao. He was shaking violently, filled with so much force that it seemed like he might explode. Simultaneously, the entire Fang clan was changing. However, unlike all the other members of the Fang clan, Meng Hao was not forming an all-heaven Tao seed. Had no Tao seed. That was because the bloodline had been opened due to him. The chakras had been unleashed because of his name. As of this moment, from a bloodline perspective, Meng Hao had exceeded the first-generation patriarch. He was now the one true patriarch of the all-heaven Fang clan. Perhaps his cultivation base wasn't high enough at the moment, and he didn't have sufficient status. However, because of the strength of his bloodline, he was the patriarch. The bloodlines of everyone in the Fang clan had been awakened because of Meng Hao. Furthermore, all members of the Fang clan now had all-heaven Tao seeds inside of them. Essentially, that was because of the influence of Meng Hao's blood. He was the source of it all. Furthermore, Meng Hao could even sense the blood of all members of the Fang clan in the mountain and sea realm. Even more shocking was that the best way to prove that he really was the patriarch of the Fang clan was that he could actually control the life or death of all members of the Fang clan. He could kill any member of the Fang clan with a single thought. His will reigned supreme over everything. That was a power that came from being an all-heaven Tao immortal, as well as the clan chief of an all-heaven clan. He had the ultimate power of life and death. All of this takes quite some time to describe, but occurred in a very short period of time. It took only an instant for the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao to be absorbed and then fade away, having been completely sucked into Meng Hao's hand. The traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao was now a part of Meng Hao, a key which had unlocked his bloodline and then disseminated that power to all members of the Fang clan, allowing them to acquire Tao seeds. At the same time, the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao allowed him to absorb his third nirvana fruit, a fusion which was completely different from what had happened with his previous 2 nirvana fruits. Furthermore, the fusion process would take time. It could take several months for Meng Hao to fully and truly be an all-heaven Tao immortal. In the mountain and sea realm, he would be the one and only all-heaven Tao immortal. He would be a powerful expert on a similar level as quasi-Dao cultivators. He could even fight with Dao realm experts. From ancient times until now, that was the ultimate peak of the immortal realm. In the moment that the traitorous sutra of the rebel Dao vanished, Meng Hao fell back. Paragon Sea Dream's convergence beam pulled at him, wrenching him backward. As he turned his head, he could see that everyone else had long since left the windswept realm. Even Chu Yuyan had been pulled away by Paragon Sea Dream. When he saw Chu Yuyan off in the distance, his heart filled with conflicted emotions. Without the help of Dao Heaven and the other echelon cultivators, as well as Chu Yuyan's door of immortality, he would never have come even close to getting the traitorous sutra of the rebel Dao. His feelings for Chu Yuyan grew even more complicated, and he sighed. Of all the people from the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao was the last to leave the windswept realm. Just as he was about to leave it completely, he looked back at the soul of the emperor and saw him smiling faintly. It was almost as if he didn't care that Meng Hao had taken the traitorous sutra of the rebel Dao. Then he saw the windswept imperial lord, who had a complicated expression on his face. Finally, he looked at Zhong Wuya, standing there in the central temple region. Zhong Wuya was looking up at him, an expression of anticipation on his face. Meng Hao could also sense his focus, as if Zhong Wuya could almost feel himself experiencing the true Dao. The black hole in the huge net had long since opened up fully. Despite the fact that there was no traitorous sutra of the rebel Dao, the windswept realm's path was not hindered. If anything, the mere existence of the sutra guaranteed that the windswept realm would have a place outside the mountain and sea realm, regardless of whether or not Meng Hao took it. Now that the windswept realm was gone, perhaps it would become the 34th heaven, and perhaps not. It was really impossible to tell at this point. In any case, to the living beings of the windswept realm, this counted as a success. They had finally escaped the mountain and sea realm. Boundless rumbling sounds echoed out into the void as Meng Hao flew over the border. Then he watched as the lands were slowly swallowed up into the black hole. Thunder and wind raged, and then the black hole gradually began to shrink. It disappeared, and the huge net began to fade away amidst crackling thunder and lightning. At that point, Meng Hao could just barely see numerous figures on the other side of the net. All of them stared at him as well as at Paragon Sea Dream. After a moment, they vanished. Soon, the huge net was gone, and the only thing visible was pitch black. The windswept realm was gone. As for whether or not Zhong Wuya would find the true Dao that he was looking for, Meng Hao had no way to know. However, he was very certain that one day, he would personally visit each and every world in the 33 heavens. The windswept realm was gone, no longer a part of the mountain and sea realm. It had departed for all eternity. Meng Hao looked out into the void, and a profound gleam gradually rose up in his eyes. Then he turned his head as Paragon Sea Dream's convergence light pulled him over to the rest of the group, which was congregated outside of her immortal's cave. No one spoke to each other. They watched the windswept realm vanish, and then looked on as the void returned to its placid, normal state. There was not a calm heart to be found in the entire lot. Everything that had happened in connection to the windswept realm had left deep impressions on them. They had started out fighting and killing each other, and had ended up working together. When they thought back to everything they had experienced, they sighed ruefully. Thinking back, their so-called enmities and grudges from before now seemed insignificant. Lin Song felt that way, as did Han Qinglei. Even Dao Heaven felt exactly the same. As for Yuan Jian, he had originally come to hate Dao Heaven because of the death of Hong Bin. However, after seeing Hong Bin's soul, he understood that Hong Bin's true killer was the emperor. They stood there thoughtfully, the events that had just occurred playing out in their minds. Those things were not matters which could be easily forgotten. They were now branded into their souls. After all, they had just witnessed something completely unheard of. An outright rebellion. Nothing like this had happened in the mountain and sea realm for countless years. However, all the people present had just gone through that very experience. In fact, had Paragon Sea Dream not used her convergence beam just now, all of them would have been taken along with the windswept realm to the 33 heavens. The echelon cultivators were able to wrap their minds around the events better than the others. After all, their understanding of matters regarding the mountain and sea realm exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, the other cultivators present were shaken to the core. Heavens existed beyond what they imagined could exist. Any person who came to know about such a thing would definitely be struck by massive waves of astonishment. Meng Hao turned away from the void to look at Chu Yuyan. She looked away, and even backed up a few steps, acting as if she had no desire to have any contact with him. He stood there silently for a moment, until all of a sudden, footsteps could be heard from within the Immortal's cave. A woman walked out, and that woman was not Paragon Seedream. It was Li Linger. She looked different than she had before, more elegant, as if she had cast off all mortal elements. When she walked out, Lin Song and the others solemnly clasped hands and bowed deeply. Even Dao Heaven bowed. However, Fan Donger's and Chu Yuyan's eyes went wide, and they stared at Li Linger in disbelief. Meng Hao didn't bow. After all, he had essentially handed Li Linger over to Paragon Seedream. How could he possibly bow to her? Li Linger glared grudgingly at Meng Hao for a moment, then swept her gaze over the others. "Hear Paragon Seedream's orders," she said coolly. "What occurred with the windswept realm is no business of yours. News of this matter must not be spread beyond this group. Not one scrap of news. To have been able to witness these events counts as amazing good fortune for all of you. She hopes that all of you will continue to practice cultivation and find the proper path. When all of you have entered the ancient realm, the time to carry out the plan will have arrived." Then she waved her hand, and a white vortex appeared off to the side. "Enter the vortex, and you will return from whence you came." There were quite a few people present, including Dao Heaven and the echelon cultivators, as well as Fan Donger and the others. However, of the original group of nearly 100 people, there were now barely over a dozen left. All of them clasped hands toward the Immortal's cave and bowed silently. Lin Song was the first to approach the vortex. He stopped in front of it and turned back to look at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao," he said, his voice calm and sincere. "I'll be waiting for you in the 4th mountain. Su Qing is there too. When you come, I'll definitely challenge you to a fight. Afterward, you and I will be friends. When I get back to the 4th mountain, the first thing I'm going to do is go find Su Qing and tell her that I saw you. Is there anything you'd like me to tell her?" "If it's not too much trouble, elder brother Lin," Meng Hao replied softly, "please tell Su Qing that I haven't forgotten our agreement." He waved his hand, causing a medicinal pill to fly out toward Lin Kong. It was a cosmetic cultivation pill. "Please give that to her for me." Lin Song grabbed the pill and nodded. Then he turned, stepped into the vortex, and vanished. Next was Han Qinglei. He looked over at Meng Hao with a complex expression, then shook his head, chuckling bitterly. "You might be surnamed Meng, but thankfully you aren't connected to the Meng clan from the 8th mountain." "Perhaps I am," Meng Hao replied, a strange expression on his face. Han Qinglei blinked in shock, staring back at Meng Hao for a moment. Finally, he sighed, unsure of what else to say. He clasped hands, then stepped into the vortex and disappeared. After that was Yuan Jian. He walked up to Meng Hao, clasped him by the shoulders and looked him in the eyes. Meng Hao laughed and pulled him into a bear hug. "Don't forget to come to the 6th mountain to see me," Yuan Jian murmured. "I'll take you to the God Graveyard, where you can find God's blood." Laughing, he turned and headed toward the vortex. Just before stepping in, he shouted, "Oh, I'm taking this battle axe with me." Then he jumped into the vortex and vanished, as if he were worried that Meng Hao would veto the idea. Meng Hao stared in shock. He had completely forgotten about that battle axe, and now that it had been brought up again, a wave of pain washed through him. However, he could do nothing but chuckle wryly. "Meng Hao," Dao Heaven said, looking Meng Hao in the eyes. "I'm happy to have come to the windswept realm, to have been able to bear witness to heavens beyond what we imagined could exist. Furthermore, you have helped me to understand that a person exists beyond what I imagined could exist. You wiped away my paragon magic, and after a lot of thought, I've come to realize that the reason is because I wasn't qualified to control it. In the end, you saved me. And yet, I will still challenge you to a fight one day. If you beat me, I'll challenge you a second time. If you beat me again, I'll challenge you a third time. I'll keep on challenging you forever until I defeat you. Also, don't think that you're really the #1 cultivator in the echelon. The echelon originally had 13 members. However, even including Hai Dongqing, only 10 came to the windswept realm. There are another 3, and they are people you need to watch out for. Those 3 are completely terrifying. Dao Heaven had to pause for a moment before uttering the final word. Terrifying. Considering how arrogant he was, it was obviously difficult for him to say such a thing. Meng Hao stared in shock. Completely terrifying? To be more accurate, they are not of the current generation of the echelon. Dao Heaven looked over at the Immortal's cave with what seemed like fear, as if he had just realized something important. Then he looked back at Meng Hao and their eyes met. Meng Hao could clearly see a certain helplessness in Dao Heaven's eyes, as well as a smoldering fury. Finally, Dao Heaven stepped into the vortex and vanished. Fan Donger left, as did Bei Yu and everyone else. Chu Yuyan left too. The entire time, she avoided Meng Hao's gaze and wouldn't even speak a single word to him. Finally, Meng Hao stood there alone. Instead of leaving, though, he turned toward the Immortal's cave. Paragon Sea Dream, you owe me an explanation. His tone of voice was both awe-inspiring and icy. He had never spoken to her in such a way before. The previous 2 times they had met, he had been cautious and solemn. Now, though, his heart burned with fury, and therefore, the words he spoke to Paragon Sea Dream didn't contain any of the respect that they had in the past. "How dare you?" Li Linger said, clearly shocked by his words. Her eyes went wide as she stared at Meng Hao. Despite the fact that she had just shouted, she quickly gave him a series of very meaningful looks, as if to remind him not to offend Paragon Sea Dream. Meng Hao completely ignored her hints and glared icily at the Immortal's cave. After a long moment, Paragon Sea Dream's icy voice rang out from within the Immortal's cave. It sounded merciless and cold. "You forget your true standing. There are a lot of chosen in the mountain and sea realm. Perhaps I should get rid of you." "Meng Hao," exclaimed Li Linger. "What makes you think you can talk to Paragon Sea Dream like that? Apologize immediately." She anxiously turned to the Immortal's cave and clasped hands. "Master, please calm yourself." After the drastic upheavals in the windswept realm, Meng Hao was just confused and made a slip of the tongue. "Please forgive him this once. Consider that Linger has interceded. I'll ignore this matter, Meng Hao," Sea Dream said calmly. "However, if it happens again, then I'll strip away your echelon mark. If you still have the gall, try to speak to me like that a third time, then I'll cut you down where you stand." Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to glare at Meng Hao. She was just about to say something, when Meng Hao laughed. It was a loud laugh, filled with pride, and lacking the slightest tone of compromise. In fact, it even seemed domineering. "I forgot my standing? You know full well where I stand. Paragon Sea Dream. You also knew exactly what was going on with the windswept realm. I don't mind being used, but when I get used, it better not be for free." Even more intolerable was that when I was trying to acquire some good fortune that was mine by right, you tried to stop me. Paragon Sea Dream, why exactly do you think it's unreasonable for me to ask for an explanation? As Meng Hao's voice rang out, Li Linger's eyes widened with shock. His words left her completely speechless. A long moment passed in which no voice came out of the Immortal's cave. Finally, a white light began to shine as Paragon Sea Dream emerged in her white robes. As she stepped out, the void grew brighter, and a pressure radiated out that Meng Hao hadn't felt the previous 2 times they had met. That pressure was the pressure exuded by a paragon. It was as if a single thought from her could cause heaven and earth to collapse, or cause eras of time to pass. She looked coldly at Meng Hao and said, "You really do have some guts." Her words caused Meng Hao's heart to tremble. He staggered backward several steps, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. However, azure light suddenly exploded off of him, stimulating the blood of Paragon 9 seals inside of him. The entire mountain and sea realm trembled, and the sun and moon stopped in place. In that instant, a will of slaughter seemed to lock onto Paragon's sea dream. "That's right, I do," Meng Hao said through clenched teeth. A tremor ran through Paragon's sea dream, and she couldn't prevent her expression from turning serious as she looked at him. "Well, I don't know what you're talking about," she said calmly. Off to the side, Li Linger's heart was pounding wildly. Although she hadn't been accompanying Paragon's sea dream for a long time, she was well aware of how easily her temper flared. She never took time to explain herself to people, and now she had uttered this one sentence. Although it didn't seem like an explanation, the fact that she said it spoke volumes. Meng Hao looked at Paragon's sea dream for a moment, then suddenly said, "I met a young woman who called herself the successor of Immortal Ancient. Her name was Shuer. I would very much like you to explain Paragon's sea dream, why you didn't extract her from the windswept realm. Why did you let her go with the windswept realm into the 33 heavens?" Paragon's sea dream's response to Meng Hao's words was an icy face. She didn't speak, and in fact almost seemed indifferent. "Perhaps the door of immortality collapsed because of the power of that black hole," Meng Hao said, looking calmly at Paragon's sea dream. "However, the moment it did collapse, the power of your convergence beam definitely grew stronger." Clearly, Meng Hao had no intention of backing down. That was Meng Hao. You could use him, but you had to pay the price. He didn't do things for free. In fact, when I decided to go after the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao, your main intention lay in obstructing my way. If you try to tell me that you didn't know that the rebellion was going to happen, Paragon Sea Dream, well then let me tell you, I wouldn't believe you for a second. Perhaps the Emperor's betrayal was real, but don't try to convince me that the windswept Imperial Lord was also a traitor. Meng Hao spoke with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron, and his eyes flashed like lightning. Even still, he carefully observed Paragon Sea Dream's expression in response to his words. Although he spoke very decisively, he actually wasn't completely confident. There had definitely been signs here and there that something strange was going on. In fact, Tao Heaven had also picked up on them. In the moment before he left, when he looked at Meng Hao, both of them had understood the deeper meaning in his eyes. However, there was no hard evidence. "Hogwash," Paragon Sea Dream said. She extended her right hand, causing a fierce wind to pick Meng Hao up and carry him toward the teleportation vortex. Clearly, she meant to send him away. As he was forced back, azure light sprang up, and his eyes glittered. His cultivation base erupted with power as he fought back. However, despite being an all-heaven Tao immortal, when tangling with a paragon, he was simply incapable of doing anything. As he was swept closer to the vortex, he roared and called upon the blood of Paragon 9 seals. The mountain and sea realm shook. The sun and moon trembled, and Meng Hao ground to a halt at the edge of the vortex. Even so, he was still being pushed inexorably back. "It wasn't just me who didn't believe it all," he continued immediately. "Even the 33 heavens probably didn't believe. That's why, from beginning to end, they just sat around watching. Not a single one of them made a move. It wasn't until the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao appeared that they got excited. That was when they started getting greedy. Considering their cultivation bases and how intelligent they are, the windswept realm will surely be put under strict oversight." However, Paragon Sea Dream had already turned to head back into her immortal's cave. It was as if she was certain the flick of her sleeve would send Meng Hao into the vortex and away from this place, as if it were completely impossible for him to remain behind. She saw him inching closer and closer to the vortex, and could sense the teleportation power building up. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with determination. "Battle weapon," he said, smacking his bag of holding and causing the copper mirror to fly out. Although the copper mirror seemed completely ordinary, as soon as it appeared, Meng Hao rotated his cultivation base, causing azure light to stream into the mirror. Instantly, the mirror began to melt. It became a bronze liquid which then began to flow out to cover Meng Hao's hand. Seemingly sentient, the liquid continued to expand until it reached his elbow. In the blink of an eye, His entire forearm and hand transformed into a meter-long blade. It was bronze and radiated an archaic air, as if it had existed for countless years. Gradually, it began to emanate starlight, almost like a gem, as if it were the most important object in the world. The surface of the blade was as shiny as a mirror, and shone with icy light that seemed capable of slicing through all living things. It also emanated an air of incredible mystery. An indescribable aura erupted from his forearm, a subtle aura that caused the teleportation vortex to emit cracking sounds, as if it were icing over and couldn't operate. All of the natural law and essence in the nearby void was shattered. Invisible ripples began to emanate out, with the sharp blade being at the center. It was as if wherever the ripples passed, the void was still the void, and yet was also no longer the void. The strangeness of what was happening caused Paragon's sea dream to suddenly stop mid-turn. A tremor ran through her, and she turned back to look at Meng Hao's right forearm. Her face flickered through several emotions. "All heaven Dao Immortal," she murmured. "So you've already reached the point of activating the second state." Her words caused Meng Hao's eyes to flicker imperceptibly, although he had long since come to suspect that she actually knew about the copper mirror. Li Linger's eyes were wide as saucers, and she slowly began to back up. The sharp blade on Meng Hao's right arm filled her with shock. It was like looking at countless stars falling from the sky, and at the same time, hearing innumerable voices roaring angrily in her ears. Meng Hao's right forearm had transformed into a sharp blade, with 9 serrations that looked like waves. It was a shocking sight, a blade that essentially had 9 tips. This was the second state of Meng Hao's copper mirror, the battle weapon. As the Parrot had said before, once Meng Hao reached the all-heaven Dao Immortal realm, he could cause the copper mirror to reach its second state. Now Meng Hao had reached exactly that stage, although the fusion with his third nirvana fruit was only 50% complete, not 100%. An explosive sensation radiated out from Meng Hao's right hand, something almost beyond his control. He began to pant as he suddenly realized that it now felt possible for him to slash open the 33 heavens. It was a feeling of intense and shocking power, a feeling that caused him to tremble and made him feel like he was about to lose control. He forced himself away from the vortex, and then the battle weapon vanished, transforming once again into a copper mirror which came to rest on Meng Hao's hand. He knew that although he could now turn the copper mirror into a battle weapon, he was still incapable of unleashing a single strike from the blade. Perhaps that would only happen when he was equipped with the full power of the all-heaven Dao Immortal. Maybe then he would be qualified to wield the blade. Perhaps swinging that blade would completely drain his cultivation base. However, a single swipe would definitely cause all the heavens to lose their light and would eradicate all life. It would shatter natural laws and crush essences. Meng Hao almost couldn't wait for that time. Panting, he waved his hand, sending the copper mirror away and looking at Paragon's Sea Dream, who wore a complex, confused expression. Paragon's Sea Dream had been staring at the copper mirror, and after he put it away, she continued to stand there silently. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Eyes shining brightly, he once again spoke. "Paragon's Sea Dream, I hadn't finished speaking yet. Now that the windswept realm has entered the 33 heavens, the person who will be most suspect is the windswept Imperial Lord. In fact, I'm afraid he will lose any and all freedom. To him, having the windswept realm become the 34th heaven is a huge gamble. In fact, it seems almost a certainty that the gambit will fail. And yet, he still went through with it. And that's because the entire thing was an act. Presumably, the reason you didn't bring Schwer back is because she is your ace in the hole." Paragon's Sea Dream watched the copper mirror vanish, then looked at Meng Hao with a strange, complex expression. A long moment passed. Finally, she said, "Well then, why do you think I would have done all those things?" This was the first time she directly responded to his questions. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a deep breath. "The reason for your actions, Paragon's Sea Dream, most likely has something to do with the plan you mentioned. I am quite confident that the windswept realm and Schwer have been sent off for one purpose and one purpose only: to create a teleportation portal. After a moment of silence, Paragon Seedream said, "You are both right and wrong." She gave no indication as to which part of what he had said was correct, and which was not. However, despite the fact that she had only responded with a single sentence, it still went to show that Meng Hao had forced her to provide an explanation. She could not ignore Meng Hao's existence. Regardless of whether it was because of his status as Nine Seal's successor, or because he was the future lord of the mountain and sea realm, or because the battle weapon had appeared, all of those things caused her to look at Meng Hao with a profound gleam in her eyes. Although she didn't care much about him in terms of cultivation base, there was too much karma on him that forced her to provide a word of explanation. Meng Hao didn't ask any follow-up questions. He didn't actually want to know what part of what he had said was correct, and what was incorrect. Eyes glittering, he clasped hands and bowed to Paragon Seedream, clearing his throat and also looking a bit uncomfortable and bashful. He then said, "All of that was merely speculation on my part, Senior. I was acting a bit emotionally earlier and said some offensive things. Please don't take offense, Paragon Seedream. However, all of that was because I very nearly died on numerous occasions, and something like that is very difficult to deal with. Junior faced many life-or-death situations in the windswept realm, and each time, there were 19 lamentations that flashed through my mind. Each time I thought of those 19 lamentations, it felt like my heart was being stabbed by a knife. The first lamentation has to do with the fact that I haven't been able to get a piece of the ruins of immortality to take with me. If I had, I could have died in the windswept realm without any regrets." His expression now was completely different than before. It was as if he had just traveled in a big, meandering circle, as if he had shown fury, indignation, and even allowed his energy to surge, all for this moment, all for setting up the words he had just uttered. Paragon Seedream had a strange expression on her face as she said, "A piece of the ruins of immortality?" Meng Hao cleared his throat again. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he sighed. "Paragon Seedream, I would like to request that you help me with this first lamentation of mine. Every time I see the ruins of immortality, I can't help but consider the past magnificence of the Paragon Immortal realm. Then I started thinking that, if I could just have a piece of the ruins of immortality as a keepsake, then it would really be a big motivation in my cultivation. It would help me to progress, and to—" Before Meng Hao could finish speaking, Paragon Seedream waved her hand through the air, causing massive rumbling sounds to fill the air. At the same time, a giant rift was torn open. That rift appeared to lead to another world. It was one of the ruins of immortality. The ruins of immortality were huge, and were scattered throughout the mountain and sea realm. Each and every part of was swathed in mystery. Right now, the piece Meng Hao was staring at looked almost like a continent. Suddenly, on one corner, it appeared as if an enormous hand were ripping off one section. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a 30,000-meter section of land slowly separated, and then flew toward the rift. An ancient aura spread out, along with ripples of time. There was also a one-of-a-kind immortal air that caused Meng Hao's heart to thump with excitement. The ruins of immortality were crumbled remnants of the immortal world. They were a place that even ordinary Dao realm experts couldn't make budge, let alone carve up to take away as a keepsake. All they could do would be to look at the ruins floating there for all eternity. Only powerful experts like the lords of the 9 mountains and seas might be qualified to take a chunk of the ruins of immortality. For example, the first-generation patriarch of the Fong clan had taken a piece of the ruins of immortality to house his mausoleum. When Meng Hao saw a 30,000-meter chunk of the ruins of immortality floating his way, his heart began to palpitate with eagerness, and his throat went bone dry. This piece wasn't as big as the one taken by the first-generation patriarch, but it was still about 30% as large, which was huge. Forgetting anything else about it, the sheer size was such that, if you used it to crush someone, the effect would be monumentally shocking. What a treasure! Meng Hao immediately stretched out his hand to grab it. In almost the exact same moment, as the chunk of the ruins of immortality flew toward him through the void, causing everything to rumble and shake, and sending out shocking ripples, the piece began to shrink. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed, and he murmured inwardly that Paragon Seedream really was considerate. His heart was going wild with joy. It flew down toward him, shrinking until it was the size of a hand, that then floated down toward his palm. Then it landed, and an expression of delight appeared on his face. However, an instant later, his expression fell as he realized that he couldn't hold it. It immediately began to drop down. Although it had changed in size, its weight was exactly the same as when it was 30,000 meters wide. This was no ordinary piece of land. It was a remnant of the immortal world. You could say that it was a continent from the immortal world. A huge rumbling sound echoed out, as the incredible weight caused cracking sounds to ring out from Meng Hao's hand. Suddenly, the land mass fell out of his hand, spinning down into the void below. Although the void seemed bottomless, as Meng Hao saw the precious treasure of the ruins of immortality getting further and further away, his eyes became shot with blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he flew downward in pursuit. "Just because you can't keep a hold of it doesn't mean I never gave it to you," said Paragon Sea Dream. "The land in the ruins of immortality is imbued with the power of the former Paragon immortal realm. It is inherently a precious treasure. That part 1 gave you wasn't even very big, and yet it weighs about as much as 1/10 of Planet East Victory. Consider that your reward for what happened in the windswept realm. As for whether or not you can keep a hold of it, that will depend on you." As soon as her cold words entered his ears, Meng Hao started feeling incredibly irritated. Li Linger stood next to Paragon Sea Dream, a strange expression on her face. She looked at Meng Hao disappearing down below, and then back at Paragon Sea Dream. After blinking a few times, she smiled, but held back from laughing. Meng Hao was extremely angry, and his heart fairly dripped with blood. If that piece of the ruins of immortality had never belonged to him to begin with, then it wouldn't matter if it were lost. But Paragon Sea Dream had actually given it to him. The problem was that he couldn't hold on to it. Seeing it fall away into the distance felt like a knife slashing at his heart. There was little time to consider matters carefully. Azure light sprung up around him, and he even used the all-heaven Tao immortal power from the third nirvana fruit in his forehead. He shot down with incredible speed. As he pursued the piece of the ruins of immortality, he transformed into an azure rock, increasing his speed until he sped down like lightning. "Get back here. You're mine. Mine." Meng Hao's eyes were bright red, and his heart was racked with intense pain. Perhaps because of his intense, unyielding attitude and his incredible frustration, he shot along with explosive, incredible speed that he couldn't normally match even if he were fleeing for his life. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he got closer and closer to the descending piece of the ruins of immortality. As of this moment, he was completely focused on the piece of the ruins of immortality. Booms echoed out as he unleashed various divine abilities and Taoist magics. He went all out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn before finally catching up. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion toward the descending piece of the ruins of immortality. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the descending piece of the ruins of immortality stopped in place. With rapid speed, and not holding back the slightest bit of power, he did the same thing over and over again. It wasn't easy, but eventually, the piece of the ruins of immortality transformed into a beam of light that flew into his bag of holding. Although Paragon Sea Dream hadn't warned Meng Hao about how heavy it was, she had said that she would give him the piece of the ruins of immortality, and she wouldn't lie. Thus, although it was incredibly heavy, it had been changed by her powerful magic so that it could be stored inside his bag of holding. Thanks to Paragon Sea Dream's magical alteration, the landmass, which weighed as much as 1/10 of Planet East Victory, didn't weigh anything at all inside his bag of holding. Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief, then flew rapidly back up. Soon, he was back at his original altitude, only to find that Paragon Sea Dream was long gone. Both Li Linger and the Immortal's cave were nowhere to be seen, and the only thing that remained behind was her echoing voice. "That mirror is inauspicious. It will harm its owner. It appeared first in ancient times, and now it appears again." Other than the voice, the only thing in the area was the lone ice-bound teleportation vortex, which slowly started spinning as the ice thawed, waiting for him to enter. Meng Hao looked around in shock. The Immortal's cave was gone, Li Linger was gone, and Paragon Sea Dream was actually gone. Where are they? They left? She did this on purpose. Definitely on purpose. From Meng Hao's expression, it looked like he was about to blow his top. I had 19 lamentations. I only got to the first one. Paragon Sea Dream, where did you sneak off to? Huh? This is wrong. You hear me? This is so unreasonable. It's not like I was being greedy. I only had 19 lamentations. That's not very many. Meng Hao was very depressed. And then, he was filled with regret as he realized that he hadn't spoken quickly enough. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have mentioned all the other 18 lamentations at the same time. That would have been the best thing to do. She's a paragon, a majestic paragon. It wasn't easy to gain this chance to ask for reasonable compensation, and in the end, she pulled a fast one. If I was acting super greedy, that would have been a different story, and I couldn't hold it against her for leaving. But I wasn't being greedy at all. The only thing I mentioned was 19 lamentations. Anyone else would probably have mentioned 100, or even 1,000. AI. The world nowadays doesn't have as many people as honest and dependable as me. That's why I end up getting bullied. These people are ridiculous. It's like they specialize in picking on honest people. Meng Hao was furious, but there was nothing he could do other than let out continuous sighs of regret. Well, at least I was able to get some of the ruins of immortality. When the time comes, I'll head back to Planet East Victory and finally be able to safely take away the battle golem stepdad gave me. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao felt a bit better. However, he still couldn't stop thinking about how unfair it was for Paragon Sea Dream to bully an honest person like himself. Frowning resentfully, he stepped into the vortex, which rumbled with the power of teleportation for a moment before he vanished. Then, the vortex slowly faded away, leaving behind not a single trace. The matter of the windswept realm was now completely concluded. Henceforth, there would be no windswept realm in the void of the mountain and sea realm. It had vanished for all eternity. The 9 seas god worlds would no longer be able to host trials by fire in the windswept realm. Only the immortal ancient Taoist rite and the sublime flow sword grotto retained their unique worlds. Meanwhile, a black-robed figure was strolling thoughtfully through the starry sky in the mountain and sea realm. He passed cultivators, past mountains and seas, passed through the void, and yet no one could see him. He was like a lonely soul drifting about through the mountains and seas. In the moment that the windswept realm entered the 33 heavens, in a location far out in the boundless starry sky, the stars in 2 different areas were trembling violently as 2 powerful forces rumbled along. They were far, far away from the mountain and sea realm. However, the exact distance away didn't matter, as they were getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, back near the border of the 9th sea of the mountain and sea realm, ripples suddenly spread out. They grew more intense, gradually forming together into a vortex. Meng Hao stepped out and looked around. Based on the familiar sights around him, he instantly recognized the 9th sea. Finally, I'm back, he murmured. He thought back to everything that had happened in the windswept realm, and he sighed inwardly. Then he looked up into the void and thought about Zhong Wuya. I wonder whether or not he found his true Tao, he thought, shaking his head slowly. After standing there for a moment, his eyes glittered. The 9th mountain and sea is my home. Unfortunately, I need to leave now. Su Qing is in the 4th mountain and sea, and I need to go find her, fulfill our agreement, and bring her back here. His eyes shone with a bright light. His trip to the windswept realm had brought him incredible good fortune. He had fully absorbed a nirvana fruit, begun the process of becoming an all-heaven Tao immortal, and gotten some important clues about Su Qing. Along with all of that came the qualifications to leave the 9th mountain and sea. His path and his world was no longer limited to the 9th mountain and sea. He would go to see a much wider and larger world. I need to make my stack of promissory notes much thicker, he thought, his passion rising. Echelon cultivators. Chosen. It doesn't matter who. I'm going to make everyone in my generation in the mountain and sea realm all owe me money. And then, I'll get to work on the older generation. I'll get them to owe me money too. Then I'll have become the lord of the mountain and sea realm in my own style. Meng Hao felt as though his ambitions were definitely set high. He had a huge task ahead of him, but he was sure that he could succeed. Eyes shining, he flickered as he flew off into the distance. Ever since leaving planet South Heaven, I haven't had a chance to go back and visit Mom and Dad. Plus, there's my big sister. I definitely have to go to planet South Heaven to say bye to Mom and Dad before I leave. Planet South Heaven. There's also the essence of divine flame there. I'm definitely going to go back to challenge that place again. Meng Hao shot forward at top speed, a bright streak of light that headed in the direction of planet South Heaven. Besides, now that I've decided to leave the 9th mountain and sea, I should go settle some debts. I have a lot of promissory notes, and now's the time to collect on them all. Meng Hao was starting to feel like he was too soft-hearted. Whenever he saw people with no money, he would always take pity on them, and wouldn't force them to pay back what they owed him, except perhaps some interest. This time, no more Mr. Nice Guy, he berated himself. Meng Hao, you really are far too kind-hearted. Feeling extremely idealistic and kind-hearted, and sighing at how honest and sincere he was, Meng Hao looked around without the slightest flush on his face. Of course, there was no one to see him. After clearing his throat again, he turned into a bright beam of light that shot off into the distance. What Meng Hao didn't know was that in the very instant in which he had returned to the 9th mountain and sea, all of the members of the Fang clan on planet East Victory felt their hearts tremble. It was as if some indescribable pressure had suddenly descended upon them. Even the Tao realm patriarchs who were meditating awoke from their trances. It was a tug that came from their bloodline. It was a power that existed in Meng Hao's blood now that he was the true patriarch of the Fang clan. A power that caused faint and yet unmistakable pressure within the clan members. With that power, Meng Hao truly controlled the fate of the Fang clan. As of now, Meng Hao was so powerful that it was impossible to even compare to how he was when he had first left for the windswept realm. He had begun to absorb his 3rd nirvana fruit with the help of the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao, although the fusion wasn't complete and would take more time. It wouldn't take too long, though. At the least, a few months, and at the most, a year. When that time came, he would truly be in the all-heaven Tao immortal realm. Quasi-Tao experts wouldn't faze him, and he would even be qualified to fight early Tao realm experts. From the creation of the mountain and sea realm until this day, he was the first to take the immortal realm to the ultimate pinnacle. He was the only person who, while in the immortal realm, could actually fight someone in the Tao realm. His eyes filled with anticipation, and his speed increased. Rumbling sounds surrounded him as he sped through the starry sky in the direction of planet South Heaven. My 3rd nirvana fruit will definitely finish fusing. Now I need to start thinking about my 4th nirvana fruit. When I fully absorb that one, then I'll be in a position to try to step into the ancient realm. When I open the door of the ancient realm and summon soul lamps, then both my fleshly body and my cultivation base will be in the ancient realm. Then, I won't just be able to fight evenly with experts of the early Tao realm. I'll be able to beat them. Meng Hao was starting to feel more and more confident about himself, and become even more domineering. Although he did not quite exude a natural air of dignity, this domineering confidence gave him a distinctive awe-inspiring demeanor. His speed gradually increased as he shot through the starry sky. Back when he first started his journey among the stars, if he had tried to travel from his current location all the way back to planet South Heaven, it would have taken far, far too long. Even using teleportation portals, it would have taken several months. But now, even without the use of teleportation portals, it would only take about a month. However, Meng Hao didn't plan to do that. Naturally, using teleportation portals was the best thing to do. 3 days later, he found himself just outside of an asteroid field. Some of the asteroids were large, some were small. The largest were hundreds of thousands of meters wide. The smallest didn't even measure a few hundred meters. There were several hundred in total, all densely packed together. Asteroid fields like this one were relatively common in the starry sky of the 9th mountain and sea. The asteroids tended to group together, making them very suitable naturally occurring locations to set up teleportation portals. Because of that, the big asteroid fields tended to become places where cultivators did business. Usually, they were busy places with lots of people coming and going, bringing goods from near and far. This particular location was a mid-sized bazaar. Although it wasn't very large, there was still quite a crowd of cultivators present. The most prominent site was the centralmost asteroid, the largest of the group, upon which sat a huge city which could be seen even from a great distance. People flew in and out occasionally, and a buzz of activity could be heard inside. There was even a glowing shield, forming a defensive barrier that surrounded the entire place. The Feng clan had a teleportation portal set up on one of the asteroids, which was guarded round the clock by members of the Feng clan. Clan members could use the portal for free, of course, whereas non-members had to pay a fee. Virtually all of the asteroids had similar teleportation portals set up. The 4 great clans, 5 great holy lands, and the 3 churches and 6 sects all had teleportation portals set up. Occasionally, the ripples of teleportation could be seen coming from those areas. Some locations in the 9th Mountain and Sea were controlled by various powerful organizations who restricted access. Anyone who wanted to go to such places had to use one of the designated teleportation portals to do so. Such arrangements were important sources of income for many of the powerful groups in the 9th Mountain and Sea, even the G-clan. Because Planet South Heaven was such a unique and important place, virtually all of the powers had teleportation portals that went in that direction. However, considering how much Meng Hao hated to waste money, he would naturally choose to use the Feng clan's teleportation portal. He was just about to skirt the main bazaar and head toward the Feng clan's asteroid when he glanced at the markets and, all of a sudden, his heart trembled. It was clearly a bustling place, filled with all sorts of shops. Some cultivators even had stalls set up to sell handcrafted items. In the brief time that he had been watching, numerous people had come and gone via teleportation portal, numbering into the thousands. In addition to all that, there were also cultivators who patrolled the area and maintained order. They wore magenta robes, and all of them had significantly powerful cultivation bases, being stage 6 or 7 immortals. Magical combat was not permitted inside the bazaar. If conflicts broke out, the violators would be immediately expelled. In extreme cases, they might even be executed. Those were the rules in all bazaars like this one. Of course, for such rules to be accepted by the general public, and to be able to enforce them required significant power. Neither the 4 great clans, the 5 great holy lands, nor the 3 churches and 6 sects would interfere with the interests of the bazaars. After all, most of them were occupied by extremely powerful rogue cultivators. The weakest among them would be in the late ancient realm, and there were even some bazaars who were occupied by Dao realm rogue cultivators. This particular bazaar was formerly called the Heaven Cloud Plaza. It was controlled by an almighty peak ancient realm expert, who was only a half-step away from the quasi-Dao realm. He was known as Guru Heavencloud, and everyone knew that he could easily break through to being quasi-Dao, or even to the Dao realm. However, Guru Heavencloud was very wishy-washy regarding the whole matter, and didn't dare to try to break through. He knew that if he made a mistake, he would die. The end result was that Heavencloud Plaza remained a place that no one dared to offend. Even the 4 great clans were careful not to do anything to disturb him. After all, even if he failed in his breakthrough, he would still end up as a quasi-Dao cultivator. If a conflict arose and he broke through to the Dao realm to deal with it, it would actually be an easier situation to handle. But if he failed and became a quasi-Dao expert, his life expectancy would be very limited. With such a short time to live, he would go mad, as if he didn't fear death at all. A situation like that would be a big headache for all the major powers. I haven't been home for a long time, Meng Hao thought. After I go back this time, who knows when the next time will be. Dad and Mom are stuck on Planet South Heaven, so I really should bring them some nice gifts. With that, he shot toward the bazaar. As soon as he passed through the protective shield, he felt pressure weighing down on him. At the same time, he also felt numerous streams of divine sense lock onto him. Those would be from the cultivators in the magenta robes. He could tell that if he tried to do anything untoward, they would immediately take action against him. Of course, no matter how they analyzed Meng Hao with their divine sense, all they could sense was that he was in the immortal realm. They could detect an impenetrable aura on him which indicated that he was hiding something about himself. But cultivators possessed all sorts of magical techniques and items which made it impossible for others to tell everything about them with a simple scan of divine sense. Besides, it would be difficult for them to imagine that Meng Hao could possibly be a person who even their patriarch, Guru Heavencloud, would fear. Of course, Meng Hao was already quite famous in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. However, there were few people who would recognize him on sight. Most people had only seen his images on projection screens, and weren't too familiar with what he actually looked like up close. These magenta-robed cultivators were no different. Some of them thought that he looked familiar, but none of them could place where exactly they had seen him before. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he sensed the pressure weighing down on him. If he wanted to, he could easily push back against it and even destroy the entire shield. However, he had merely come here to buy some gifts, so there was no need to act presumptuously. Therefore, he allowed himself to be pushed down onto the ground. As soon as he did, the gazes which had been fixed onto him vanished, to observe other incoming cultivators. They paid no more attention to Meng Hao. Meng Hao patted his bag of holding and cleared his throat. After winning the bet with the demonic cultivator horde in the Nine Seas God world, he had quite a few pieces of immortal jade, and had unknowingly adopted the manner of a rich person. He looked around for a moment, then began to stroll around. For the most part, he knew what kind of place this bazaar was. There were various shops and auction houses, and as for the auction houses, they didn't have membership requirements. Anyone could participate in the auctions. In addition to the shops and auction houses, there were vendor stalls which actually made up the majority of the establishments in the bazaar. Just about everything you could imagine could be found for sale. After sizing the place up, Meng Hao entered one of the shops. The first thing he saw was 4 or 5 other cultivators, all of whom were accompanied by salespeople who were introducing the various magical items for sale. As soon as he stepped in, a young woman walked up. However, before she could even speak, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve the way he remembered Steward Zhou used to do. Lifting his chin up, he coolly said, "Take me to your luxury goods section." The young woman looked at him for a moment, and almost immediately began to look down on him inwardly. She had seen a lot of people like Meng Hao in the past, people who thought they were rich, but, once they saw how expensive things were, didn't actually buy anything. Expression the same as before, she nodded and led him to one particular corner of the shop, where she clapped her hands, causing the wall to suddenly swirl. Moments later, a collection of dozens of unique magical items appeared. "This one," Meng Hao said, pointing at a bell. Then he pointed at another item. "And this one, that one too, and that one. These 7. You have a good eye, fellow Taoist," the young woman said coolly. "Those 7 items are all high-grade magical items. The total cost for them would be about 6 million spirit stones. If you want to pay with immortal jade, I can give you a bit of a discount." She looked at Meng Hao, wondering whether he would dare to try to buy all 7 items after hearing how expensive they were. "Those 7, I don't want," he said calmly. Inwardly, the young woman was chuckling coldly. Expression the same as usual. She was just about to continue speaking when Meng Hao said, "But I'll take all the other ones." "Fellow Taoist, what did you just say?" The young woman's eyes went wide, and her heart began to thump with disbelief. "I said those are the 7 I don't want. The rest I'll take." Meng Hao remained as cool as ever, but when he saw the look on the young woman's face, a feeling rose up in his heart that he had never felt before. He thought back to one time in Yunjia County when he had happened to walk by a shop and catch sight of Steward Zhou buying things in just the same way he was doing right now. The expression on that salesperson's face, and his tone of voice, was exactly the same as this young woman's right now. She was panting and even felt a bit dizzy. Throughout all the years she had worked at his place, she had seen many types of cultivators. However, this was the first time she had encountered anyone like Meng Hao. Senior, not including those 7. There are a total of 124 magical items on display. Without even thinking about it, she began to explain further. If you bought them with spirit stones, it would cost at least 40,000,000. That would be about 4,000 in immortal jade. Meng Hao lifted his chin and asked, "Well, are you selling or not?" He currently had hundreds of millions of immortal jades in his bag of holding, which meant that, if he wanted to, he could buy not only this collection of magical items but actually the entire shop or even the entire bazaar. He even had enough to buy the whole asteroid field. After his escapades in the Nine Seas God world, Meng Hao was probably one of the richest individuals in all of the mountain and sea realm. However, even that level of wealth didn't provide him with any comfort. When he thought about how much the copper mirror liked to consume spirit stones and immortal jades, he was left with a constant feeling of anxiety. Even still, the look on the young woman's face made him feel wonderful. Finally, he could enjoy the life of a rich person. Waving his hand, he sent 4,000 immortal jades flying out, where they piled up into a small mountain on the ground. Immortal chi instantly swelled out, filling the entire shop, making it like a celestial paradise, complete with floating mists and clouds. To see so much immortal jade nearly caused the young woman's eyes to pop out of their sockets. This was the most wealth she had ever seen in one place. At the same time, the other people in the shop stared over in amazement, and even greed. There were a few cultivators who first started trembling at the sight of the immortal jade, then looked over at Meng Hao's bag of holding. Eyes glittering, they quickly scurried off. Meng Hao glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, and then a slightly bashful expression appeared on his face. "Senior, please wait a moment. Just one moment, sir. This exceeds my authority. Junior will go ask the shop elder himself to come over." Panting, the saleswoman quickly edged backward. However, before she could even turn, a blast of wind flew in from the courtyard behind the shop, which quickly materialized into an old man. He was dressed in extravagant, luxurious clothing, and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He quickly clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. "I am Shui Motyin. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Please, consider me a good friend, and allow me to throw in those 7 extra items as a gift." The elder laughed heartily, quickly performing an incantation gesture and pointing. Instantly, the invisible restrictive spells on the wall vanished, and the magical items flew over to circle around Meng Hao, who instantly began to radiate the aura of jewels and treasures. Meng Hao glanced at the elder and nodded slightly, then made a grasping motion, causing the items to fly over into his bag of holding. "Shui Motyin, I'll remember that name," he said, turning to leave. The elder nearly went wild with joy at the last of Meng Hao's words, and he quickly followed, escorting Meng Hao all the way out of the shop, bowing and scraping the entire time. To see him acting like this left all the salespeople in the shop in complete and utter shock. Although the transaction they had just witnessed involved a sum of money that was completely unheard of, they still found it hard to believe that Elder Shui Motyin, who was an ancient realm expert, would be so polite to a mere immortal realm cultivator. The pretty young woman, who happened to be very close with Shui Motyin, leaned over and whispered, "Elder Shui, if that guy easily forked over 4,000 pieces of immortal jade, then his bag of holding must." Before she could even finish her sentence, Shui Motyin suddenly turned, eyes burning with rage as he slapped her across the face. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, and she staggered backward. "Shut your mouth," he said icily. "Do you know who that was? If you dare to say things like that, then considering his status, he could kill you and me and even the whole Heavenly Ink sect. He could even obliterate the entire Heaven Cloud Bazaar in the blink of an eye." He ended with a cold harumph. As soon as Meng Hao had produced the 4,000 pieces of immortal jade, he had been certain of his identity. Although he had felt a sense of familiarity when he had scanned him with divine sense earlier, it took him a while before he had suddenly realized who he was. It was then that he decided to offer the 7 magical items as gifts. Who is he?" asked the pretty young woman. Were it any other person, Shui Motyin wouldn't even answer her question. However, considering that she had attended to Meng Hao, he leaned over and whispered into her ear. "The crown prince of the Fong clan, the only joint disciple of all of the 3 great Taoist societies. He's in the immortal realm but can slaughter ancient realm experts." That was Meng Hao. That was him? The young woman gasped, and her eyes went wide. She turned her head to look for Meng Hao, but he had already disappeared from sight outside. Suddenly, the young woman seemed to think of something, and she blurted, "Oh no, this is bad." Just now, there were some customers who snuck out after seeing his immortal jade. They're probably planning some sort of treachery. "Don't worry about it," said Shui Motian with a cold chuckle. "They're just digging their own graves." Shui Motian knew that considering Meng Hao's identity, not even Guru Heavencloud could afford to let anything bad happen. Meanwhile, in a relatively remote location within the bazaar, there was a building that few people liked to go near. When people did pass by it, they would glance over with anxiety and dread, then quickly bow their heads and hurry past. For middle-aged cultivators sat cross-legged outside the building, all of whom wore garish red robes and had cultivation bases at the peak of the immortal realm. Inside the building, it was very quiet, and the only thing that could be heard was measured breathing. The cadence of the breathing made it seem as if it were in sync with heaven and earth, and caused the entire building to occasionally become blurry. Currently, 2 cultivators were hurrying toward that very building. They stopped in front of the red-robed cultivators and kowtowed, and when they looked up, one of the 2 men said something to one of the red-robed men. The red-robed cultivator immediately stood and entered the building, eyes glittering. After a moment, he emerged and said, "Go shadow him secretly, no matter where he goes. Let's see exactly how much more immortal jade he has. If it's under 10,000, then it's not worth it for His Majesty to get involved." The 2 cultivators who had just arrived looked very excited. They quickly bowed, then hurried away. The red-robed men continued to sit there in meditation, and everything was quiet once again. On the second floor of the building, an old man sat there cross-legged. He had some brown blotches on his face, but when he opened his eyes, they glittered brightly, and the fluctuations of the late ancient realm rolled off of him. "Elder brother runs things too carefully," he said coolly. "The whole purpose of the Heavencloud Bazaar is to make it convenient for us to practice cultivation. Since Elder brother is in secluded meditation, I'm in charge. For 1,000 immortal jades. I don't care who he is, with that much immortal jade. We'll have to fork some over if he wants to leave alive." With that, he closed his eyes again. Meng Hao continued to stroll through the bazaar, acting very rich and imposing. He walked into every shop he saw and bought anything that looked good. Magical items, medicinal pills, medicinal plants, magical technique manuals, and all sorts of other items. He even bought things that weren't for sale. One such item was a huge, paneled room screen decorated with a white tiger, which he liked mostly because it looked amazing and exuded spiritual energy. He waved his hand, sending out so much money that the shopkeeper could only stare in shock. Meng Hao pointed at a throne made of numerous flying swords and said, "This thing looks nice. I bet Dad will like it. I'll take it." He saw a statue made entirely from spirit stones, which in itself was actually a magical item. "This is wonderful too. I'll take it. This too. This armor looks pretty good. I want 1,000 sets. These Taoist robes are nice. I'll take them. How much for all of the jade scrolls in your whole shop? I want them all." When Meng Hao thought about how his father couldn't leave Planet South Heaven, he decided that buying him a whole scroll shop worth of reading material would make it very easy for him to keep up on his reading. Meng Hao wasn't too confident when it came to things that female cultivators liked. Since he wasn't sure what things his mother preferred, he also decided to buy an entire shop. "This is a pretty good set of puppets. I'll take them." Wherever he went, the shops nearly went mad with joy. Soon, everyone in the entire bazaar knew about the young, rich cultivator who was making the rounds. Some people even began to follow him and keep track of how much he had spent. Eventually, he had spent the equivalent of about 1 billion spirit stones, which was about 100,000 immortal jades. The cultivators who had been sent to shadow him had eyes bloodshot with madness. They began to report back to their superiors, and soon, the sensation that a storm was brewing spread out through the whole bazaar. Meng Hao apparently didn't notice, and continued to rampantly sweep through the shops and buy everything he fancied. He even started looking through the various vendor stalls, and whenever he saw something he liked, he took it, which sometimes even included entire stalls. He was exactly like a Mr. Moneybags. Normally, spending money gave him a big headache, but considering he was buying gifts for his parents, he didn't mind at all. He also bought some gifts for his sister. Soon, he had bought up nearly a third of all the items available at the bazaar, and had spent nearly 300,000 pieces of immortal jade. As for the two cultivators who had originally been sent to shadow him, they returned to the distant building and reported in. The old man who sat there cross-legged opened his eyes, and they shone with killing intent. 300,000 immortal jades. For him to be willing to spend so much indicates that he must have more than 1 million total in his bag of holding. Heavens! 1 million immortal jades. The old man started panting, and a look of mad greed appeared in his eyes. However, he immediately began to doubt himself. Considering this mark had so much money, he was clearly someone with an extraordinary background, a person not to be trifled with casually. The old man was somewhat conflicted. On the one hand, he felt deeply greedy, but on the other hand, Meng Hao's background caused him to waver and suppress that greed to a certain degree. After vacillating for a moment, his eyes suddenly glittered, and he looked outside the building. Currently, a red-robed cultivator was out there, bowing deeply with clasped hands. Patriarch, the mark is currently on his way to an auction. It seems he plans to participate. The old man's eyes flickered with determination, and he shot to his feet. He then strode out of the building and headed in the direction of the auction, flanked by 4 red-robed cultivators. All of them had fierce expressions and radiated killing intent. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. If you have less than 1 million immortal jades, I'll leave you alone. Until I know more about your background, I won't touch you. Having made his decision to go observe Meng Hao a bit further, the old man's eyes flashed. Just as the red-robed cultivators had said, Meng Hao had finished his shopping spree in the shops and vendor stalls, and was now in the main auction house in the middle of the bazaar. He stood off to the side, looking at the main stage and the items being auctioned off. Not many people were calling out bids. There were quite a few magenta-robed figures in the area, keeping track of the bids, and generally looking very threatening. No one was allowed to make fraudulent bids, and anyone who did make a bid was required to be able to purchase the lot at the said price. Anyone who tried to cause problems would run the risk of being chased down and killed by the forces of the Heaven Cloud Bazaar. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he stood there watching. People in the area almost immediately noticed him and were visibly excited. Word began to spread, and soon everyone in the auction house had become aware of his presence. After all, having been in the bazaar for a short half-day, he had already bought nearly 30% of all the available goods there. He was obviously incredibly rich. It would have been impossible for him not to attract attention, and that was especially the case with the female cultivators. Whenever they looked at him, their eyes gleamed, and they tried to look as pretty as possible. Obviously, they were hoping to catch his eye and have the chance to strike it rich themselves. There were a few people who seemed to find him familiar. After a moment, their eyes would widen as they realized who he really was. That was even true of the auctioneer, who couldn't help but glance at him occasionally and pay special attention to him. Meng Hao seemed indifferent to the commotion as he stood there calmly. However, inwardly, he was actually feeling quite puzzled. Why haven't they come yet? Something's off. They followed me for a long time. They keep coming and going after reporting back in. They should have told someone all the details. Maybe these people aren't that adept at robbery? He frowned. He didn't have the time to sit around waiting. After a bit of thought, he came to the conclusion that perhaps because he hadn't left the bazaar itself, the people who were after him felt it wasn't convenient to make a move. In that case, he thought, I might as well just leave. That will at least give them a chance. Having made up his mind, he was just about to leave, when suddenly, the auctioneer produced a jade tray which he held aloft. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Taoists, the next lot has a mysterious background, he said, his voice proud. For the sake of ensuring that our bazaar remains a flourishing place, and for the purposes of gaining fame for our auction house, Patriarch Heavencloud has decided to offer up one of his rarest heirlooms. This is none other than a jade pendant, a medallion that is not from the 9th mountain and sea. No, this medallion comes from the 8th mountain and sea. On one side is carved a lightning bolt, and on the other side the character Mengmeng. According to our patriarch's speculations, this is none other than a command medallion belonging to a member of the Meng clan from the 8th mountain and sea. Although it's impossible to tell who exactly it belonged to, clearly, they had a high status. How do we know? Because this medallion, despite being an ancient realm treasure, is stained with blood, sealing it completely, and ensuring that it can only unleash immortal realm power. Although our patriarch is unable to remove the seal, there are many almighty entities in heaven and earth. Surely someone exists out there who can unseal it. He held the jade pendant out in his right hand, and it glittered with green light. Furthermore, the sound of thunder rattled out from it in all directions. It was even possible to just barely make out a green lightning bolt building up within the light that emanated out from the pendant. Although it seemed incredible, the sensation it gave off was only that of the immortal realm. Even still, the pendant would clearly count as a valuable treasure to any immortal realm cultivator. There was also a deep gash on the surface of the pendant, which had turned a dark purple color, as if it were filled with congealed blood. Its overall appearance was very bizarre. The starting bid for this item is 8 million spirit stones. The auctioneer cried out in a loud voice. Meng Hao had originally intended to leave, but then he stopped and looked at the jade medallion, and immense waves of shock smashed through his mind. As he looked at the jade pendant, he began to pant. How could he ever have imagined that he would run into this object at a bazaar like this? It was most certainly a command medallion of the Meng clan from the 8th mountain and sea. Furthermore, it was not the command medallion of an ordinary clan member. Meng Hao all of a sudden recalled the visage of an old man who had come to stand by the side of his heartbroken Grandpa Fong when he had experienced his first 7th-year tribulation. That old man was no stranger. It was his Grandpa Meng. He was the Grand Elder of the Meng clan from the 8th mountain and sea. Meng Hao remembered playing with his command medallion as a child. A medallion had looked exactly like the one on the auction stage right now. Meng Hao was panting, and his mind was spinning. He would never be able to forget how his 2 grandfathers had left looking for an outsider, all to save him. That outsider eventually came, and had explained to Meng Hao's parents what they needed to do. However, his Grandpa Fong and Grandpa Meng never returned. Meng Hao would never be able to forget those matters, and he had always hoped that one day, he would be able to find them, or at least some clues regarding what had happened. Now, looking at the jade medallion, he was filled with the intense sensation that it was none other than his Grandpa Meng's command medallion. That thought caused his heart to tremble. He wasn't sure whose blood it was that had stained the pendant, but it filled him with intense concern for his grandfather. 50 million spirit stones, he cried out, his voice decisive enough to sever nails and chop iron. Give me that pendant. As soon as the words left his mouth, deathly silence filled the air. Others who had been about to call out prices first gasped, then closed their mouths and refrained from speaking out any bids. One by one, everyone turned to look at Meng Hao. Even the auctioneer stared in shock. In his estimation, the jade pendant was worth no more than about 30 million spirit stones. However, Meng Hao had unexpectedly cried out a bid of 50 million. Are there any other fellow Taoists who would like to make a bid? He asked without even thinking about it. Nobody responded. All of the surrounding cultivators were simply awestruck by the price which Meng Hao had just bid. The auctioneer swallowed hard and said, "Very well, since that's the case, this lot goes to..." He had been just about to strike down the auctioneer's hammer, when all of a sudden, "I bid 100 million spirit stones." An ancient voice rang out as if from the heavens above. Everyone turned their heads to see an old man stride into the auction house, flanked by 4 red-robed cultivators. He had brown blotches on his face, and he seemed threatening without looking angry. His cultivation base was in the late ancient realm, and he almost seemed to be at one with his surroundings. His sudden appearance on the scene caused shock among the surrounding cultivators. "It's Guru Heaven Wind. That's Guru Heaven Cloud's junior brother, one of the patriarchs of the Heaven Cloud Bazaar. What's he doing here? And why did he just make a bid? 100,000,000,000. Could it be that this jade medallion has some shocking power or ability? The crowd immediately went into an uproar. The auctioneer stared in shock and immediately shut his mouth. Instead of striking down with the hammer, he clasped hands and bowed respectfully to Guru Heavenwind. It wasn't just him. All of the magenta-robed cultivators, as well as all of the other auction attendees, clasped hands and bowed in greeting. Guru Heavenwind smiled and nodded. Then he turned to Meng Hao, his expression one of kindness and even regret. When he looked at him, he realized that he seemed familiar, and his heart began to pound. Then, his eyes went wide as he suddenly realized who Meng Hao was. But then he pretended to be unaware of his identity. "Young friend," he said, "I offer my sincere apologies. My elder brother sent his item here to be auctioned completely on accident. It should never have been put up for sale. However, the reputation of the Heavencloud Bazaar is of the utmost importance. Rather than cancel the auction, I will purchase it. I hope you can understand the situation, young friend." Upon hearing his words, everyone in attendance laughed inwardly. Although the explanation seemed reasonable on the surface, considering that he owned the auction house, it meant that he could bid whatever price he wanted. Meng Hao's gaze turned icy. After looking at the old man for a moment, he completely ignored him and said, 100,000 immortal jades. His words immediately caused everyone to gasp. 100,000 immortal jades was equivalent to 1 billion spirit stones. Such a sum caused every to begin to pant. Although they all knew Meng Hao was rich, to hear him mention a number like that left them flabbergasted. Guru Heavenwind trembled inwardly, but he put on a calm front and said, "We can't sell it to you, young friend. I'll offer one more immortal jade than you." 500,000 immortal jades, Meng Hao said, his voice calm. "Young friend, please, don't make trouble for 1 million immortal jades," Meng Hao said coldly, flicking his sleeve and rotating his cultivation base. "Give me that medallion." His cold voice was like an icy wind that swirled from all directions, causing everyone to instantly feel colder. However, even if they were colder, they would still be thoroughly shocked by the price Meng Hao had just named. 1 million immortal jades. That's equivalent to 10 billion spirit stones. Heavens! Just what kind of jade medallion is that? Crazy. They're all crazy. As the crowd burst into an uproar, Guru Heavenwind felt his heart pounding, and he began to pant. The longer he looked at Meng Hao, the less he was able to control his emotions. Finally, his eyes went bloodshot. "The Heavencloud Bazaar doesn't allow fraudulent bidding," he said, his voice hoarse. In response, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, causing one immortal jade after another to fly out. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of 1 million immortal jades had piled up next to him. The towering mountain caused everyone to stare in complete shock. Their minds were blank, filled with nothing but a roaring sound. As soon as the immortal jades appeared, Meng Hao flickered toward the main stage and reached out to grab the jade medallion from the auctioneer. It was at this point, however, that Guru Heavenwind, eyes bloodshot, suddenly flew into the air to stand in his way. He glared at Meng Hao and, voice hoarse, said, 10 million immortal jades and you can have it. To most of the people present, a jade medallion like the one in question might be worth 20 to 30 million spirit stones at most. Since one immortal jade was worth 10,000 spirit stones, that put its value at a few thousand immortal jades at most, and definitely less than 10,000. However, Guru Heavenwind had just mentioned 10 million immortal jades, a sum equal to 100 billion spirit stones. It was difficult to imagine or even describe that much wealth. It would be an extraordinary sum to even an entire sect or clan. As for the Heavencloud Bazaar, it would take hundreds or perhaps thousands of years to accumulate 10 million immortal jades. For him to demand such a price was equivalent of bald-faced robbery. Everyone in the audience gasped in response to what was happening. They were both shaken by Guru Heavenwind's words, and also astonished at Meng Hao's display of wealth. 10 million immortal jades and you can have the medallion, Guru Heavenwind said. Otherwise, it belongs to the Heavencloud Bazaar, and it's none of your business what we do with it, even if we crush it to bits. Guru Heavenwind's eyes were completely bloodshot. He knew who Meng Hao actually was, and if the sum involved was less than 1 million immortal jades, then after mulling it over, he would likely have held back from doing anything to offend him. However, the amount of wealth involved pushed him to the point where he didn't care about who Meng Hao was. Wealth can drive people crazy, can make them lose their minds, especially when combined with strong desire. To Guru Heavenwind, 10 million immortal jades was worth risking his life for. Considering he had reached this decision, it was obvious that he had passed the point of considering whether or not it was worth it to offend Meng Hao, and had chosen to actually threaten him. In fact, he no longer even cared about the Heavencloud Bazaar as a whole. From his perspective, if he could get his hands on that much money, he could flee to the furthest corners of the universe. Furthermore, he was sure that even if his elder brother came out of secluded meditation, he would be so moved by the amount of money involved that he would not interfere. After all, Guru Heavenwind knew Guru Heavencloud better than anyone else. Today he'll buy this thing, whether he wants to or not, he thought. His 4 red-robed followers were all panting the same as him as they joined in to intercept Meng Hao. Meng Hao hovered in midair, staring at Guru Heavenwind, his face turning cold. "You shameless old fart," he said with a cold snort. "I offered 1 million immortal jades, yet you won't accept? Fine, I won't buy it." He looked over at the auctioneer, who was rushing to leave. Being in no mood to pay any heed to Guru Heavenwind, his body suddenly flickered. He moved with such speed that Guru Heavenwind and his 4 red-robed followers saw nothing but a blur. Then, a moment later, Meng Hao was behind them, speeding forward to appear on the main stage, right in front of the auctioneer. "Give that to me," he said, stretching his hand out. Trembling, the auctioneer unhesitatingly threw the jade medallion toward Meng Hao and then fled, unwilling to be involved in the chaos. Guru Heavenwind's face fell. "Meng Hao, what are you doing?" he roared, speeding directly toward Meng Hao, eyes flashing with killing intent, energy surging. "What am I doing? Are you blind?" Meng Hao replied coldly. "Can't you see that I'm robbing you?" He made a grasping motion with this left hand, and the jade medallion flew toward him. As soon as it landed in his palm, he put it into his bag of holding. The eyes of every member of the audience went wide, especially in response to Meng Hao's thunderous words that echoed out in all directions. This was their first time ever hearing someone talk about robbing others with such confidence, as if it were the most righteous and proper thing to do. Guru Heavenwind's rage towered into the sky. As he and his 4 red-robed followers closed in on Meng Hao, they extended their hands to unleash divine abilities and magical techniques that combined to form a pagoda of magical treasures, which then smashed down toward Meng Hao. "Meng Hao, how dare you throw a temper tantrum here?" Guru Heavenwind raged. Meng Hao stood in place, neither dodging nor evading. His eyes flickered with coldness, and he waved his right hand, causing his cultivation base to erupt with power. A massive blast of force exploded out in front of him. Rumbling echoed out, and Guru Heavenwind's face fell. The pagoda trembled for a moment, and cracks spread out across its surface. Then it simply exploded, as if some giant, invisible hand had crushed it to pieces. The crushed pagoda transformed into countless chunks of ash which then shot backward in a backlash attack, rushing toward Guru Heavenwind, whose face fell as he realized he was facing a power that he couldn't fight back against. A sensation of deadly crisis instantly filled his mind. Impossible! Guru Heavenwind was completely astonished. He was in the late ancient realm, and in the 9th mountain and sea as a whole, could be considered a powerful and important figure. And yet, when facing Meng Hao, he was filled with terror. Earlier, he hadn't been able to see through everything about Meng Hao, although he did know that he was a mere immortal realm cultivator with the backing of a large clan. But now Meng Hao seemed incredibly powerful and even almighty. He was so strong that Guru Heavenwind could barely evade his attack. Furthermore, even his cultivation base had been thrown into chaos. Meng Hao made his eyes go wide and his entire body tremble. His heart was pounding so hard it seemed like it might simply stop beating. He had never felt such intense pressure, not even from his elder brother Guru Heavencloud. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he fell back at top speed. He just barely managed to evade the main force of the blow. Unfortunately for the red-robed cultivators, they were not qualified to do so. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. It was as if a wind of destruction swept across them, shredding their flesh and blood, turning the wind into a haze of red that left behind only their skeletons. The skeletons remained for only a single extra breath of time before they became ash. Even their souls were completely wiped away. Everything happened too quickly. With the simple wave of a hand, Meng Hao killed 4 Immortal Realm cultivators and seriously injured Guru Heavenwind. The surrounding cultivators gasped in shock, then looked over at Meng Hao with expressions of disbelief. What cultivation base does he have? He actually forced Guru Heavenwind into retreat. But from the look of it, he's clearly in the Immortal Realm. Guru Heavenwind just called him Meng Hao. Meng Hao. I remember. He's Meng Hao, Crown Prince of the Fang clan. He's the sole joint disciple of all of the 3 great Taoist societies. But how could he be so strong? Everyone was in an uproar. Guru Heavenwind's heart trembled as he came to the realization that he was simply incapable of fighting Meng Hao alone. Although his cultivation base appeared to be in the Immortal Realm, after he attacked, Guru Heavenwind could see that he was far, far stronger than he appeared. Even as he fell back, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, he suddenly roared, "All disciples of the Heaven Cloud Bazaar, hear my command. Kill this man at all costs." The surrounding magenta-robed cultivators hesitated. Then, a few mustered their courage, roared, and charged Meng Hao. Guru Heavenwind took advantage of this opportunity to attempt to escape. With a cold harumph, Meng Hao began to advance. When the magenta-robed cultivators tried to block his way, he said, "Screw off!" His voice echoed like thunderclaps, slamming into the cultivators' ears, causing their minds to reel and their cultivation bases to become unstable. Vision swimming, their minds went blank momentarily. As for Guru Heavenwind, the words caused blood to spray out of his mouth, and he pushed himself faster as he fled. Damnation! How could he be so strong? His face was deathly white, and his heart overflowed with regret. Sweat poured down his face as he realized that, considering how viciously he had offended Meng Hao, there was no way that he would let him go. Meng Hao sped through the air in an azure beam of light that transformed into an azure rock. An explosive wind kicked up as the distance between him and Guru Heavenwind was reduced from a few hundred meters to less than 30. "Elder brother, save me!" Guru Heavenwind cried shrilly. By now his heart was filled with terror. The entire Heavencloud Bazaar had been thrown into chaos. When the cultivators heard Meng Hao exploding into action, and then Guru Heavenwind screaming for help, they were shocked to the core. Everyone in the shops and stalls where Meng Hao had shopped could see what was happening. They were shocked to hear who he was, but were even more shocked to discover that, not only did he have an incredible background, he was also terrifying in terms of cultivation base. Of course, what they knew now was only the tip of the iceberg. If they knew that the Fang clan was now an all-heaven clan, and that Meng Hao was the true patriarch of that clan, then their shock would reach a level that would be impossible to describe. By now, the cultivators manning the various teleportation portals in the asteroid field had sensed the chaos erupting in the bazaar. Many of them were now flying over to see what was happening. At about that time, Meng Hao in azure rock form appeared in front of Guru Heavenwind and slashed out with razor-sharp claws. However, even as he did, a cold and sinister voice echoed out through the bazaar, filled with power, dissatisfaction, and rage. "Harm him not, lad. I can provide an explanation for everything." Along with the voice came a beam of sword light, bursting with killing intent. It transformed into a waterfall-like stream that surged toward Meng Hao. It was almost as though, if Meng Hao dared to continue his attack, the waterfall would slash him to pieces. The words implied a discussion was to be had, but from the type of attack being leveled against Meng Hao, it was clear exactly how domineering the true lord of the Heavencloud Bazaar was. This was Guru Heavencloud, who was domineering to the extreme. However, when people tried to be domineering in front of Meng Hao, then he would be even more domineering. When Guru Heavenwind heard the voice of his elder brother, Guru Heavencloud, he was instantly enlivened, believing himself to finally have hope. His eyes flickered with killing intent, and he thought of using the opportunity to try to cut Meng Hao down in a counterattack. However, even as the idea flitted through his mind, Meng Hao snorted coldly. The sound slammed into Heavenwind's ears like an explosive bolt of lightning. His body shook violently, and his mind was thrown into chaos. At the same time, Meng Hao in azure rock form didn't slow down, but instead bore down on Guru Heavenwind, slashing downward into the top of his head. A crunching sound was heard as his entire head was shredded to pieces. There was no time for him to scream, nor his soul to flee. The azure rock's talons slashed again with obliterating power down into the rest of Guru Heavenwind's body. A boom rang out as Guru Heavenwind exploded into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. Meng Hao normally didn't attack with such deadly force. However, Guru Heavenwind had been too greedy. Meng Hao had offered 1 million immortal jades in good faith. However, instead of quitting while he was ahead, Guru Heavenwind had used the sum of 10 million immortal jades as an obvious extortion, and had even threatened to destroy the jade medallion. Were it any other object, that wouldn't have mattered. But this jade medallion was an important clue regarding his two grandfathers. How could he possibly restrain his killing intent? And then there was the way Guru Heavencloud had spoken to him. Had he been even a bit more polite, Meng Hao might not necessarily have resorted to deadly force. However, Guru Heavencloud's words, despite seeming polite, were actually extremely domineering. Clearly, the man was used to running his own personal little fiefdom here at the bazaar. Unfortunately for him, Meng Hao wasn't used to restraining his temper around people like that. Neat and tidy. That was how he killed. A moment later, an enraged roar echoed out, causing everything to shake. A figure appeared, flying through the air. Simultaneously, the waterfall of swords fell onto Meng Hao. A boom rang out as Meng Hao hovered in midair, completely unmoving. In fact, it was the waterfall of swords that shattered into fragments with a boom, completely incapable of harming him at all. As the shocking roar echoed about, an old man appeared. He wore a violet robe and looked extremely dignified. As he flew forth, boundless ripples rolled out. As soon as the magenta-robed cultivators caught sight of him, they dropped to their knees and kowtowed. "Greetings, Patriarch." This was none other than the Patriarch of the Heavencloud Bazaar, Guru Heavencloud. He looked awe-inspiring and also enraged. However, inwardly he was shocked. The sword waterfall from moments ago had been unleashed in anger upon Meng Hao, and yet hadn't even fazed him. However, Guru Heavencloud kept his astonishment hidden, allowing no hint of it to show on his face. Cries of shock rang up from cultivators in the bazaar. They were amazed by the energy and pressure radiating from the violet-robed old man. These were the ripples of power of someone who could step into the Tao realm at any time. Even if he failed, he would still be a shocking quasi-Tao expert. The air around him twisted and distorted, and the faint manifestation of numerous natural laws and essences could be seen. He was boundlessly domineering, causing colors to flash up above, and the starry sky to tremble. "You have robbed my Heavencloud Bazaar, lad, and also killed my junior brother. I don't care if you're the crown prince of the Fong clan. It wouldn't matter if your father Fong Shufeng personally showed up, or even the Fong clan's Tao realm patriarch, Fong Shoudao. You had better provide me with an explanation, right now." His voice brimmed with heavenly might, booming out in all directions, shaking all of the asteroids in the asteroid field. "I killed your junior brother because he tried to kill me," Meng Hao retorted coolly. Furthermore, he greedily tried to use something that didn't belong to him to threaten me. That's exactly the type of people I like to kill. As for robbing your Heavencloud Bazaar, I put 1 million immortal jades onto the table, and in return you people tried to extort me. In that case, yeah, I robbed you. So what? No matter how you justify it, no matter what reasons you cite, you killed one of my people and stole my property. You have committed a grave crime. The Heaven Cloud Bazaar doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of any of the sects or power groups. We are eternally neutral. However, if people try to bully us, then I, Heaven Cloud, can't possibly stand idly by. Guru Heaven Cloud's voice boomed out, and his energy rocketed up. A windstorm sprang up to spin around him in all directions. His voice fairly burst with a domineering air, as if his words were natural laws of heaven and earth. Here in the Heaven Cloud Bazaar, his words bore the power of the heavens, and he wrote the rules. If he said you were in the wrong, you were in the wrong. If he said that you had committed a crime, then you were guilty whether you had actually committed the crime or not. His echoing voice filled the surrounding cultivators with shock. They could sense his domineering air, and as for the magenta-robed disciples, they were starting to get excited. Their eyes filled with ardor. This was their patriarch, who brimmed with a domineering aura no matter who he was up against. Immediately produce the item you stole from my Heaven Cloud Bazaar, surrender, and admit your fault. Then send for the leadership of your clan to come and personally take you away. That is your only option here. Guru Heaven Cloud spoke as coldly and as domineeringly as ever, and his strength could definitely back up this attitude. Normally speaking, he was very cautious in everything, but when he encountered situations like this, he always acted this way. It didn't matter who was actually in the right or wrong. As long as he was in his own domain, he was always right. One of the reasons why the Heaven Cloud Bazaar had been able to survive for so long, and even thrive, was because of this combination of a cautious and yet domineering attitude. After all, few powerful groups would be willing to force Guru Heaven Cloud into a corner merely because of some unimportant matters. He could step into the Tao realm at any time, which was a huge trump card. Furthermore, being able to step into the Tao realm so easily meant that any powerful group would jump at the chance to recruit him, which was another trump card. Although he could see that Meng Hao was powerful, he also believed that such power had limits. Therefore, he still looked down on him. His junior brother had been in the late ancient realm, but his cultivation base had been jumbled. If Guru Heaven Cloud had wished it, he could have killed him easily at any time. It might be true that his sword waterfall hadn't hurt Meng Hao, but considering his years of experience, he was still confident in being able to handle him. After all, he was merely the crown prince of the Fang clan, which wasn't actually a very powerful position. Although the title sounded prestigious, all it did was make Meng Hao a figurehead. Guru Heaven Wind couldn't bring himself to believe that after the war on Planet East victory, the Fang clan, having suffered so many casualties, would allow a blood feud to erupt just because of a measly crown prince. He simply didn't believe Meng Hao to be so important. Even if he was the joint disciple of the three great Taoist societies, he couldn't possibly be important enough that the Fang clan would actually go to the lengths of offending Guru Heaven Wind in a way that could result in casualties. The Fang clan might be a big clan, but considering Guru Heaven Cloud's position, he naturally knew that any sect or clan took the interests of the group into consideration and didn't make decisions based on one individual. When it came to insults or backing down, the interests of the clan would be put before the interests of one person. His analysis was actually correct, and had these events played out before Meng Hao went to the windswept realm, then the Fang clan might have shown up and made a scene, but would have resolved the situation quietly in the end. That would have saved face for both parties. In the end, the Jade Medallion would have gone to the Fang clan, and the Heaven Cloud Bazaar would have ended up with all the Immortal Jade. Guru Heaven Cloud had gone through similar situations before, and the end result was always the same. Unfortunately for him, there was one thing he didn't understand, and that was what it meant to be the true clan chief of an all-heaven clan. Seeing Guru Heaven Wind acting in such a domineering way caused Meng Hao to chuckle. Then his eyes flickered with coldness, and he glanced over to the Fang clan teleportation portal. It was being manned by 6 members of the Fang clan, all of whom looked familiar, although he couldn't recall their names. He could sense the faint presence of a Tao seed in all of them, although in most of them it was very faint. Only one of their number seemed to have a somewhat flourishing Tao seed. The others did not. The entire group was in a state of shock. They had recognized their crown prince at first glance, and the current friction between him and Guru Heavencloud left them shaken. "The six of you heard what Guru Heavencloud said just now, right?" Meng Hao asked coolly. "Immediately take this information and report back to the clan. Ask Patriarch Shodao whether or not he's interested in taking the Heavencloud Bazaar and changing its name to the Fong Clan Bazaar." Meng Hao's words were actually even more domineering than Guru Heavencloud's. Originally, he had planned to visit planet South Heaven first, and then go back to the Fong Clan on planet East Victory. However, considering how events had developed, he had come up with a new plan. Since he was already planning to go pay respects to his parents, he figured he might as well bring the Fong Clan with him. His parents couldn't leave planet South Heaven, but he could still honor them by having the clan itself go to them offer greetings. As their son, this was a truly great gift that he could offer. By means of their son, they would receive honor and glory from the entire clan. The 6 members of the Fong clan exchanged glances, then clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. 3 of them backed up and departed for the Fong clan via the teleportation portal. Guru Heavencloud did nothing to stop them. He hovered in midair, smiling coldly, waiting for the influential members of the Fong clan to arrive. In his mind, once the entire Fong clan got dragged into the matter, the situation would have devolved to the point that Meng Hao couldn't resolve it alone. Meng Hao looked at Guru Heavencloud, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with the desire to fight. Voice cool, he said, "Well, while we wait for them to arrive, I'd like to see how the great circle of the ancient realm measures up to me in terms of strength." Voice cold, Guru Heavencloud said, "How barbaric of you, lad." You, however, before he could finish, his face fell as Meng Hao took a step forward. Everything began to shake, and cracking sounds echoed out in all directions. The tempest swirling around Guru Heavencloud immediately shattered. The interference to the natural laws and essences caused the air around him to distort. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao appeared directly in front of Guru Heavencloud, azure light shining. He waved a hand, causing numerous immortal mountains to descend. Guru Heavencloud's mind trembled as he sensed the incredibly threatening pressure radiating off of Meng Hao. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand and waved it out in front of him. Instantly, all of his soul lamps appeared around him, moving in a pattern that resembled a spell formation. They instantly began to rotate, and the pattern erupted with the power of natural law, transforming into countless threads that shot toward Meng Hao. "Alter heavens, transform earth. Wind cloud tribulation," he roared. As the sound boomed through the air, Meng Hao's immortal mountains crumbled into pieces. However, by this time, Meng Hao had taken a second step, whereupon he waved his right index finger. The air in front of him was ripped open by a huge rift, from within which stretched out a blood-colored head. This was none other than the Blood Demon Grand Magic. However, this time, it was not just a head which appeared, but an entire blood demon. It tore open the rift, causing blood-red light to spill out. Then the blood demon charged forward, its hands snatching out toward Guru Heavencloud. Guru Heavencloud's expression instantly flickered with shock. Before fusing with his third nirvana fruit, he could only materialize a head when using the Blood Demon Grand Magic. After everything he had experienced in the Windswept Realm, though, his Blood Demon Grand Magic had advanced to an astonishing degree, thanks in large part to the third nirvana fruit. As the void ripped open, a full blood demon emerged, roaring. The hand which stretched out toward Guru Heavencloud sported razor-sharp claws and radiated boundless blood-colored light. Guru Heavencloud's blood suddenly seemed to be incited to the boiling point, causing his face to flicker as he waved his finger toward the blood demon. As his finger waved through the air, his forehead split apart, causing a drop of black blood to fly out. It wriggled and twisted as it sped through the air, emitting a shriek like that of a baby as it rapidly grew larger, transforming into a mosquito. The mosquito was only the size of a hand, but it radiated a boundless murderous aura as it buzzed through the air toward the blood demon. One was gigantic, the other was minuscule. However, when they slammed into each other, a huge boom rang out. Apparently neither of the two could overcome the other. The blood-colored light around the blood demon transformed into a sea of blood, but the mosquito was incredibly agile. It dodged to the side, and then stuck its mouthpiece in and started sucking up the blood. Interesting, Meng Hao said with a chuckle. He had never seen a beast like this particular mosquito before. He quickly raised his right hand and performed an incantation gesture, then pointed in Guru Heavencloud's direction. Numerous immortal mountains descended, spinning around the area and crushing down toward Guru Heavencloud. Their mere appearance on the scene caused the entire asteroid to begin to tremble. If you looked closely, you would be able to see that on the peaks of the immortal mountains were cross-legged figures, meditating. Those figures looked almost exactly like Meng Hao. This was a divine ability manifested because of Meng Hao fusing with the third nirvana fruit and reaching the all-heaven Tao immortal realm. Guru Heavencloud's heart began to pound. The increasing threat posed by Meng Hao caused him to suddenly realize that had acted a bit presumptuously before. However, he was still fully confident in himself. With a cold harumph, he waved his sleeve, causing a beam of sword light to fly out, within which was a black flying sword that fairly dripped with deadly poison. As it whistled through the air, the black sword split apart into numerous ghost images. Hundreds of beams of sword light shot toward the immortal mountains, each one of them filled with the astonishing power of Guru Heavencloud's full-circle ancient realm cultivation base. Booms rang out as the sword light closed in on the immortal mountains. Distortions spread out, and as the immortal mountains began to collapse, the images of Meng Hao opened their eyes and looked around with cold gazes. They were like clones of Meng Hao, all of whom rose to their feet and flew directly toward the sword light. A huge boom rang out through the air. "I'm very curious to see how many magical items you have tucked away." Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing beams of violet light to shoot out into the air and rapidly form into the outline of a moon. It was a violet-colored moon. The moon transformed into an illusory shadow which shot toward Guru Heavencloud, rapidly shrinking down until it landed on his forehead and sank down inside. Moments later, the mark of a violet moon began to form in that very spot. It was in that moment that the magic of the violet moon exploded out. An intense sensation of crisis swept through Guru Heavencloud, causing him to gasp. However, he had no time to consider the situation. Something inside him was telling him that he could under no circumstances allow the violet moon to fully form on his forehead. He immediately fell back, waving his sleeve, causing a white banner to unfurl around him. The banner transformed into numerous cloud dragons, which roared viciously as they shot, not toward Meng Hao, but toward Guru Heavencloud's own forehead. In the moment before the moon fully formed, 9 cloud dragons transformed into a protective force that exploded toward the violet moon. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard as the 9 protective dragons caused the violet moon magic to gradually dissipate. A strange gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. This was the first time he had encountered someone who primarily used magical items in battle, with few divine abilities. He took a step forward, making a snatching motion, which caused the previously pitch-black void in the area to suddenly erupt with white beams of light. Numerous intense beams flew out of the ground of the asteroid, and shockingly, even the distant sun, they rapidly coalesced into a hand-sized image of a sun. This was Meng Hao's own divine ability, the supernova magic. He tossed the sun out, sending the blinding globe of light shooting toward Guru Heavencloud. As it neared, it continued to suck in more light, growing larger and larger, until it began to send out shocking ripples that caused Guru Heavencloud's face to fall. Meng Hao was actually very curious about this battle style which used so many magical items. It was as equally shocking as his own numerous divine abilities. How could he have so many divine abilities and Taoist magics? He thought, his face falling. Plus, each and every Taoist magic seems completely extraordinary. As of this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Meng Hao. As the globe of light bore down on him, intense feelings of crisis filled him once again. He suddenly lifted his right foot up into the air and took a step forward. Rumbling filled the air as an enormous feng shui compass appeared, spinning through the air and shining with boundless light. Shockingly, Numerous ghostly images appeared inside the light, howling viciously as they shot toward the light of the supernova magic. Lad, I have more magical items than you can even imagine, Guru Heavencloud said, his voice dark and sinister. What he said was true. After all, he owned the entire Heavencloud Bazaar for years, giving him access to extraordinary amounts of cultivation resources and magical items. Rumbling filled the air as the light of the feng shui compass slammed into Meng Hao's supernova magic. A boom echoed out, and a huge tempest exploded between the two of them. The entire asteroid field trembled violently, and the cultivators in the area gasped and retreated at full speed. Meng Hao! Roared Guru Heavencloud, waving his left hand to send 9 stone statues flying out of his sleeve. Their appearance was completely bizarre. They all looked like old men who, after flying out into the air, opened their eyes and began to shine with brilliant light as they shot murderously toward Meng Hao. Guru Heavencloud's eyes flickered, and he smacked his bag of holding. Immediately, a crimson dust appeared, which had apparently been refined from blood. The dust writhed, causing blood to immediately begin to spread out in all directions. However, Guru Heavencloud wasn't done. He stepped back, waving his sleeve again to send 3 violet medicinal pills flying out, which radiated boundless pressure as they flew the air toward Meng Hao. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually, Guru Heavencloud completed all of these numerous actions in the time it takes to blink. All of a sudden, Meng Hao was faced with a raging, murderous aura. The light from all the various magical items interlocked to create a multicolored wave of light. You certainly do qualify to run a bazaar like this in the middle of an asteroid, Meng Hao said coolly. And no wonder the other sects and clans don't want to offend you. You have a lot of magical items. Well, now I'm looking forward to seeing how many Taoist magics you have. He took a step forward, and the starstone in his eye melted. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a shooting star. One thought stellar transformation. He immediately sped through the air, shattering the void, causing strange colors to flash. Booms could be heard as all the magical items which blocked his path were crushed as easily as weeds or twigs. It started with the 9 statues of the old men, who roared in unison and tried to block Meng Hao in planet form as he closed in on them. They began to tremble, and cracks spread out across their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they shattered into countless pieces. Next was the blood-colored dust which had transformed into a sea of blood. It rumbled toward Meng Hao, sending tendrils of blood out to try to bind him up. However, as soon as the tendrils appeared, cracking sounds could be heard, and they collapsed into pieces. They were completely incapable of causing Meng Hao to falter even half a step. As for the 3 medicinal pills, they exploded with electricity, transforming into 3 violet lightning bolts. However, when they landed on Meng Hao in planet form, the only effect was that the plant shrank down and eventually vanished, revealing Meng Hao himself, who shone with azure light as he transformed into an azure rock. With a flash, he shot forward, arriving directly in front of Guru Heavencloud. The speed with which all of this happened is virtually impossible to describe. Have any more magical items? Meng Hao asked, clenching his hand into a fist and unleashing the life extermination fist. A massive boom rang out, and the heavens trembled. The void shattered, and the life extermination fist, backed by the power of Meng Hao's cultivation base, instantly caused the sensation of deadly crisis that filled Guru Heavencloud to peak. And yet, he didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes began to shine with a bright light. So, I underestimated you, he said. Then he exhaled sharply. There was no visible reaction to his exhalation, and yet the natural laws around him suddenly changed, and the essences around him gradually formed together into his own personal Taoist magic. One breath shatters the heavens. Ryua Yuam Blel. Meng Hao's life extermination fist slammed into the breath of air, giving rise to shocking vibrations. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with a vicious light as he also declined to retreat. Instead, as the backlash power hit him, he took another step forward. Boom! He sent the backlash attack spinning backward again, toward Guru Heavencloud, whose face fell as he suddenly fell back. Every step that he fell back, Meng Hao took another step forward. One was forced backward over and over, the other advanced step by step. So far, Meng Hao had seemed to control the entire battle. He was completely and utterly domineering. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 blows. The more Guru Heavencloud fought, the more shocked he became. He was well aware that he had lost the initiative and had no way to get it back. Even more surprising was that he was constantly being forced into retreat by Meng Hao. Meng Hao's domineering style was on full display as he advanced with relentless attacks. This time, he waved his hand, causing the 9th mountain to materialize and crush down toward Guru Heavencloud. Everyone watching down below was astonished. How could Meng Hao be so strong? Astonished, Guru Heavencloud fell back, eyes flickering coldly as he prepared to launch a divine ability. However, it was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly stopped his current action and then unleashed a punch, staring coldly at Heavencloud the entire time. When their eyes met, Guru Heavencloud's heart went cold. He tried to dodge back, but was too late. "Destroy!" Meng Hao said coolly. Instantly, colors flashed and the wind screamed. Heaven and earth shook as an indescribable force was unleashed. The explosive destructive power of Meng Hao's fist strikes which he had been holding back until now. Rumbling sounds echoed up into the air as Meng Hao flashed through the air like lightning. When he appeared in front of Guru Heavencloud, he used the bedevilment fist for the first time in the fight. This was the fist of self-immolation, the bedevilment fist. Blood sprayed out of Guru Heavencloud's mouth as he was sent tumbling backward. However, even as he fell back, Meng Hao followed after in pursuit. A moment later, though, he stopped in place and dodged backward at high speed. In that same moment, the space he had just occupied exploded in a massive destruction. Had Meng Hao not fallen back just now, he would likely have been mortally wounded. Seeing Meng Hao evade his killing blow caused Guru Heavencloud's brow to furrow. "Meng Hao, you qualify to see my most powerful state," he said. Then he raised his right hand and pushed it down onto his forehead, causing a rumbling sound to echo out as two magical symbols appeared. Shockingly, he was currently in a sealed state, something he did to delay stepping into the Tao realm, and in fact, made it possible for him to attempt to step into the Tao realm at any time he wished. The first seal faded away rapidly, and as it did, Guru Heavencloud's energy suddenly exploded with increasing power. He quickly surpassed the ordinary great circle of the ancient realm, rising up to a shocking degree. He had no choice but to admit that Meng Hao was strong, perhaps even stronger than himself. Because of that, he had to go all out, and even go to the lengths of removing the seals and removing the pressure that kept his cultivation base restricted. "Great," Meng Hao said with a cold snort. "Now that the warm-up is over, I guess I'll kill you. Shouldn't be too hard." With that, he extended his right hand and pointed toward Guru Heavencloud, unleashing the 8th demon sealing hex. Rumbling could be heard as Guru Heavencloud suddenly lurched to a halt. His eyes went wide with shock as Meng Hao waved his finger a second, a third, and even a fourth time. The 7th demon sealing hex, karmic hexing, immediately caused karma threads to appear on Guru Heavencloud. They were already twisted because of his self-sealing, and now rumbling sounds could be heard inside of him. Stabs of pain shot through him, and he felt as if he were suddenly losing his perception of the world. Even his memories began to grow fuzzy. His cultivation base began to sink down beyond his control, and apparently, his karma threads could be severed at any time. The 6th demon sealing hex, the life-death hexing, caused magical symbols to appear all over him. Unfortunately, Meng Hao didn't succeed in turning Guru Heavencloud into a puppet, but the resulting failure caused Guru Heavencloud to cough up a mouthful of blood. His karma was collapsing, and his cultivation base was in chaos. Next was the 5th demon sealing hex, the transposition of inside and outside. A rift appeared, both absorbing and erupting, creating a sharp blade that slashed at Guru Heavencloud, provoking a blood-curdling scream as he was directly sliced in half. Everything happened with shocking speed. For waves of a finger caused Guru Heavencloud, who was still in the middle of powering up, to be cut down by Meng Hao. This was the true strength of Meng Hao. To him, The great circle of the ancient realm wasn't even worth paying attention to. However, Guru Heavencloud wasn't actually dead. Despite being cut in half, he was able to merge his two halves back together. And yet, Meng Hao didn't give him a chance to do anything with that opportunity. He waved his right hand, causing the bone-tipped spear to appear. Whistling sounds could be heard as the spear stabbed directly toward Guru Heavencloud. A boom rang out as Guru Heavencloud exploded. His nascent divinity flew out of the wreckage of his body, heading down toward one of the magenta-robed cultivators. It stabbed into the man's forehead, causing him to let out a miserable shriek. His facial features twisted for a moment, then went calm, after which he looked up furiously at Meng Hao. Meng Hao! That cultivator was now Guru Heavencloud. He flew up into the air, roaring in rage. To have been cut down the way he had just now was a complete humiliation. How could he ever have imagined that he would be slaughtered so quickly? In fact, he had even been forced to use a trump card that nobody had known about, his life-saving magic of instantaneous possession. It was a possession-type Taoist magic that extremely rare and allowed him to instantaneously possess the body of another person. Unfortunately, it was an incomplete magic, making it difficult to utilize without great difficulty. However, in the current situation, he had been left with no choice. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked at Guru Heavencloud. Then he smiled slightly and began to walk forward, once again on the offensive. Guru Heavencloud was incensed. Gnashing his teeth, he shoved down on his forehead again, wiping away the second sealing mark. In that very instant, an incredible energy suddenly exploded out within Guru Heavencloud. All of a sudden, all of his soul lamps appeared. The soul lamps were all extinguished, and, shockingly, as they circulated around him, it was obvious that each of those soul lamps was made of a tiny person who looked exactly like Guru Heavencloud. Even more shocking was that each tiny individual had a sealing mark held in its left hand. It was as if each of those symbols contained different Taoist magics, which were being fed by the tiny figures. Furthermore, each figure also had a magical item floating above its right hand. There were more than 10 magical items, including flying swords, shields, pearls, and tiny pagodas. From the feeling they gave off, all of them were high-grade immortal treasures. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, now that Guru Heavencloud had been forced into a corner, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a violet helmet. It looked like a helmet which might be worn by an ordinary mortal soldier. However, it seemed incredibly ancient, as if it had passed through countless years of time. As soon as it appeared in Guru Heavencloud's hands, he put it onto his head. Almost immediately, his power skyrocketed to a shocking level, and his divine sense experienced explosive growth. Shockingly, this helmet was an ancient realm magical item. Meng Hao, this is my most powerful state. This is the true great circle of the ancient realm. If you can defeat me like this, then I will immediately summon the door of the Tao realm. If I successfully step into the Tao realm, then I will cut you down where you stand. If I fail, then I will be an almighty quasi-Tao expert. At that time, my life force will begin to dissipate, and the end of my longevity will be within sight. However, killing you in that state will still be a simple matter. You need to think long and hard about whether you wish to continue to fight or back down. Guru Heavencloud's heart was filled with regret. He could tell that Meng Hao was extraordinary and shocking, and now he wasn't so certain about his judgment regarding the Fang clan. The words he had uttered just now had been spoken grudgingly. Originally, he had planned to save those words for someone of his own generation as a coldly uttered requirement. But now, he had no choice but to speak them to Meng Hao, in order to remind him that he shouldn't continue to act provokingly. It was at this point that Meng Hao's expression suddenly flickered, and he looked in the direction of the Fang clan's teleportation portal asteroid. Guru Heavencloud sensed the same thing Meng Hao had, and looked over to see that several figures had appeared. He finally sighed inwardly with relief. He didn't want to admit to himself that he had even done such a thing, but he had no other option. He would rather clash with the Tao realm experts of the Fang clan than face Meng Hao. The four-finger attacks Meng Hao had just unleashed filled him with the utmost fear. Although he was still confident, he couldn't shake the fear that lurked in his heart. Besides, it would be a great loss to be forced into an attempted breakthrough right here and now. Despite being enraged, Guru Heavencloud seemed to force himself under control. He immediately clasped hands and bowed to the figures who were emerging from the teleportation portal. Feng Shoudao strolled out from the glittering lights, his face grim. Guru Heavenclouds flickered, and he suddenly chuckled coldly, projecting his booming voice out to say, "Heavencloud of the Heavencloud Bazaar offers greetings. Senior Shoudao. Not only have I never offended the Feng clan, I've never skimped in my yearly tribute, not even by a little bit. Normally speaking, I accommodate the requirements laid out by your clan without hesitation. I truly respect the Feng clan. Although other clans and powers have tried to recruit me, I haven't joined any of them. I'm always respectful to all of the sects and powers, and even more so when it comes to the Feng clan. And what do I get in return for all of that? My junior brother was brutally slaughtered, and others of my disciples were violently killed. All because someone ignored the laws of the bazaar, laws which expressly forbid robbing and stealing. What is the meaning of such humiliation? Senior Shoudao, could it be that the Feng clan really wishes to annihilate the Heavencloud Bazaar? After all, moments ago, it was your own crown prince who said that he wants the Heavencloud Bazaar to be renamed as the Feng Clan Bazaar. I could do nothing in the face of such provocation, because he's nothing but a young lad, and the crown prince of the Feng clan. Then he attacked me, and considering the level of my cultivation base and my status, I had to endure for a while. I didn't want to hurt him, and thus, didn't use divine abilities, only magical items. However, your crown prince was extremely overbearing and menacing. He pushed me into a corner until I could fall back no further. I could have used deadly attacks on numerous occasions, but didn't, all because I wanted to avoid creating deadly enmity with the Feng clan. However, everyone has their limits, and finally, I retreated far enough to reach mine. Senior Shoudao, I've already been forced to the point of having no choice but to make a breakthrough. Success would place me in the Dao realm, failure the quasi-Dao realm. Therefore, I want to know exactly what I did to offend the Feng clan. Why do you want to exterminate me? The Heavencloud Bazaar might be small, but we're no pushovers. Senior, please take the lead in presiding over justice.